Chapter 1 Strange Visitors. Knock knock knock. In the grain and oil supermarket in the old city center of Jiangcheng, Yunxiao lazily lay down on a chair inside the store when the silence of the night was broken by a sharp knock on the door. He rose sleepily and opened the old bolt of the door, and a stunning woman in fine armor, with a long sword hanging from her waist and her hair in a high bun walked in. The woman's heroic spirit, her stance like an upright pine, looked out of place in this ordinary grain and oil store. She pointed to the signboard outside the store and asked, "Do you have grain here?" Yunxiao looked around, looked at the white cloth bags piled up, yawned and said, "Open grain and oil supermarket, naturally have grain, how much do you want?" The woman waved a small hand, boldly said, "All want." Yunxiao thought she was joking, but the woman lifted a cloth bag. "I pay with gold, 10% of the gold 50 taels, these grains belong to me." Then threw the cloth bag to Yunxiao. Yunxiao took the bag. "Feel heavy, open a look, it is full of gold ingots." The golden light flickered in the light, shaking his eyes a little. Because he was worried that the gold was fake, Yunxiao was about to say that he would change the method of payment when he realized that the woman had disappeared, and the piles of grain around him disappeared with her. "I'll go." "Where is the grain?" Yunxiao rushed out of the grain supermarket. The street outside was empty, only the cloth bag in his hand was the most real. Full of doubts, the more he thought about it, the more fearful he became. Fiercely, he suddenly thought that the shopping mall next door was still open, so he decided to go to the mall to find someone to help inspect the gold ingots. Yunxiao was wondering about the woman's identity on this side, but he didn't know that Ni Miaoyin's side of the blazing fire split. Ni Miaoyin returned from her search for food and found it piled up outside the city gates. Full of anxiety, but still stride towards the city. Although the soldiers guarding the city gate are yellow and skinny, they still struggle to salute her. She waved her hand to indicate that she is not saluted. Inside the city, the streets were lined with grief. The bone-thin Han man was sitting on the side of the road, and next to him knelt a little girl with a grass marker sticking out of her head. The man looked at Ni Miaoyin and said weakly, "Sir, are you buying a child? This child is 10 years old and can work and suffer, so if you can't, you can buy her back and eat her." "Sir, my child is not bad either. I can buy this child and eat it for at least 7 days." There were a few more hungry people around who recommended their own children. Ni Miaoyin looked at these poor children and the starving people and angrily pulled out her sword, pointing to the sky with tears in her eyes and shouting, "Enough!" Swish swish swish. Hands up and sword down. The sword that was glowing with the cold light of the sun violently cut the ropes on the little children. "Follow me to fetch the grain." For 5 years the kingdom of Isis was facing a life and death dilemma. She was the queen of the kingdom of Isis, so she had the obligation to save her people. Pity she was born in this barren land even though she was a scholar and a fighter since she was young. Followed Her Majesty the Queen to the outside of the imperial city. As Ni Miaoyin chopped open the bag with her sword, white rice flowed out. Grain! There really is grain! We are saved! The starving people fell to their knees and cried out in pain as they held the rice in their hands. Looking at everything in front of her, Ni Miaoyin's eyes also moistened, and she ordered the rushing general, Lu Xian, "You are responsible for distributing this grain to the people. Remember, it must be distributed evenly. The country of Isis has suffered a 100-year drought, not a drop of rain for 5 years, the land is barren, the people are dead, injured and fleeing, leaving less than 200,000 old, sick and disabled people." Looking at these starving people, Ni Miaoyin was overwhelmed with emotion. Tears flowed down the corners of her eyes, gradually blurring her vision. At this time, Great General Lu Xian, with a suspicious face, asked, "Your Majesty, these things?" Ni Miaoyin lost her smile and said, "Last night, outside the city, I encountered a mysterious small store, and this is the grain I bought in that small store." Bang! Upon hearing this, Great General Lu Xian instantly fell to his knees and said with a solemn expression, "That must be a god." Bang bang bang! Along with General Lu Xian's words, all the generals fell to their knees in unison. "Thank the gods! Thank the gods! Thank the gods!" The voices of the generals were loud, neat, and unending. Just then, the sound of horses' hooves came. A female general rode up. As she dismounted, she half-kneeled in front of Ni Miaoyin, reporting to Her Majesty, Qiu's scout cavalry was found outside the city. Hearing this news, Ni Miaoyin's face became grave. Qiu in the north is eyeing the city, and the leader of Qiu has released a statement that he wants to take down the country of Isis and capture Ni Miaoyin alive to be the queen. She looked at these people in the city who had just seen hope with heartache, and a strong determination inexplicably welled up in her heart. Immediately strengthen the city's defense, all soldiers gather and stand by. Ni Miaoyin ordered. Climbing up the city tower, she looked out of the city. Ni Miaoyin's eyes flashed with determination. She remembered the hardship she had endured in Isis over the years and the suffering the people had endured, and she secretly vowed to guard this land and her people. Yun Xiao ran to the mall and saw a new, slightly outdated antique store on the first floor. Taking a deep breath and holding the gold ingot in her hand, Yun Xiao still mustered the courage to step inside. The owner of the curio store was an old man with white hair and a gleaming gaze, who was sitting behind the counter polishing a piece of porcelain. "Boss, I have a gold ingot here, please help me see if it is real." Yun Xiao placed the gold ingot on the counter. The boss put down the porcelain in his hands and put on his presbyopia glasses. When his eyes touched the gold ingot, a trace of undetectable surprise flashed in his eyes. Carefully scrutinize, the boss fingers gently rubbing the surface of the gold ingot, after a long time before speaking thoughtfully, "The gold is indeed real, the gold ingot underneath the inscription has a text." Yun Xiao did not understand, quickly asked, "Boss, what is the problem?" The boss raised his head and looked deeply at Yun Xiao. "The craftsmanship of this gold ingot, as well as the patterns on it, should be from the Isis country in the Yuan dynasty. The Isis kingdom is a glorious yet mysterious kingdom. It was said that this kingdom once possessed endless wealth and powerful force, but then it suddenly disappeared in the river of history. No one knew exactly what the reason was." Yun Xiao was mesmerized as he listened. He had never thought that this gold ingot had such a deep historical background. The boss continued, "The last empress of the Isis country was beautiful and intelligent, but was born in a barren land. I suspect that this gold ingot of yours is probably related to the Yuan dynasty empress of that year." Yun Xiao was listening out of his mind when the door of the store was pushed open again and a woman dressed in gorgeous clothes walked in. Her temperament was noble, as if she had stepped out of a painting. The woman's gaze fell directly on the gold ingot on the counter. "This gold ingot, I want it." The woman directly opened her mouth and said. The boss frowned, "Miss, this gold ingot involves the history of Isis behind it. I'm afraid it's hard for this little brother to part with it." The woman slightly raised her chin, revealing a confident smile. "The Yuan dynasty has been circulating legends about Her Majesty the Queen of the Kingdom of Isis, and this gold ingot should belong to someone who really knows what they are talking about." Chapter 2: The person who knows the goods. Yun Xiao was a little hesitant, but poor and afraid of him, thinking that the gold ingot can be sold for money. His heart was inevitably shaken. The woman seemed to have read his mind and said, 50,000 for a gold ingot. Moreover, I can tell you more stories about the Isis country, how about it? Listening to the woman's words, Yun Xiao fell into deep thought. On the one hand was the much-needed money, on the other hand the mysterious history that carried this. Just where should one go from here? At this time, the boss seemed to see Yun Xiao's mind, smilingly said, "Young man, 50,000 a gold ingot, you do not lose." Sold gold ingots. Yun Xiao looked at the microblogging balance, was about to leave the occasion. "I heard the woman holding a gold ingot told the story of the Isis country. Isis country in the most prosperous period, the country's strength is prosperous, the 4 directions to the dynasty. But the old king's ambition gradually swelled, and he waged a needless war that consumed a great deal of the country's strength. Just when the kingdom was in crisis, the queen, who was still a princess at the time, stepped forward. Unfortunately, this Queen Majesty had a bad fate and was ruthlessly ostracized by her royal brothers." As the woman recounted, Yun Xiao seemed to see the glorious yet tragic Isis kingdom. The origin of the gold ingots also became more confusing. So much so, Yun Xiao had to associate it with the woman who came to buy the grain. The color of the moon was like water, sprinkling on the land of the ancient Isis country. At this moment, the Isis country was permeated with an air of tension and despair. In a humble tent, Ni Miaoyin was clad in battle armor, her brows furrowed. She had just returned from modern time and space, and the food as well as medicines she had gotten from Yun Xiao were piled up beside her. Although these supplies gave her a glimmer of hope, the situation in Isis was still grim. Chi Yu's attack was getting more and more fierce, and scouts came to report that Chi Yu's large army was approaching. So, she decided to personally lead a team of elite soldiers to go ahead to block Chi Yu's advanced scout troops and fully defend the people of the Isis country. Kill ah! Let's fight with Chi Yu. On the battlefield, there were sounds of killing. Ni Miaoyin led the soldiers to stand by, witnessed Chi Yu's scout troops like a tidal wave. They rode high horses, waved their weapons, and made a roaring sound. Release arrows. Accompanied by Ni Miaoyin's order, the soldiers pulled back their bows and arrows rained down on the enemy troops. They utilized the deterrence of the bow and arrows to the fullest, and Chi Yu's cavalrymen fell off their horses one after another, screams of misery rising and falling. Ah! Ah! Seeing this, Shi Yu's generals quickly adjusted their tactics and sent out a team of elite archers to counterattack. Amidst the rain of arrows, Ni Miaoyin led the way, constantly drawing her bow and shooting arrows. Whoosh! A few chi-cold arrows suddenly shot in, emitting a sound that broke the air. On Ni Miaoyin's shoulder, it left a deep wound. Ni Miaoyin clenched her teeth and continued to fight, letting the crimson blood stain her armor. At this moment, there was only one belief in her heart, and that was to guard the land of Isis, guard the people, and defend the land to the death. Under the constant stalemate between the two sides, Shi Yu's advanced scouting force was finally repelled. Ni Miaoyin breathed a long sigh of relief, but her body also began to falter. The moment she closed her eyes, she fell heavily from the 10-meter-high city wall. The surrounding generals all fell to their knees with tears in their eyes when they saw this scene. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! They didn't have the ability to save Her Majesty, so they could only pray for a miracle in their hearts. As her consciousness gradually blurred, Ni Miaoyin fiercely remembered that owner of the grain and oil supermarket Yun Xiao. Pulling out a bamboo slip from her bosom and using her last ounce of strength, Ni Miaoyin used her trembling fingers to write a letter in blood. Grateful to the gods. If there is an afterlife, we will meet again. Yun Xiao sold the gold ingots back, do not know why, always feel a pang in the heart. Just then, a strange light flashed, and Ni Miaoyin's figure reappeared in the supermarket. Seeing the blood-covered Ni Miaoyin, Yun Xiao was shocked and hurriedly placed her on a chair to the side. Then, Yun Xiao quickly ran to the pharmacy and bought items such as antiseptic solution, anti-inflammatory medicine as well as bandages and began to treat Ni Miaoyin's wounds. Of course, that dirty and worn-out armor definitely had to be taken off first. As for the clothes inside, all of them had to be taken off as well. At this moment, a bamboo slip slipped out of Ni Miaoyin's armor. Yun Xiao bent down and picked up the bamboo slip out of curiosity. When he saw the bloody letter that Ni Miaoyin had left behind when she was on the verge of death, tears instantly filled his eyes. With trembling hands, he carefully took off Ni Miaoyin's blasphemous clothes. Wiping the undried tears on his face, Yun Xiao briefly checked Ni Miaoyin's injuries. Fortunately, only one of the arrow wounds on the shoulder was deeper, and did not hurt the vitals. He couldn't care less about appreciating Ni Miaoyin's white jade-like skin or savoring the faint scent of her body. Quickly looking for antiseptic solution helped Ni Miaoyin to simply deal with the injury. After doing this, Yun Xiao went to the pharmacy again. Bought some antibiotics, anti-inflammatory medicines, saline and gauze, and bandages. He pulled out the arrow from Ni Miaoyin's body and bandaged her up with anti-inflammatory drugs. More than 4 hours passed after this. After 4 hours, Ni Miaoyin finally slowly opened her eyes. However, when she saw the moment when the clothes on her body were retired as much as possible, revealing her snow-white skin, her face instantly changed. Swish! Ni Miaoyin angrily got up and drew out her sword and pressed it against Yun Xiao's neck, clenching her silver teeth and roared, "Denizen, I am Her Majesty, the Queen of the Kingdom of Isis, how dare you be rude to me? I will kill you." Yun Xiao was immediately frightened by the scene in front of him, his feet quickly retreated towards the back. The moment he leaned against the wall, the whole person was blinded. "I was trying to save you." In the heat of the moment, Yun Xiao roared towards Ni Miaoyin. "Save me? Why are you taking off my clothes?" Ni Miaoyin's face was red with anger, and the sword against Yun Xiao's neck became a few points heavier. "To give you a cure for your injuries," Yun Xiao said, "there is no difference between male and female, between doctor and patient. You." Ni Miaoyin obviously did not believe it, but when she saw the bandages wrapped around her body, her eyes showed suspicion again. The next second, Ni Miaoyin realized that her injuries were getting better. Her wounds were no longer dripping blood and were accompanied by a cold sensation. Not only that, the severe pain she had felt all over her body before had also eased. Could it be that this kid is really diagnosing himself? She people's arrows are poisonous, generally hit by an arrow, not to say 9 deaths is almost. And this kid in front of me actually so quickly recovered her injuries. Is this kid is not a god? Thinking that his recklessness might have angered the gods. Snap! Ni Miaoyin threw the sword in her hand towards the ground and fell to her knees with a thud. Many thanks to the gods for saving her life. Chapter 3: Another World. Get up quickly. Yun Xiao hurriedly helped Ni Miaoyin up. You still need to recover your strength now, besides, I can't afford your big gift. After assisting Ni Miaoyin to lie on her cot, Yun Xiao saw that her eyes were full of novelty. Similarly, Yun Xiao was also filled with suspicion towards this woman. Thus, Yun Xiao simply said bluntly, "Girl, I think there are some things that we need to talk about." Good. That is exactly what I want to do as well. Ni Miaoyin said. Where did you go after you went out? Why did you disappear when I chased you out? Yun Xiao was surprised and asked towards Ni Miaoyin. Do you mean to say that I am weird? Ni Miaoyin's tone also carried doubts. Right. Otherwise, how could you bring so much food and just disappear when you say so? Yun Xiao was blunt. Good lord, the two of them talked and finally realized that it was the supermarket walls. Ni Miaoyin tried to get close to the wall, and all the items she bought were sucked in. When she returned again, she was right back in the supermarket. Yun Xiao asked her to try and see if she could go somewhere else, but she said that she seemed to be stopped by a wall and couldn't get through at all. Yun Xiao nodded. It seemed that after she came over from over there, her biggest scope of activity was just this grain and oil supermarket. A moment later, Yun Xiao was the first to speak, that is to say, you are Her Majesty the Queen of Isis? Your people there lack food and live in a deep water and heat, and have to defend themselves against Qi's invasion? Ni Miaoyin nodded her head. After a long period of silence, Yun Xiao finally understood. It turned out that Ni Miaoyin was from another world. Seeing that Yun Xiao was silent, this time it changed to Ni Miaoyin. Your country has a population of 1.4 billion? There are cash devices and food savings? Aha! Yun Xiao said. You guys can have enough to eat every day, wear warm clothes, and the rich can still live in big houses that are more beautiful than our palace? Ni Miaoyin continued to ask. Right. Yun Xiao nodded his head. You guys don't need to go to war, you just need new technology? Ni Miaoyin said. Aha! Yun Xiao said. After inquiring for a long time, Ni Miaoyin's eyes had a complex look, envy, shame, and shock, all intertwined together. If only the people of our country were half as happy as you are. This words with sadness, listening to Yun Xiao's heart has a feeling of being stabbed, half a long time before the red face said, in fact, I'm also just an ordinary person, not the gods in your mouth, this world does not have gods at all. Ni Miaoyin froze for a moment, obviously did not take Yun Xiao's words seriously. Today I only have a piece of gold cake on me, as a token of gratitude for saving your life. Row. As long as your gold cake is not fake, I promise to do my best to help you. Yun Xiao laughed. You can bring back the food and medicine here first. Don't worry. I definitely won't lie to you. If I lie to you, you cannot receive me in the future. Ni Miaoyin said. Before leaving with the food and medicines again, Yun Xiao purposely ran to the pharmacy across the street and helped her buy a whole few big boxes of anti-inflammatory medicines, as well as various disinfectant drops and bandages and such. Ni Miaoyin was grateful, her flushed face with a touch of shyness, almost as if she had given her body to him. The remaining sun was like blood, sprinkling on top of the messy camp. Injured generals were lying around in the simple tents, their faces were pale, their lips were dry and cracked, and their wounds were beginning to turn into pus and fester because they had not received timely and effective treatment. A sickening scent of blood and putrefaction filled the air. Ni Miaoyin also did not expect that this bizarre experience would allow her to obtain antibiotics and other medicines that were miraculously effective in treating infections. When she returned to the imperial city with these precious grains and medicines, her heart was filled with unwillingness and anxiety. Where is General Lu Xin? Ni Miaoyin's clear voice was resounding. Your Majesty the Queen. Lu Xin immediately greeted her, kneeling on one knee and clasping his hands. If one looked closely, it was not difficult to see the iron bones of the clanking man, but he was also excitedly shedding tears. It turns out that their Majesty is still alive. Quickly distribute all the medicines outside the imperial city to the injured generals. Ni Miaoyin's tone was undeniable. Nuwa. Lu Xin said. As he walked outside, Lu Xin began to mutter in his heart, where is there any medicine? The country of Isis has been in a drought for 5 years, not to mention herbs, even the bark of trees have been eaten up. However, just as Lu Xin was pondering, he suddenly saw grain pile up at the foot of the city outside the imperial city. Next to the grain, there were a whole dozen boxes of medicines. Unpacking one of the boxes and looking at it, with Lu Xin's years of experience in the battlefield, the things inside this box were indeed medicine. It was medicine. It really is medicine. We are saved. The generals fought off Qi, and injuries were inevitable. But due to 5 years of drought, they simply do not have medication. Most of the generals had to wait for death after their injuries, leading to a drastic decrease in the number of people in Isis. After bringing a few generals to carry all the medicine back to the camp, Lu Xin excitedly shouted, Your Majesty, it's medicine, it's really medicine. The generals had been looking forward to the medicine for a long time and never thought that today they would really wait for the medicine that could save their lives. Puffing. Lu Xian was in tears and overwhelmed with emotion. Heaven will not kill my country of ISIS. As the words fell, several other generals followed the order and handed out all the medicines to the injured soldiers. The gods bestowed, this is a once-in-a-lifetime good omen, the country of ISIS has finally reached the end of its suffering. With medicine, the soldiers' injuries can be healed. When the injuries are healed, there is no fear of being bullied by Qi. Half an hour later. A veteran soldier with a face full of vicissitudes of life, with tears welling up in his eyes, knelt in front of me Miaoyin, and said with a choked voice, Your Majesty, it is the gods who have saved our lives. The other generals followed suit, all kneeling on the ground, one in tears. The young general said excitedly, Your Majesty, we originally thought that we would surely die this time, but we never thought that you would meet the gods who gave us medicine. In the future, we will definitely obey our orders. Looking at these tearful generals in front of her, Miaoyin's heart was filled with emotion. You all fought with blood on the battlefield, and I am very happy that these medicines were able to save your lives. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank the gods. Thank the gods. There were choked cries in the tent. These iron-boned men were pulled back from the brink of death, and their gratitude could not be expressed in words. They knew that without the gods giving them medicine, they definitely wouldn't have survived. Chapter 4 Jade Rui. After Yun Xiao had prepared everything properly, his heart had been anxious and full of worry about Miaoyin. When it was close to the time of proofing, the familiar sound of the Zia came again. Miaoyin walked straight towards the storehouse, her eyes looking towards the piles of grain, her face showing a satisfied look, and said to Yun Xiao, Well, I really didn't expect you to do things so efficiently. Efficient? Incoming goods is not just a phone call to get things done. Yun Xiao was full of doubts, but still embarrassedly scratched his head and asked, Is this enough grain? Miaoyin pondered for a moment, can only solve the urgent need. I go. How many people does this have to feed? Yun Xiao muttered darkly in his heart. If it's not enough, I'll prepare it tomorrow. After being stunned, Yun Xiao smiled and said, Good. Miaoyin nodded her head slightly, followed by a hint of doubt between her eyebrows. So much grain, you prepared it so quickly? Is it possible to get so much grain overnight? This strange little store owner, it can't really be a god, right? The corner of Yun Xiao's mouth twitched. I got the goods from a wholesaler. Wholesaler? Miaoyin's eyes were full of puzzlement, then continued to ask, How much grain is left there? Yun Xiao swallowed his saliva, as much as he wanted. Good. I will take all of it. Miaoyin said decisively. Miaoyin's words made Yun Xiao's jaw drop and his eyes widen as if he had seen a ghost. How much do you want? Great Xia had a population of 1.3 billion, and the reserve grain alone was enough for these people to eat for several years. This mouth is really not small. However, at the same time, Yun Xiao's mind was also calculating. This woman's origins were unknown and she wanted so many things at once, there must be something wrong. Miaoyin seemed to have anticipated that Yun Xiao would not believe it, so she pulled out a cloth bag and said to Yun Xiao, These are the balances from last time. Seeing the heavy cloth bag fall directly towards the ground, making a heavy sound, Yun Xiao's entire body froze in place. Right. If you are willing to help me, I can offer double. Miaoyin said, and then pulled out a jade rui from her bosom. This was bestowed upon me by my father, it is considered to be a deposit for you. Father? Jade rui? What is all this stuff? Yun Xiao's eyes flicked to the entrance of the supermarket, suddenly remembering that this woman came and went without a trace. He couldn't help but be jolted. That it's not that I won't help you, I think there are some things that we should talk about. Yun Xiao looked at Miaoyin with a face full of suspicion. Several times in a row, he had seen Miaoyin go out and disappear, along with the food. Therefore, Yun Xiao felt the need to talk to Miaoyin openly and honestly. Good. That's exactly what I want to do. Miaoyin said. Where did you go after you left the house? Why did you disappear when I chased you out? Yun Xiao was surprised and asked towards Miaoyin. Do you mean to say that I am weird? Miaoyin's tone also carried doubts. Right. Otherwise, how could so much food disappear just by saying it disappeared? Yun Xiao was blunt. Good lord, the two of them talked for half a day before finally realizing that it was the ripples flooding the entrance of the supermarket that was the problem. Miaoyin tried to get close to the ripples, and then her body, along with the grain, were all sucked in. When she returned, she appeared alone in front of the supermarket. But when Yun Xiao asked her to try and see if she could go somewhere else, she stated that she seemed to be stopped by a wall. So much so that after she came from over there, her biggest range of movement was only this grain and oil supermarket. The two had another friendly and in-depth discussion. After that, they fell into silence at the same time. In the middle of the day, Yun Xiao was the first to break the awkwardness and opened her mouth to say, "In other words, you're the queen of the Yuan Nian ISIS country? Your people there lack food and live in a dire situation?" Mi Miaoying nodded her head, a pair of beautiful phoenix eyes gazing at Yun Xiao at all times, as if she was trying to discern some clues from Yun Xiao's eyes. But what she saw was only shock, excitement, and some ineffability and unbelievability. "Your father was killed by the barbarians, you want your subjects and people to live a good life and then go to the barbarians to take revenge?" Yun Xiao continued to ask. "Aha!" Mi Miaoying nodded her head with certainty. "All the people under you can't get in, but only you can?" Yun Xiao said. "That's right." Hearing these words, Yun Xiao only felt a mess in his heart. Seeing that Yun Xiao stopped speaking for a long time, this time it was Mi Miaoying's turn to ask. "Your country has a population of 1.3 billion? With advanced equipment and food savings?" "Aha!" Yun Xiao said. "You all have enough to eat and wear every day, and the rich people can live in big houses that are even more beautiful than our palaces?" Mi Miaoying continued to ask. "Right." Yun Xiao nodded his head. "You guys don't need to go to war, you just need new technology?" Mi Miaoying said. "Aha!" Yun Xiao said. After inquiring for a long time, Mi Miaoying's eyes were not only envious, but more than that, they were shocked. "If only the people of our country were half as happy as you guys." Mi Miaoying was envious. These words tinged with sadness caused a stabbing pain in Yun Xiao's heart. Only after a long time, he said with a red face, "In fact, I am also just an ordinary person, not the god in your mouth, there is no god in this world." "Oh." Mi Miaoying let out an intriguing sound from her mouth, and then continued, "My father as emperor left me a jade wish, it should be enough to offset some of your food, right?" Previously, she had bought quite a lot with gold ingots, and this time with the jade rui, the other party should agree. "As long as your jade ruin is not fake, I promise to do my best to help you." Yun Xiao raised his chin and patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. I definitely won't lie to you. This jade rui was delivered to me by my father on his deathbed, it is definitely not fake." Mi Miaoying said sincerely. Afterwards, Mi Miaoying left again. Before leaving, Yun Xiao asked her to wait. He purposely ran to the supermarket across the street and prepared 2 large cases of mineral water for her. Mi Miaoying was grateful, stating that as long as Yun Xiao could save her people, she was willing to do whatever it took, and as she spoke, her flushed face carried a touch of shyness, almost giving her body in marriage. After Mi Miaoying left, Yun Xiao thought carefully. No wonder his grain supermarket had a connection with people from other dimensions, it turned out to be caused by that strange ripple in front of the supermarket's door. What exactly is that ripple about? Contemplating for a long time, Yun Xiao took out his cell phone and searched the internet for a long time without finding an answer. Yawning. "Hi. Whatever. Can make money on the line." At dawn, Yun Xiao, carrying the jade rui, once again stepped into the antique store. The boss saw Yun Xiao and immediately greeted him warmly, asking, "Little brother, you're here?" Chapter 5, Finally there is water. This time, Yun Xiao realized that the boss was accompanied by an elderly man in his 80s. At a glance, one could tell that this elder had an extraordinary relationship with the boss. "Little brother, this is my uncle, the most senior appraiser in the antique market." The owner of the antique store introduced with a big smile, before waiting for Yun Xiao to open his mouth. Yun Xiao nodded his head slightly in a gesture. Previously, he only wanted to come to confirm whether the gold ingot was an antique or not. But this time, he was aiming to take a big order and was eager to realize his wealth freedom in one fell swoop. However, facing the person in front of him, Yun Xiao still had a trace of doubt in his heart, so he asked towards the old man, "Dare I ask, uncle, your name?" "Su Mao Shang." The old man replied with a smile. Yun Xiao was silent, quickly took out his cell phone and searched online. As expected, there is relevant information about Su Maosheng on the internet, and he is also a big name in the antique world. Only then did Yun Xiao feel relieved and took out the jade rui and placed it in front of the old man. As soon as the old man saw the jade rui, he was instantly shocked and dumbfounded by what was in front of him. He had originally thought that he would be satisfied with Yun Xiao's gold ingots, but he had not expected that this little brother would be a jade rui right out of the gate. Su Maosheng didn't drag his feet, picking up a magnifying glass and carefully observing it. Consistent with what his nephew Su Fenghua said, this thing does not look like a freshly unearthed object, but rather like a treasure that has been treasured for a long time. The color, feel, and year were all correct. Unfortunately, he had never heard of such a thing being unearthed in the Yuan dynasty. On the contrary, the traditional script on the top of the jade ruby seems to be from the imperial palace. But the year of the drought, the people are in deep water. Where did such a valuable thing come from? Thinking for a moment, Su Mashing looked gloomy, said to Yun Xiao, "Little brother, the market is known to have unearthed 160 pieces of jade ruby. The highest price is the Qianlong era, priced at 3 million. But this one of yours, I really have never heard of it. If you're willing, I'll offer you $1 million to recover it. What do you think?" 1 million, indeed less. After all, Mi Miaoying had said that this was a relic left to her by her father. But there's no way, in order to realize wealth freedom in one go, the jade ruin must be offered. Good. Yun Xiao revealed a look of having never seen the world. It was a deal. Su Maoxing's face blossomed into an expression of delight. After transferring the money to Yun Xiao, Su Maoxing handed Yun Xiao a business card. "Little brother, if there are still good things, feel free to contact me." Su Maoxing's words just fell. Yun Xiao's heart moved. He still had some gold ingots. Would have liked to sell all those gold ingots along with it. But after thinking about it, the encounter with Mi Miaoying is after all a period of strange fate, or leave some thoughts in the bottom of the box. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Yun Xiao nodded and turned around to walk outside. Coming out from the antique market, Yun Xiao took out his cell phone and directly dialed a call to the stockist. "Hello, please send 1,000 pounds of rice and 2,000 pounds of white flour to Jiwan Grain and Oil Supermarket. Oh yeah, and the kind of vat of mineral water for drinking fountains." The supplier hesitated slightly and said, "Rice, white flour are not a problem, but we grain and oil supermarket to go into the mineral water. I can give you an increase," Yun Xiao said. "Good Lu. I promise to deliver on time." The other end of the cell phone came from the supplier's cheerful laughter. Back to the supermarket, Yun Xiao and carefully calculated. Remove the cost of goods, he earned a total of 1.1 million. It's awesome. Sit and wait for the big business at night. At midnight, Mi Miaoying really appeared in the supermarket. Seeing the grain that was full, Mi Miaoying's eyes flashed with a color of relief, and then placed a cloth bag in Yun Xiao's hand. "Okay." Yun Xiao gave a gesture to Mi Miaoying, and she stepped out. Of course, the moment Mi Miaoying went out, those grains that she had paid for also disappeared. Mi Miaoying then went and returned. "If you can, please help me prepare some medicines. The plague is rampant in the city during the great drought." Yun Xiao understood as soon as he heard it. "No problem." Mi Miaoying looked at the cloth bag in Yun Xiao's hand. "If this is not enough, I will bring more next time." "If this is not enough, I will bring more next time." Yun Xiao laughed. The gold ingots given by Mi Miaoying could be exchanged for quite a few medicines. Moreover, in the Dragon Kingdom, pharmacies were everywhere. Wanting to buy some medicine was really not a difficult task for Yun Xiao. Who let the people of the Isis country be in deep water? It was thought that medicines must be very scarce and precious to them. So even though this was beyond the scope of the grain and oil supermarket's selling range, Yun Xiao still had no choice but to do it. He felt it was worth it. After Mi Miaoying left, Yun Xiao had a good sleep. Early in the morning, he rode an electric donkey and went around to pharmacies to buy medicines. Because of the purchase of more medicines, Yun Xiao simply left the address of the store, so that they directly sent over. After that, I ordered a lot of them on a takeaway app. In total, it cost a total of $100,000. At night, Mi Miaoying's figure arrived as promised. This time, she brought 5 whole cloth bags to Yun Xiao. The corners of Yun Xiao's lips rose as he asked towards Mi Miaoying, "Do you recognize the words on this box?" Mi Miaoying looked at it and shook her head. "No." "Fine." Since Mi Miaoying didn't recognize it, Yun Xiao definitely had to help. So finding a carbon pen, Yun Xiao translated all the words above each box into traditional Chinese, and then carefully wrote them on one stroke at a time. Mi Miaoying looked deeply at the serious-looking Yun Xiao and said, "Many thanks." When he finished writing the note, Yun Xiao then followed the indications and adverse reactions and pasted them all on top of the medicine box. After doing all this, he heard Mi Miaoying's somewhat shy voice ringing in his ears, "If this medicine works, I will come back to you." Yun Xiao smiled brightly. "Okay, you just have to use it according to the instructions I wrote. It's definitely not a problem." After Mi Miaoying left, Yun Xiao held the heavy cloth bag and counted the gold ingots. His heart had long been happy. If he continued at this rate, he would be more than just rich. If he got it right, he would be the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. Yun Shao didn't think much and laid down to sleep. He was sleeping soundly on this side, but he didn't know that the entire group of ministers and people of Isis on Mi Miao Yin's side stayed up all night. There is water. With water we are saved. The ministers were so excited that they couldn't help themselves, crying and laughing, laughing and crying. The people outside the city rushed to Mi Miao Yin's side and witnessed her pouring water into bowls and distributing it to everyone. Mi Miao Yin smiled without saying a word and stood in the center of the crowd, showing them the medicine box. The words on top of the medicine box were neatly written, describing that it could cure the plague. Seeing this scene, the people of the entire Isis country wept with joy. All of them had gathered in groups of 3 or 5 and hugged each other and lost their voices. 5 years. They had waited for 5 whole years. Finally, there's water. Unfortunately, there's not enough water. If only there was more water, they could resume cultivating the land and live well. Chapter 6 Amazing Dress Up. Finally, the day dawned. The food purchased by Mi Miao Yin earlier, along with the existing reserves, made it possible for every household in the entire Isis country to share some. Some of the people couldn't hold back their inner excitement and went straight to the palace holding rice and white flour. Thank you, Your Majesty, thank you, God. The country of Isis has been saved. I never imagined that we in the kingdom of Isis would be blessed by the gods and be able to eat the same rice and white flour as the gods. This is truly a blessing that has come in 8 lifetimes. Fragrance. It really smells good. After the people had received their grain, they expected to receive water as well. However, what they waited for was a large medicine box that looked like craft paper. Some of the people who could read and write recognized the words "Cure the Plague" on the boxes and were overcome with tears of excitement. It has been 5 years since the drought struck Isis. During these 5 years, the plague was constant and the people suffered greatly. Now with this food and medicine, it was as if they saw the hope of life. Mi Miao Yin walked out of the imperial city and commanded Lu Xian and other generals and ministers, "Quickly go. Distribute the medicine to the people." Your Majesty. This group of ministers looked at each other in dismay, wanting to say something. There are only so many medicines, and there are people inside the imperial city who have come down with the plague. It doesn't seem right to give the medicines to the people first. Your Majesty, it's better to leave these medicines in the palace for emergencies. Yes. The entire people of Isis are counting on you in case. Your Majesty. Seeing that the ministers were agitated, Mi Miao Yin waved her hand and said, "If there is a country, then there are people, and if there are people, then there is a country. If the people are in trouble, the country will exist in name only. Let's give the people their share first, and I'll think of a way to get the rest." When the ministers heard this, they were overwhelmed with emotion. If Isis could have such a queen who thought of the people, they would have no regrets even if they had to die. Thinking of their family members who had contracted the plague, the ministers wept with joy. After wiping their tears and expressing their gratitude towards Mi Miao Yin, they followed her instructions to distribute all the medicines to the people. Early in the morning, Yun Shao had just opened the shuttered door of the store when Mi Miao Yin walked in. Coincidentally, the two of them bumped into each other. "I need a lot of medicine, food, and water. Buy as much as you can, okay?" Yun Shao blushed and retreated 2 steps and said, "Understood." Today's Mi Miao Yin was extraordinarily beautiful, and seemed to have deliberately freshened up. A clean and sharp white long dress, with a white jade hairpin on her head, the whole person looked radiant. If it was seen by other men, they would surely be tempted. Yun Shao looked at the living beauty in front of him who seemed to have walked out of a scroll, and stammered with a red face, "How did you change your clothes today?" Mi Miao Yin's face was slightly red. She suddenly realized that this owner of the grain and oil supermarket was actually very handsome, and she seemed to be quite fond of him. In order to be able to feed and clothe the people of the Isis country, she deliberately dressed up carefully today. If it was in the country of Isis, this kind of thing she would never do, and she would not even use her eyes to look at those men who were thinking about her. However, once she thought of her family and country's great revenge yet to be avenged, when necessary, what's the harm in sacrificing a bit of color? Mi Miao Yin persuaded herself in her mind, gathered enough courage, handed Yun Shao the box of the cell phone and said, "This is my behalf of the people of the country of Isis, to send you a little gift, please accept it." Yun Shao originally wanted to refuse, but once he heard Mi Miao Yin say that this is on behalf of the people of Isis, after a moment of hesitation, he still accepted it. Receiving the box in Mi Miao Yin's hand, Yun Shao only felt as if the box weighed 1,000 pounds. This box is very strange. There are several layers, bright colors without losing the ancient style. It seems that there are brightly colored fabrics inside. Yun Xiao put the box aside and Min Miao Yin's voice came from his ears. Open it and see what's inside. Good. Yun Xiao's cheeks blushed slightly and nodded. Carefully pulling open the first box, Yun Xiao only felt a golden light in front of him. Good guy. The first layer of gifts was enough to blind him. It was more than 100 gold ingots. Wait, in addition to the gold ingots, there are also soft gold belts, gold headdresses, and so on, adding up to a total of a dozen kinds. Looking at these things, Yun Xiao's heart couldn't help but flutter gently. The moment he raises his eyes to meet Ni Miaoyin's gaze, his cheeks turn even redder. What's underneath? Ni Miaoyin smiled coyly. This is something the people gave you, so I naturally want to know what's underneath. Why don't you open it and take a look? Yun Xiao took a deep breath, which opened the second layer of the box. This layer, the eyes are still gold jewelry, but how there is a purse under the gold jewelry? The purse does not look very conspicuous, but it is fragrant. It is estimated that from a distance of more than 10 meters away can be clearly audible. Just don't know who can have such a pair of skillful hands, can embroider such exquisite purse. Thinking like this, Yun Xiao smoothly opened the third layer. Inside the third layer there was no longer gold ornaments, but a piece of emerald color. A turquoise color made Yun Xiao almost think that he was in a turquoise blue. Although Yun Xiao hadn't done much research on these things, anyone who thought about it would know that these things must be worth a lot of money, and it could also be seen that the person who prepared the gift was very attentive. Yun Xiao opened the last drawer. This layer was also all jadeite. The color of this layer is different from the previous layer: red, yellow, black, purple, and other different colors. After looking at it for a while, Yun Xiao's eyes fell on a natural pearl the size of a pigeon's egg. The color of each pearl inside was very round and beautiful enough to make people move their eyes. Looking at these so-called small gifts, Yun Xiao was instantly confused. These are the small gifts you're talking about? Ni Miaoyin nodded seriously and said, yes, they are all small things, not worth mentioning. If you are not satisfied, I will ask someone to prepare it next time. Ni Miaoyin was worried that Yun Xiao would be unhappy and hurriedly said. Ah? Yun Xiao was stunned. Next time? Even if he was not at all clear on what the value of these things were, they were obviously very expensive, and in Ni Miaoyin's mouth they were actually all trinkets? There really was a gap between an ordinary person and an empress. Looking at these valuable things, Yun Xiao showed a straight face and was ready to talk to Ni Miaoyin. But just as he was about to open his mouth, he didn't expect Ni Miaoyin to actually be the first to speak up. I know what you're trying to say. Are you trying to say that these things are too expensive and you're not willing to accept them? Looking at the box, Ni Miaoyin continued, I do not deny that these things are very expensive, but the things you give to the people of Isis are equally expensive. Isis has been without water and food for 5 whole years, and I don't know how many people pass away every day. No matter how valuable these jewels are, they are not as valuable as the lives of so many people in Isis. You have done so much for us by helping us prepare food, and by racking your brains to prepare medicines for us, that it is only reasonable that Isis should return the favor. Your great kindness to us is not something that can be exchanged for all this paper and gold. You are a great benefactor and righteousness to us, so these things, you deserve them. Looking at Ni Miaoyin's firm eyes, Yun Xiao could not refuse and could only sigh and say, all right, then I'll accept the honor. Chapter 7: Difficulties in Choices. To Yun Xiao, these gold ingots and emeralds are indeed important. But to Isis, those grains and water were equally crucial. It turned out that both of them were exchanging what they didn't really care about for what the other side needed the most. Since this was the case, there was no need for Yun Xiao to be melodramatic. Finding a hidden place to put the box, Yun Xiao turned around to see Ni Miaoyin pulling out a pile of rice paper from her arms. Receiving the rice paper, Yun Xiao even had the corners of his mouth twitching. There's so many things, I'm not sure if I can buy them. If we buy too many things here, it will alert the so-called government on your side. In case of an investigation, I might be arrested. Why don't we do this? I'll leave these here and see if I can find a way to help you. Okay. Then I'll come back at noon to check the situation. Ni Miaoyin's eyes flashed with complex emotions as she turned around and was about to walk towards the outside. But when she was about to go out, she suddenly saw the cell phone placed on top of Yun Xiao's shelves, so she asked towards Yun Xiao, what is this thing? Cell phone. Yun Xiao was still worried about the preparations and casually said so. Who knows, Ni Miaoyin's next words made Yun Xiao almost vomit blood. What kind of machine is a cell phone? Only then did Yun Xiao react and looked at Ni Miaoyin and said gently, cell phone is a communication tool in our modern times. I basically can't get away from the cell phone when I help you guys get goods. It has a great role and a wide range of uses. I will have the opportunity to slowly teach you later. With this you can buy goods? Mi Miaoying obviously has a strong interest in cell phones. Towards Yunxiao then said, if I use gold to buy your cell phone, is it also possible to buy goods? Yunxiao was speechless for a while, and in the end, he could only patiently explain to Mi Miaoying, so the cell phone has to have a network, and is a modern communication appliance. Mi Miaoying's eyes flashed with disappointment, and then fell on Yunxiao, seemingly pinning all her hopes on him. She wanted to say that apart from the things on top of the list, she wanted to ask Yunxiao if he could find a way to help them get more water for the ISIS country. With water, the problem of the great drought would be solved and the plague would naturally disperse. And as long as there was a large amount of water, they could resume cultivating their land. In this way, the people of the whole country of ISIS would all have enough to eat and wear, and in the future, they would not need to worry about the invasion of barbarians, and would be able to benefit the generations to come. However, the words that came to her lips were eventually swallowed by Mi Miaoying. She knew that Yunxiao had already helped them too much, and many things could only be done slowly, and must not be rushed. Fang Ruo and Lu Xian had been waiting below the city wall for a long time. Ever since they heard that Her Majesty had gone to buy food today, the two of them had been standing guard here. At this moment, seeing Her Majesty walk out from inside, and there were still neatly yards of grain under the city wall, the two of them immediately hugged each other and cried tears of joy. In the entire country of Isis, even they in the palace had nothing to eat, let alone the people outside. Many of the people heard that the palace was distributing food, and more people gathered, all of them skinny and bony, as if they would not be able to survive soon. Many people thought of coming to the palace to wait for the food to be distributed, and one by one, the consumption is getting bigger and bigger. Fang Ruo and Lu Xian were guilty of worrying about how this matter would be resolved when they saw the grain underneath the city wall, and the two were thrilled. Your Majesty, the gods are truly amazing. How in the world did he do that? Could it be that the grain planted over there could be harvested in just one day? The corners of Mi Miaoying's mouth rose. You've said that he's a god. Since he's a god, what can't he do, let alone these grains? What are you talking about? Why don't you call someone to distribute the grain? No. Fang Ruo and Lu Xian didn't dare to say more, and hurriedly called for people to help distribute the grain together. After Mi Miaoying left, Yunxiao was worried. Continuing like this is definitely not a long-term solution. According to Mi Miaoying's words, if he wanted to develop the ISIS country, it was far from enough to rely only on these grains that he had purchased, and it would also be easy to arouse others' suspicion if he continued like this. Thinking for a moment, Yunxiao simply took out his cell phone and browsed the news related to how he could drill on it. After a few minutes of effort, it finally allowed Yunxiao to find one. Wanting to drill a well is not a difficult task, but if you want to drill a deep well, you need a high-frequency drill bit, and you need to have a power source. Good guy. Power supply. Snapped. Yunxiao slapped his head. Isn't solar energy a power source? There was also Mi Miaoying's favorite cell phone. Can't it be charged by generating electricity from potatoes? Wow. I am so smart. Thinking of this, Yunxiao didn't stop for a moment and immediately closed the store door and rode his electric donkey towards the solar power plant. Zhangcheng's solar power generation was in the suburbs. Yunxiao had just come out of the store when he received a call from his grandfather. Little brat, a day without work, I arranged a blind date for you, a moment to send you the address. Yunxiao has grown up with his grandfather since his parents died when he was a child, and he naturally doesn't want to disobey his grandfather. Unfortunately, he really has no intention of getting a blind date now. Not yet established. How to start a family? How? You little brat still don't want to? Go! Grandpa on the other end of the phone let out a rebuke. There is no way. Yunxiao can only grin. Well, Grandpa, you do not get angry, send me the address. Aha! Grandpa then grunted in satisfaction and promptly hung up the phone. Blind date? I go my ass. Kicking the phone in his pants pocket, Yunxiao drove straight towards the solar power plant. Waiting for the plant, Yunxiao, anxious to find the account manager, nodding bluntly said, Manager, you can teach me the installation method of solar power? The manager was asked by the cloud. Xiao froze. Half a day to come back to God, can be, but if you buy solar energy we are package installation. Package installation does not need, I help friends to buy, very far away. Yunxiao words turned then said, anyway, I have to go over, you teach me to install on it. After thinking about it, it seems that his excuse is a bit wrong. No matter how far all his friends live, as long as he can go over, why can't the installer go? So Yunxiao hastily changed his words, I mean, as long as you can teach me how to install, I can pay now. The manager encountered a lot of customers. But it was the first time he had seen one as if Yunxiao was so painstaking. Although this was a strange request, it would nevertheless save them a considerable amount of labor costs. Can. The manager nodded his head. Soon, it only took 10 minutes. Yun Xiao signed the relevant agreement with the manager and also paid the manager a deposit of $100,000. Of course, this is because Yun Xiao considered the country of ISIS is very large. If you use it at home, you cannot use so much money. And this set of solar energy equipment, enough to support more than a dozen plants. In other words, as long as Miao Yin's side was successfully installed, he would be able to ensure that the entire country of ISIS was lit up. Chapter 8: The Deal. Delivery within 3 days. The manager shook Yun Xiao's hand and said, "Okay, no problem." Yun Xiao wiped the sweat that was spilling out of his face and laughed. "By the way, you can just send me the video of the installation program." "Good," manager said. From the solar energy plant out, Yun Xiao went directly to the food market. But just after coming next to the food market, he changed his mind. Since he had money, why not go to a restaurant to treat himself properly? And behind him, there were infinite business opportunities. Right after Yun Xiao ordered his meal, an unfamiliar voice suddenly rang in his ears. Yun Xiao looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman wearing a dress with black and white flower dots, with endless mockery and contempt on her face. Eh? What the hell? This woman Yun Xiao didn't recognize at all. Could it be that he recognized the wrong person? Turning his head to look, there was no one behind him. Not waiting for Yun Xiao to open his mouth, the woman slowly came to Yun Xiao in front of Yun Xiao. Toward Yun Xiao contemptuous, "I go. I thought it was some kind of great character, but it turned out to be a piece of trash." As she spoke, Liang Shui stroked her skirt with a look of disgust. "Can see, Armani's skirt is indeed very expensive, but it is a pity that it is last year's style." Seeing that Yun Xiao did not speak, Liang Shui took out the Audi car keys and pressed it, and the Audi outside old. "I think that you, a boss who opens a grain and oil supermarket, even if you have a lifetime, you may not be able to afford to buy this Audi." "Oops. I forgot, a food and oil supermarket owner, I'm afraid even this meal money to save a month, right?" She looked at Yun Xiao. "Well, this face is not bad. Do you want me to introduce you to a model, sister?" TSK, what kind of grocery store do you want to open with this face?" The more crazy the woman's laughter, the more suspicious Yun Xiao's heart. Damn. What happened to the ghost at noon? Why is she looking at him in a bad way? However, Yun Xiao did not show this on his face, but opened his mouth as if nothing had happened. "Girl, you are quite good looking, but unfortunately you have bad breath. Did you wake up in the morning and not brush your teeth?" Liang Shui's voice came to an abrupt end, and then took a few breaths on her hand, smelled it, and then angrily said towards Yun Xiao. "Good for you, Yun Xiao, how dare you call me a shit eater?" Yun Xiao laughed, spread his hands and said, "I didn't say anything, that's what you said yourself." "Garbage. I will fight you," Liang Shui said, and charged towards Yun Xiao with open teeth and claws. "I go, what's the situation?" Not only did he open his mouth and curse, but he actually wanted to make a move? Can't it be that he was holding this woman's child before and jumped into a well? Why does she look at him so bad? Yun Xiao is not ambiguous, sitting in place without moving, only to wait for the fist to the face, only to reach out as if the snake hit 7 inches like holding the other wrist. "Girl, I don't know you at all, the first time we meet, I don't want to receive you so big gift," Yun Xiao said. As the words fell, Yun Xiao shook Liang Shui's wrist away and walked straight towards the outside. He just wanted to come to improve the food, but he didn't expect to meet a crazy person. Anyway, the current Yun Xiao wasn't that bad, so naturally, he wanted to hide far away. Who knows, Liang Shui actually chased out from inside the restaurant, pointing at Yun Xiao's back and angrily rebuking, "Yun Xiao, you wait for me, I won't let you live well." Yun Xiao's footsteps slightly paused. He did not bother with this woman, she actually not finished his knot? Why do you want to get on my bad side? Yun Xiao turned to look at the woman and asked. Liang Shui instantly reddened her eyes and her voice choked, "Why did you miss your appointment?" It turned out that Liang Shui was the person that Yun Xiao's grandfather wanted to introduce to Yun Xiao. And the location of the blind date just happened to be here. In other words, it means that Yun Xiao has left the person hanging here for several hours. "Yun Xiao, the marriage contract between the two families you cannot recognize, but you do not come to at least tell me, you hang me out to dry here like this, not to mention also to look down on people." Liang Shui wiped her aggravated tears and continued, "What's so great about you? Aren't you just the owner of a grain and oil supermarket? If my family wanted to open a grain and oil supermarket, we could open at least a dozen. Just like you want to be with me, I still don't care. Listening to the woman's hissing voice, Yun Xiao originally thought to go coax her and explain the reason to her. Who knows that the woman even spoke out of turn? I'll go home and let my dad buy your grain and oil supermarket, believe it or not. When the time comes, I will let my father drive you out of the supermarket. Seeing the woman say this, Yun Xiao had no choice but to pretend to compromise and said, well. As long as you have that ability, whatever. Not paying attention to what the woman said later, Yun Xiao rode his small electric donkey and quickly drove towards the grain and oil supermarket. However, Yun Xiao did not pay attention to his, just as he rode the electric donkey drive away, Liang Shui but with the shadowy eyes looking at him, Yun Xiao, I have not suffered from so much aggression since childhood, you give me to wait. Back to the grain and oil supermarket, the first thing Yun Xiao did was to pick up his cell phone and ordered a lot of drugs on it, and also searched online for drug manufacturers. So that he can buy directly from the manufacturer in the future, just say that the small store to help sell, and not to attract suspicion. Just after making all the preparations, Yun Xiao heard the sound of the door opening ringing out. Raising his eyes, he saw a shy Mi Miaoying. Mi Miaoying didn't say anything, her eyes sweeping around the grain before handing Yun Xiao a pile of thick paper. Yun Xiao was surprised to receive the paper handed over by Mi Miaoying, and at a closer look, it was actually a silver ticket, and immediately cried and laughed, that you will only give me gold ingots in the future, forget about the silver tickets. Mi Miaoying's eyes flashed with disbelief, I just want you to hold it more conveniently. Yun Xiao let out a bitter laugh and said, how can I explain this to you? We have gold as hard currency here, but silver tickets are not universal. That is to say that no one here recognizes silver tickets at all. Yun Xiao's words did not finish. Who knew if the silver ticket she was holding in her hand was considered an antique? But no matter what, after all, it is still gold that is a bit more reliable. Mi Miaoying agreed flatly that she could. This time, the food purchased from Yun Xiao here was enough to satiate the entire people of Isis. If they continued at this rate, they would soon be able to accumulate food. When the people of the Isis country are able to eat their fill, you prepare some good wine for me, I want to share a drink with the people of the Isis country. A joyful expression appeared on Mi Miaoying's face. Good. Yun Xiao nodded, wine was not a problem. However, Yun Xiao looked down and smiled after saying this. Wanting wine was definitely not a problem, the problem was he was thinking of something else. Chapter 9 Appointment. Once upon a time, Yun Xiao did not have money, and there were many things he did not even dare to think about. But now it was different, he had money and naturally had more ideas. If he could buy Mi Miaoying a Lamborghini and let her wear a 3-point bikini and drive swept in front of all the people of Isis, I wonder what kind of elegance that would be. Actually, I have one more thing to ask for. Mi Miaoying's next words interrupted the smile on Yun Xiao's face. You say. Yun Xiao said. I feel that if we keep going on like this, it is definitely not a long-term solution. If you can think of a way to help us get a water source, we will be able to farm on our own, and only then will the people of the Isis country be able to see hope. Mi Miaoying said. The problem you said I am also considering, I have already helped you purchase a solar energy next. Yun Xiao told Mi Miaoying all about the idea that solar energy can generate electricity, and with electricity you can drill wells. Mi Miaoying was shocked when she heard it, good. If you can really drill a well, I can't wait. After the two of them discussed for a while, Mi Miaoying left with the grain first and told Feng Ruo and Great General Lu Xian that she still had things to discuss with the owner of the small store. After Feng Ruo and Lu Xian heard this, the two of them looked at each other, the smile that curled up at the corner of their mouths spoke for itself. The owner of the small store was a god, and a man at that. No one else could find the small store, only their majesties could. That meant that the gods liked their sire? No wonder his majesty is dressed differently today, so it's a good man. Ha ha ha. What's different? Our majesty is called the closed moonshine flower. Your majesty, go ahead. It's okay with us. We're fine. If you're busy, you don't have to come back tonight, it's fine with us. Ha 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 he he. The two of them, one by one, turned around and ran towards the palace. Mi Miaoying's heart was puzzled for a while, she wanted to clean them up a bit, but in the end, she let out a bitter smile and shook her head, turning around and walking towards the supermarket. When Mi Miaoying returned, she took out another cloth bag in her hand and handed it to Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao took the bag and smiled at Mi Miaoying, there were 20 gold ingots inside. Good guy. An empress is an empress, she is generous. These gold ingots are worth more than $1 million. Yun Xiao put away the gold ingots, pointed to the list in the cell phone and said, "The medicine you need, I've already let the manufacturer ship, it may take a few days to arrive, don't be anxious." Mi Miaoing looked at Yun Xiao, the inside of her eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of something, making Yun Xiao somewhat unreadable. However, that unreadable thing, I'm afraid that only people who have been there know, that is the love that is budding. I am not in a hurry. Mi Miaoing blinked her phoenix eyes and said. Of course, it wasn't that there was no hurry. So many people in the ISIS country had gotten the plague, it was impossible to say that it was not urgent. Just that, some things definitely need to be taken one step at a time, even if one is in a hurry, what problem can be solved? She also wanted to let all the people of ISIS live a good life in the shortest possible time. Unfortunately, her ability was limited, and she was still counting on Yun Xiao for some things. In the future, when I help the people to relieve the plague, I may have less time to visit you. Mi Miaoing said with a little regret in her tone. Yun Xiao was stunned for a while, the straight man simply didn't understand what Mi Miaoing meant by these words. After a moment of silence, he still opened his mouth and said, "During the day, you go to help the people, and you always have to go back to the palace at night, and it doesn't seem to be hard to come and see me." His voice was small, so small that only the two of them, himself and Mi Miaoing, could hear him clearly. He did not know why he would say such words, the two people are just an employment relationship. But the words that seemed strange to Yun Xiao were still blurted out by him sheepishly. Mi Miaoing obviously hadn't thought that Yun Xiao would say this, it seems that he doesn't resent her, good. After leaving these words, Mi Miaoing once again walked towards the outside of the supermarket. Many of the palace maids, seeing Mi Miaoing return, all expressed surprise. One of them said in surprise, "Didn't our queen go on a date with a god, why did she come back so quickly?" Another said, "It's not possible that she was rejected by the gods, right?" One said, "So will the gods still help us in the future?" The next one, "I don't know, we'd better go to see His Majesty first." When several palace maids walked towards Mi Miaoing, they saw their Majesty turn around and run back towards the wall. This. Go find Feng Ruo. Our sire won't be unable to think straight just because he was rejected by the gods, right? Several palace maids said, each with an anxious look as they quickly walked towards the palace. But right at this moment, several palace maids suddenly saw their Majesties walking towards the wall again. The palace maids looked at each other. What's going on? His Majesty isn't really irritated, is he? Quickly, go tell Feng Ruo. As the words fell, a few palace maids trotted all the way towards the palace. A few other palace maids looked at the wall that His Majesty had left and were even more confused. Some of them frowned and subconsciously reached out to touch it. But there was nothing else on top of the wall except for the moss that had accumulated over the years. A few moments later, Feng Ruo came sniffing, "What's wrong?" Just now and I saw His Majesty change his clothes, freshen up nicely, and then went to find the gods, but not a moment later, His Majesty came out. A palace maid said. Another palace maid also followed and nodded her head in succession. When His Majesty came out, he looked nervous, like he had encountered some kind of difficulty. It couldn't be that he confessed his love to the gods and was rejected by them, right? Feng Ruo looked grave, "Not really? Our Majesty isn't that shallow, even if she really has a crush on a god, she wouldn't be able to say it so bluntly. Why don't you two try and see if you can get in?" Feng Ruo thought for a moment and said towards two of the court ladies. "Aha! Good." The two palace maids tried, but unfortunately, they couldn't walk in at all. As long as they were close to the wall, they would be hit until their heads were bleeding. At this moment, Feng Ruo came to a realization. She and General Lu Xian were able to go in, that was because they followed His Majesty and were blessed by the gods. But these palace maids couldn't. They couldn't even enter at all, let alone see the grain supermarket. I'm afraid they couldn't even see the ruins. Mi Miaoing naturally didn't know that the palace maids outside were already in a hurry. She opened the door of the grain and oil supermarket in a huff and said towards Yun Xiao, "This way, I will come to see you every night in the future, and we will discuss the countermeasures that will enable the rise of the ISIS kingdom." Seeing Mi Miaoing as if she were a little girl, Yun Xiao nodded with a smile and said, "Good. What doesn't modern technology have?" Wanting to change the status quo of the ISIS country is not a problem at all for Yun Xiao. Saying that, Yun Xiao opened a can of lunch meat, reached out and handed it to Mi Miaoing. "Come on. I'm treating you." Chapter 10, Is Gold Enough? Mi Miaoing showed some resistance at first, but she saw firmness on Yun Xiao's face. Thus, Mi Miaoing still tasted a shallow bite suspiciously. What is this? It's really delicious. In a moment, Mi Miaoing was in awe of the luncheon meat. Yun Xiao pointed to the side counter and laughed. In the past, the store's business was not good, so I didn't prepare these, and now thanks to you taking care of. Before his voice fell, Yun Xiao suddenly thought of something, his eyes lit up and then said, "You can bring all these things back, as a little return to the people of the Isis country from me. These things you put in the palace, 10 days and half a month will not expire." Looking at Mi Miaoyin's puzzled eyes, Yun Xiao continued to explain, "Well, this is vacuum packed, and there is also a small amount of additives inside, so it can be stored in the air for a long time." Mi Miaoyin's eyes flashed with a look of understanding, nodded towards Yun Xiao and said, "This is good. How many more of these are there? I'll take them all." Yun Xiao nodded, and then took the various newly prepared canned delicacies, as well as some marinated eggs and tea eggs, ham sausages, cakes, 8 treasures congee, sweet corn, instant noodles, and meat floss and other food items, and one by one, she let Mi Miaoyin taste them all. Mi Miaoyin was careful at first until she took the initiative to do it later. "Anyway, there will be plenty of time in the future, as long as you like, I will prepare it for you." In fact, Yun Xiao hadn't thought that much at all when he said this. After all, between him and Mi Miaoyin, it was just a sales relationship. But who knew that Yun Xiao's sentence would cause Mi Miaoyin's cheeks to redden from her ears to her heels all at once? After that, Yun Xiao pointed to the vat of mineral water that he had entered and said, "These waters, which I have specially prepared for you, can effectively avoid diarrhea, avoid wounds from becoming inflamed, or harboring parasites." Speaking of diarrhea, Yun Xiao suddenly thought that the plague of many people in Isis was probably related to diarrhea. So he hurriedly looked at his cell phone and specifically dialed a call out to the manufacturer of a certain special spirit. And Mi Miaoyin also said that after the people had used Yun Xiao's medicine, many of their symptoms had been effectively alleviated and controlled. Still the same as last time, Yun Xiao took those canned goods and other videos and rewrote the product descriptions in traditional Chinese characters all over again, and then carefully pasted them on top of each package. Time flies. Mi Miaoyin looked at the time, although some of the intention is not yet finished, seems to want to listen to Yun Xiao say more about the world she does not understand, but obviously at this time she should leave. When she was leaving, Mi Miaoyin asked towards Yun Xiao, "Is the gold I gave you enough?" "Enough." Yun Xiao smiled and said. In fact, Mi Miaoyin had already given Yun Xiao quite a few gold ingots, causing Yun Xiao to be embarrassed to ask now. Who knew that Mi Miaoyin misunderstood Yun Xiao's meaning and thought that Yun Xiao had messed up because of her dress today? She originally did not want to seduce people with her color, but for the sake of the people of the country of Isis, Mi Miaoyin had to stick to her heart. Heart inexplicably rose a ripple. Mi Miaoyin rare coy smile said, "Do not be like this, how much can be, as long as you open price." She didn't want to take advantage of others, she just felt that it was all for the sake of the people of Isis. Yun Xiao looked at Mi Miaoyin, still pursed lips, did not say anything. There was no other way. Mi Miaoyin could only take out another cloth bag, and asked Yun Xiao tentatively, "Do you think this is enough?" "Enough is enough. It's already too much." Yun Xiao laughed. "Indeed, it is enough. A gold ingot is $50,000. Just now Mi Miaoyin had already given 20, worth 1 million, and now another 20, that's a whole 2 million. These $2 million, not to mention the food in the food supermarket, I'm afraid that according to the normal market price is not even a problem to buy this food supermarket." "Good, then I will go back first. The day after tomorrow night I will come again, to see if the rest of the drugs can arrive," Mi Miaoyin said. "Good." Yun Xiao nodded his head. Although her mouth said so, but Mi Miaoyin wanted to take a step, obviously slowed down, seems to be a little reluctant to give up. Yun Xiao also did not urge, who let Mi Miaoyin be his number one gold master? Finally, Mi Miaoyin walked out towards the outside as if she had slowed down her movements. Yun Xiao also stood in front of the store, waving his hand towards Mi Miaoyin, like a pair of lovers who are about to part, but are reluctant to part. "Your Majesty, the slave girl is dying of anxiety. If you don't come out, the slave girl is going to go crazy." "Your Majesty, the god said that? Did he hurt you?" "Your Majesty, will the gods still help the people of Isis in the future?" Fang Ruo and a few palace maids looked at Mi Miaoyin with anxious faces. Mi Miaoyin shook her head helplessly. "Where do you all start with these words?" Afterwards, she looked at the various canned goods that were neatly stacked in the corner and casually opened one of them. "You guys, try what's this?" Fang Ruo. Courtesan. Several people smelled the meaty aroma coming from inside the luncheon meat, and their tongues immediately secreted saliva. As early as when Mi Miaoyin's grandfather was alive, there was a rule in their country that cattle and sheep could not be slaughtered at random, and they had to be used for farming. It was also because of this one rule that caused the country of Isis to not have anyone smell the flavor of meat for a long time. Fang Ruo was the first to receive the lunch meat and tasted a bite. After this bite, it was as if the whole person was instantly in a paradise. This flavor, it was simply too delicious. Subsequently, Feng Ruo passed the can to the palace maid beside her, and so on, they passed it down one by one, and soon finished the bottle of canned food. However, those court ladies were still licking their lips, obviously not satisfied. Hurry up and distribute all these things to the people, Ni Miaoyin ordered. No. Feng Ruo and the others spoke in unison. This night, the canned food that Ni Miaoyin brought back was secretly left behind by Feng Ruo. After nightfall, the bonfire in the palace compound was lit up, and even the spirits that had been treasured for a long time were taken out by Feng Ruo. Everyone sat around the bonfire, and Feng Ruo asked General Lu Xian to invite His Majesty again. After seeing this, Ni Miaoyin did not blame Feng Ruo, but rather sat with everyone like a child who could not withstand the encouragement in general. The sounds of jumping and cheering suddenly rang out as Ni Miaoyin clinked glasses with Feng Ruo and Lu Xian. It had been a long time since they had been this cheerful. While eating the delicious canned food and pushing the cups together, the entire palace was lit up and they simply couldn't stop. These things, we don't have them at all in ISIS. I'm worried that you guys have eaten bad stomachs. If you have problems, you can take some medicine, Ni Miaoyin said. But Feng Ruo and Lu Xian and the others had never eaten these things at all. Even though their Queen Majesty had already given the word, they still couldn't stop. Understood, Your Majesty. Feng Ruo bit sweet corn in his mouth and said vaguely towards Ni Miaoyin. Chapter 11 Crisis. I don't know who once said that happy times are always short. After a night of revelry, Feng Ruo and Lu Xian and the other palace maids and generals all cried red eyes. In 5 years, they had gone through many things, even experiencing life and death when they were starving. But even in the most difficult days, they didn't cry. This time, because they were happy, but they really cried red eyes. It was as if yesterday they were still worrying about food and sighing, but today they saw hope. Every single one of them looked at Ni Miaoyin with bated breath, hoping that she would go to the gods and bring back more delicious food that would feed and clothe the people of the country of ISIS, and would allow them to successfully lift this disaster and plague. At this moment, there were suddenly noisy noises coming from outside the palace. Obviously there were stragglers causing trouble. Ni Miaoyin asked Lu Xian to go out and take a look. He didn't go out for long before he realized that there were more and more people making trouble, obviously prepared. These people kept clamoring outside the palace, so loud that even inside the palace could hear them clearly. Ni Miaoyin got up and just arrived at the entrance of the palace, when she saw some people outside yelling loudly, begging Your Majesty to give the antidote. Your Majesty, no one inside the palace has gotten the plague, so I'm sure the palace has the antidote. I can't understand the people in the palace who say every day that they do it for the sake of the people, but if you have the antidote, why do you use it for yourselves but not give it to the people? Do you want these people to die of disease? There were several hundred stragglers outside the palace, and they clearly didn't have Ni Miaoyin, Her Majesty, in their sights, so much so that even ordinary stragglers dared to speak out in front of her. Ni Miaoyin looked at the person who spoke. This person was tall and dark-looking, with a gangly demeanor, not a good person at first glance. And these stragglers were obviously organized by him. Ni Miaoyin knew this person. Many times when she distributed food to the people, this person would repeat himself several times, clearly a person who loved to take advantage. If Ni Miaoyin was right, this person either received favors from the barbarians or was a pure landlubber. Seeing Ni Miaoyin walk out from inside the palace, Li Si hurriedly shouted, His Majesty has come out, let's quickly beg His Majesty to give us the antidote. Ni Miaoyin stood at the entrance of the palace, her face grim as she looked at the people around her. His Majesty does not have the antidote, please retreat. Lu Xian roared towards the stragglers. Li Si was unimpressed in the face of such a situation and hemmed and hawed towards Ni Miaoyin. Your Majesty, if you say there is no antidote, then there is no antidote? He had been guarding the vicinity of the palace for many days. Previously, he also witnessed Ni Miaoyin leading the generals and palace maidens to distribute the antidote to everyone. Li Si really couldn't understand why His Majesty had the antidote for the people but not for him. At this time, an old woman walked out from the corner of the palace. The old woman was covered with blood and her eyes were cloudy. It seemed that she had a ghost in her heart and had done something wrong to His Majesty, so she didn't dare to look up at Ni Miaoyin at all. Li Si pulled out a pill and waved it in front of everyone to prove that he wasn't lying. Those stragglers who were always underfed and tortured by the plague saw the medicine in Li Si's hand, and their eyes instantly shone. That was the hope that would allow them to survive. They had been starving for a long time without food before. Just barely able to solve the problem of food and clothing, only to be tormented by the plague again. Your Majesty, you obviously have the antidote, why don't you give it to us? Your Majesty says all day long that you do it for the sake of the people. Is this how you love your subjects? As Li Si's words fell, all the stragglers around him knelt at Miaoyin's feet, speaking in unison. Please give the antidote, Your Majesty. Please give the antidote, Your Majesty. Please, Your Majesty, give us a way to live, we don't want to die. Looking at the scene in front of her, Miaoyin's heart was like a knife twisting. But she really didn't have the antidote now. Last night she went to the grain and oil supermarket, and Yanxiao clearly told her that those medicines would have to wait for at least 3 days, and if she encountered troublesome things on the way, she might have to wait for a week. Seeing that Miaoyin didn't say anything, Li Si carried the old woman to Miaoyin in one go and threatened towards the old woman, say, "Was it His Majesty who distributed the antidote to you before?" Hearing that His Majesty was able to distribute the antidote to these people, many people's eyes went straight. The old woman had already been beaten to death and would not let go. The old woman's child rushed over and grabbed Li Si and angrily rebuked, "You pigs and dogs, you've already eaten my brother and sister before, what more do you want?" A 7-year-old little boy with eyes full of hatred, that gaze could almost kill. However, how could the 7-year-old little boy Li Si put it in his eyes? Bang! Li Si kicked the little boy aside with a single kick. "Don't want anything? If His Majesty doesn't give the antidote, I will drink your blood." Since they had already eaten the antidote given by His Majesty, the antidote would definitely flow inside the blood. Even if they couldn't eat the antidote, as long as they drank their blood, there might be a hope for them to live. In the face of life and death, all people are selfish, no one wants unrelated people to live. Miaoyin stepped forward with a big stride, and with a swish, she drew out the sword on Lu Xian's waist, and with a sweep of the sword, she directly severed Li Si's head. The body and head were separated, and blood burst out. This scene was shocking. The stragglers who were kneeling in front of the palace just now to make trouble showed horror in their eyes, sitting on their asses on the ground one after another and averting their faces. They really couldn't understand, there was clearly an antidote inside the palace, why would Her Majesty rather kill people but not give it to them? If they left now, they would surely die in the raging plague. But if they stayed, would they still die? The exiles looked at each other with determination in their eyes. Since it was still death for them to leave, and it was still death for them to stay, why didn't they fight before they died? They didn't have any demands, their greatest wish was to live. Thus, no one left. Instead, they all stood up and looked at Miaoyin with eyes filled with anger. They had the antidote. As long as they were given one, they would leave immediately. Even if it meant letting them die, they would still fight. Miaoyin gripped the hilt of her sword with both hands, her eyes crimson. The atmosphere was scorching, both sides were in a stalemate, neither side refusing to step back. However, just in the nick of time, Fang Ruo suddenly jogged all the way over and kept waving towards Miaoyin, "Your Majesty, there is medicine." When the troublemakers heard this voice, their expressions slightly eased, and they all looked up at Miaoyin. The last time Miaoyin handed out medicine, there were only a few boxes of medicine, one pill for each person, and it was quickly distributed. Now suddenly there were medicines again? If there really was medicine, then there was hope for them to survive. Chapter 12: Unexpected Wealth. Fang Ruo trotted to Miaoyin's side and whispered a few words in a low voice, "Your Majesty, last time, I was worried that there was not enough in the palace, so I privately kept some." Miaoyin immediately ordered to go down, "Quickly go and bring the boxes of medicines over, and give them to the people to share." Fang Ruo nodded, "You guys line up, don't grab." The people who were originally filled with righteous indignation, after hearing Fang Ruo's words, crowded in a swarm, who all wanted to stand at the front, so that the medicine would not be broken when it was handed out to them. According to common sense, these medicines that could relieve the plague would definitely be distributed on a first-come first-served basis. However, just as the crowd was all lined up, a man with a stout figure and a lewd face hiding in the shadows looked at Miaoyin with a shady gaze. Zhao Yuliang had a henchman named He Zi who clenched his teeth and clenched his fists and said, "Brother, they have the antidote to give to the stragglers but not to us, it's obvious that they don't want us to live." When several people around Zhao Yuliang heard this, they were all filled with righteous indignation. Li Si is Zhao Yongliang's brother, Miaoyin killed Li Si in front of him, he cannot care, but she clearly has the antidote in her hands, but not to give them. Zhao Yuliang really couldn't swallow this breath. These antidotes were important to them. First, if his brothers contracted the plague, they could protect themselves. Second, if these antidotes were in their hands, they could sell them for a lot of money. People die for money, birds die for food. In times of war and chaos, who didn't have their heads in their pants? All the people around Zhao Yuliang were all stupid and wanted to rob it, but there was no way to stop the palace from being heavily guarded. Thinking about it, Zhao Yukai's eyes flooded with sinister. Let's do a two-handed preparation. If we can rob, the people in the hands of the antidote to snatch. If we cannot rob, we will sell the news to the barbarians. They can rob. We brothers want a few. Wait a minute. Blackie stopped Zhao Yuliang, who was about to step out, and said. Zhao Yuliang turned his head to look at Blackie and asked, "What are you waiting for?" "Waiting for the people in the palace to leave." Blackie said, "Have you forgotten how Li Si died? Do you want to die at the hands of that bitch?" "Okay." Zhao Yuliang nodded heavily. "I go to the back door of the palace to block them, you stay here to keep watch. Don't rob, I'll try to make sure everyone gets a share. If you can't get a share, wait for the next batch, about 3 days. Fang Ruo said towards the stragglers waiting to distribute the medicine. What? Hearing Fang Ruo's words, Zhao Yuliang's body was stunned. Really? Everyone can get it? Is there really a god? Then, Zhao Yuliang as well as He Zi and the others witnessed that Lu Xian as well as the other generals carried out several large beige-colored boxes from one after another. After Yin Xiao sent me Miaoyin away, he started cleaning the house. Although his small store was rarely patronized, he still had to clean it up for the next arrival of a big customer. Just after cleaning up, Yun Xiao's cell phone rang. "Boss Su, looking for me?" Yun Xiao pressed the answer button and said with a smile. He. On the other end of the cell phone, the owner of the antique store, Su Fenghua, followed with a smile. "I saw that little brother has not been here for so long, so I want to see if little brother has any good things." Yun Xiao did not understand where Su Fenghua knew his cell phone number, and only later did it dawn on him with a slap on the head. It turned out to be the other party WeChat payment. Can check his WeChat. Before Yun Xiao, in order to sound a little better, deliberately set the stranger visible, grain and oil supermarket related news. The corner of his lips hooked up. Yun Xiao also did not ink, bluntly said, "Su boss, you do not come to me, I am also preparing to go to you." Ni Miaoyin had given him so many good things that could definitely be exchanged for a lot of money. Although these things have a lot of room for appreciation in the future, but for Yun Xiao, no matter what it is best to sell it and put it in the bank card to be the safest, so as not to be targeted and lead to unnecessary trouble. The other side came a burst of cheerful laughter. "Ha ha ha, little brother, so, you do not come to me, I went to find you." Yun Xiao thought about this as good, lest he bring something on the road is not convenient. So quickly answered, "Good, then I will wait for you in the store." Hang up the phone, Yun Xiao dozed off in the store. About half an hour later, he heard the sound of a car's sharp brake coming from the entrance of the grain and oil supermarket. Su Fenghua was followed by his uncle Su Maosheng, and a woman with a beautiful body, fashionable dress, and young appearance. Several people walked into the grain and oil supermarket, and after shaking hands with Yun Xiao, their eyes glanced towards the surroundings. It had to be said that a man in his 20s, being able to clean up a small store like the grain and oil supermarket in a clean and spotless manner, was indeed very much out of their expectation. "Little brother, let me see what you have in store for me." Su Fenghua rubbed his hands together and asked towards Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao was not ambiguous, and directly took out the box that Mi Miaoyin had sent him several layers of foot. "Good. Then I'll let you guys open your eyes." "Wow. Peonies look good, roses are indispensable too. This garden of yours is truly a blossoming of 100 flowers." Su Fenghua's eyes widened at once. Yun Xiao only showed Su Fenghua the first 100 gold ingots and he was already shocked. If he was shown the following ones, there was no telling if his jaw would drop in shock. "Boss Su, you are used to seeing good things, how about looking at this thing of mine?" Yun Xiao said. Su Fenghua laughed. "Little brother's things are certainly good things, but since we do this business, the rules we also know, superfluous words we do not ask, cooperate with us, the safety of security is certainly the first." Su Fenghua is obviously words, implying that no matter where Yun Xiao's antiques come from, they will never tell. "The main one will not call the police." Line. "Then I will show you the following things." Yun Xiao said, directly opened the box to the second layer. Looking at the dazzling array of gold jewelry, not to mention Su Fenghua, even his uncle Su Maosheng was filled with shock. Other people selling antiques were careful and took them out one by one. Moreover, each piece is precious to the core. But Yun Xiao sold antiques and actually took out so many at once. This was simply to shake their eyes. However, that wasn't all. Yun Xiao next opened the third layer of the box, and the turquoise color instantly caught their eyes, making it seem as if Su Fenghua's few people instantly fell into the pile of antiques. So beautiful, ah! Su Lily has always loved jade, but also by the scene in front of the stunned on the spot shouted, "These jade I want." Then, Yun Xiao opened the fourth layer of the box. A few people look at the almost even eyeballs fell down. I did not expect the box inside really fulfill the words of Su Fengwa, 100 flowers bloom. These things, in Su Fengwa and Su Maoxing, two people repeatedly appraisal, and finally gave Yun Xiao a whole $20 million. In order to ensure future cooperation, Yun Xiao also in Su Fengwa's initiative, and they added WeChat. The whole process of selling antiques is very smooth. Yun Xiao also promised Su Fengwa, in the future there are good things on WeChat, contact him. The two sides quickly reached a consensus and are ready to cooperate for a long time. Chapter 13, Forced to Kiss. Su Fenghua is about to leave. Su Lily frequently look back, that full of fondness of the eyes always focus on in the cloud shao body, that fondness look straight to let the cloud shao such as falling in 5 miles in the fog. After Su Fenghua and others left, Yun Xiao's phone rang again. Looking at the caller ID, Yun Xiao only felt a headache. The reason couldn't be simpler, the call was from Yun Xiao's grandfather. Undoubtedly, Grandpa would definitely reprimand him. After all, Grandpa's carefully arranged blind date, was Yun Xiao mercilessly refused the appointment. Little brat, your grandfather, I'm not dead yet, now the wings are hard, dare not listen to Grandpa, right? As expected, Yun Xiao had just picked up the phone, and the sound of his grandfather's angry roar came surging out of the phone like a tidal wave. Yun Xiao slightly frowned, a moment later will be slightly far away from the phone, adjusted the state of mind, only then grinned, reluctantly smiled, hey, Grandpa, you do not be angry, that day I was really something, the result. Little brat, I tell you, Liang Shui is a good girl, if you dare to apologize to others, I will not let you go first. Grandpa said. I'm not going to let you off the hook if you dare to do anything wrong. Yun Xiao cried and laughed. If this kind of woman can be called a good girl, then aren't all the good girls in this world extinct? Little brat, you hurry to apologize to others, and by the way, invite them to a meal, explain this matter properly, and in the future, get along with the girl, don't let Grandpa worry about it again. After Grandpa said this, he directly hung up the phone. Grandpa, you can be really confused, there is no such forced pro? Looking at the cell phone screen, Yun Xiao was filled with helplessness and muttered. Yun Xiao naturally do not know, he recently earned some money, frequently to the supermarket into the goods thing, was people add oil and vinegar spread to the ears of Liang Shui. At first, Liang Shui did not believe that opening a grain and oil supermarket could be so profitable. But everyone said that Yun Xiao daily purchase a lot of goods, if there is no source of customers, how would he enter so many goods, he is not stupid. So Liang Shui is sure that Yun Xiao is now rich and powerful, just do not know the exact amount. Precisely because of this, she went to find Yun Xiao grandfather, to buy many gifts for Grandpa. Its main purpose is only one, that is to claim that they like Yun Xiao, willing to take care of Grandpa in the future. Grandpa is old, simple and honest, naturally, Liang Shui said, convinced. So there was that scene. Holding the cell phone, Yun Xiao stunned for a long time, really cannot figure out, obviously he did not do anything wrong, but why from the grandfather's mouth, as if he had committed many faults. Liang Shui? Good guy. You are ready to haunt me, right? Good. Then I'll let you know what to do. Unable to do anything else, Yun Xiao only had to rummage through his cell phone to find Liang Shui's phone number that Grandpa had sent earlier, and then directly dialed it. That Grandpa called me just now. What? No, it's wrong? Since you know it's wrong, invite me to the house for a meal, sit down and apologize, this matter will be considered in the past, turn around and we will discuss the matter of the bride price. Before Yun Xiao finished his words, he was interrupted by Liang Shui on the other end of the phone. Yun Xiao was confused. He had not yet said anything, why did the other side start talking about the matter of the bride price? It's okay. Yun Xiao said. Hearing Yun Xiao's words, Liang Shui was satisfied, she wanted this effect, as long as Yun Xiao was willing to bow his head. This way, I first let my parents look at which restaurant is better, back to me to send you the location. Liang Shui's tone is very strong. Good. Hanging up the phone, Yun Xiao inhaled a breath of cool air. How could there be such a person in this world? Does she not know what shame is? This is really speechless. However, Grandpa had already said that he would not look at the face of the Buddha. Even if Yun Xiao no longer wants to see Liang Shui, but grandfather's face he always has to take into account. Lying on top of the rice bags in the grain and oil supermarket, Yun Xiao was filled with sorrow. He and Liang Shui have never known each other, but Grandpa had to ask him to go on a blind date. Blind date is indeed his fault. On this point, he invited Liang Shui family to eat a meal to apologize. But they can't talk about the dowry without consulting him, right? He is a flesh and blood, need to cultivate feelings of people, and is not a stallion. Just when he was full of helplessness, Yun Xiao's cell phone once again rang with an urgent ringtone. At this moment, Yun Xiao was in no mood. Even without looking, he directly pressed the answer button. Alas. Little brother, why sigh? On the other end of the phone, there was a cheerful laughter. It is the owner of the antique store Su Fenghua. Yun Xiao did not think much, sighed. Do not mention, my grandfather had to give me a blind date. That blind date object is extremely spicy. Not yet how it began to ask for a bride price. I am not a stallion. I'm not a stallion. Hearing Yun Xiao's words, Su Fenghua's laughter once again came from the other end of the cell phone. What is there to worry about? For little brother, money is no longer a problem nowadays. The difficult thing is that I don't like her at all. Looking at that situation, she seems to be threatening me. The key is that my grandfather is also confused, Yun Xiao said helplessly. This is good to do, coax your grandfather, and then give each other a little money to get rid of it. Su Fenghua said. Yun Xiao froze. So it can still be operated like this? However, if you think about it, it is also true that you are poor and afraid, and you did not think about it at all. This kind of thing, in our curio store often encountered, sometimes have no choice, eat a little loss, as the accumulation of blessings. Su Fenghua said. Yun Xiao pondered. Su Fenghua's words were not without reason. Think about it, now that he, Yun Xiao, was also a rich man, what kind of beautiful, gentle wife would he want in the future that he didn't have? Why did he have to be with a woman like Liang Shui? Furthermore, they did not know each other at all before and had no emotional foundation, so why talk about marriage? The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. It seems that Boss Su is also a person who knows this way well. However, no matter what, Boss Su is for his own good, so Yun Xiao sincerely thanked. Thank you for reminding Boss Su. I will definitely deal with this matter as soon as possible. Afterwards, Yun Xiao changed his mind and asked, Boss Su, what are you looking for me for? Su Fenghua laughed. In fact, there is nothing important, mainly my daughter, little brother you also see, she is very fond of jade, so. Oh. Yun Xiao heard and understood. I do not have now, I will contact you when I have. I don't have it now, I'll contact you when I have it. Then first thank you little brother. Su Fenghua said. No need to be polite. Yun Xiao then said, Mr. Su, you can call me Yun Xiao in the future. Good. It's a deal. Su Fenghua said. At the same time, Liang Shui is sitting in her own living room, proudly said to her parents, see, I told you? That kid is just pretending. As long as you give him some color, soft and hard, I don't believe he won't give in. What did he say? Yes, what did he say? Liang Shui's parents asked. What else can they say? Of course it is to invite us to dinner, take the initiative to make amends and apologize, and then discuss the money for the bride price. Liang Shui said. Chapter 14 Conspiracy. Liang Shui's parents looked at each other, and then looked at each other and smiled and said, I heard that Yun Xiao has recently entered a lot of goods, then we might as well first betrothal with him, and ask for more dowry. As for how to get along with you guys in the future, it is all up to you. Indeed. If that kid doesn't match our Xiao Shui, we'll break up with him. As for the dowry, when that time comes, we will have already spent it all. He Liang Shui let out a wry laugh, and the meaning of the gaze towards her parents was self-evident. Yun Xiao sighed. Finally everything went well, so he thought of more goods, so that when Miaoyin next time, we'll be able to bring more items back. After making several phone calls, the solar generator that Yun Xiao had ordered earlier also arrived smoothly. After carefully studying the installation method on it, he hurriedly left the house. Where to go? Naturally, he was going to purchase a cell phone for Miaoyin. In the future, Yuan country will also be electrified, so if she owns a cell phone, it will definitely be more convenient to contact her. In this way, Miaoyin would not need to travel back and forth. All she needed to do was to make a call, tell her what she needed, and then come and pay for it. When Yun Xiao rolled back to the grain and oil supermarket, he had just pulled open the door of the supermarket when he heard a voice from behind him. Yun Xiao, you're back? Yun Xiao turned his head to look at the sound. Only to see Miaoyin dressed in a suit of armor with a red cape on the outside, rather like the valiant style of Mu Guiying in Yun Xiao's impression, striding in. She was also holding a sword in her hand, which was beautifully styled with a mellow texture and a chilling blade. At this moment, Miaoyin's eyes were red. Obviously something had happened. Yun Xiao did not expect Miaoyin to come so early, and the posture is so aggressive. He was almost so shocked that he sat down on his butt, was really startled by her. Yun Xiao said with a trembling voice. Miaoyin heard Yun Xiao's words, her face only slightly eased, waved her hand towards Yun Xiao and said, nothing. The two walked into the supermarket one after the other. Yun Xiao was shocked and asked, but what happened? They are in different times, the ideas and education they receive are also very different. In Yun Zhao's world, any problem can be solved through legal channels. However, in Mi Miaoyin's world, the only way to solve problems was through power and swords. Although Yun Xiao found this difficult to understand, he still had respect for the ancients. With a hint of guilt on her face, Mi Miaoyin said towards Yun Xiao, "When will the medication be delivered? I am a little anxious." Yun Xiao took out his cell phone and glanced at it and said, "Tomorrow, it will definitely arrive." A relieved smile appeared on Mi Miaoyin's face and said, "That's good. By the way, I thought of a way before. You always buy items from me is not a long-term solution after all. In order to protect the livelihood of your country of ISIS, I privately help you purchase solar energy equipment." Yun Xiao said. Solar energy? Mi Miaoyin obviously did not quite understand what Yun Xiao said. Right. Yun Xiao explained the use of solar energy to Mi Miaoyin in a simple manner. So with this, you will be able to keep the lights on day and night, and you will also be able to carry out drilling operations. Mi Miaoyin's gaze full of gratitude fell on Yun Xiao. At this moment, she seemed to feel that the man in front of her was completely different from the men she had known before. Those men either relied on their prominent families and were indifferent to the stragglers, or even disliked them. However, Yun Xiao was very different. Not only did he never say anything wrong about the stragglers, but he was also always mindful of the people of ISIS. "Yun Xiao, thank you very much," Mi Miaoyin said. "There is no need to be polite. The people gifted me something, I always have to give something back. This is what is called reciprocity." Yun Xiao scratched his head and said with a smile. However, Yun Xiao naturally had his own little plan. Now he can help the country of ISIS. When the technology continues to develop to the current level, then his own country will also rise, the old look for a new look. Immediately afterward, Yun Xiao carefully taught Mi Miaoyin once more according to the use of solar energy. It had to be said that Mi Miaoyin was worthy of being the queen mother of the ISIS country. Her speed of learning things was divine, as if she was a modern intelligent computer. Afterwards, Mi Miaoyin couldn't wait to go back and try something, but was stopped by Yun Xiao. "By the way, this is for you." Yun Xiao took out the cell phone that he had purchased for Mi Miaoyin and said, "I also have a gift?" Mi Miaoyin took the cell phone and said somewhat unexpectedly, "What is this? Weren't you interested in cell phones before?" "This is the cell phone, the same as mine," Yun Xiao said with a smile. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yun Xiao suddenly had a feeling of remorse. This cell phone seemed to have been bought somewhat redundantly. There was no network over there, so it was impossible to use the cell phone alone. Splat! Yun Xiao slapped his head vigorously, then said towards Mi Miaoyin, "Wait for me for a moment." As the words fell, Yun Xiao quickly ran out. When he came back, he was already sweating profusely. "Hey, if the cell phone doesn't work on your side, you can use this." Saying that, Yun Xiao handed the pair of walkie-talkies in his hand to Mi Miaoyin. "What is this?" Mi Miaoyin asked. "Walkie-talkies." Yun Xiao smiled awkwardly. Afterwards, Yun Xiao once again ran out and rode an electric donkey to buy all the medicines from several nearby pharmacies before returning to the grain and oil supermarket. As soon as he entered, he saw Mi Miaoyin still waiting for him there. Yun Xiao smiled and said, "I went to a nearby pharmacy to buy some drugs. I wonder if this much is enough for an emergency?" Who would have thought that what Mi Miaoyin said was even more shocking to Yun Xiao? "When you went out, I had already kept the method of installing solar energy in mind." As she spoke, Mi Miaoyin's brows added a bit of confidence. "When the time comes for installation, I will teach all of this to the generals." Good. Yun Xiao nodded, then suddenly thought of something and continued, "Installing the solar generator is to help you drill wells. I'll go and help you purchase a few more drilling machines, so you can almost start construction." The method of installing the solar energy was not complicated, and could be completed in just one day. If they have enough manpower and are fast enough, they may be able to do it in a few hours. "Once the power is on, I'll buy you some LED lights." These are all afterthoughts. You first install the solar energy equipment, go back and try to see if this walkie-talkie can be used. If so, it will be more convenient for you to contact each other. Yun Xiao said. "Thanks a lot. What you said is very true, but the country of ISIS has been 5 whole years of no harvest. I go back and immediately start construction, hoping to be able to hit the water source." Mi Miaoyin tone of urgency, shaking the hands of the walkie-talkie said, "This thing if really can be useful, in the future on the battlefield will certainly play a big role." Yun Xiao hemmed and hawed and said, "Good." Afterwards, Yun Xiao glanced at the time and asked towards Mi Miaoyin, "It's already nighttime after you finish installing the solar energy equipment over there. Do you want to carry out well drilling operations at night?" "Right. Ni Miaoyin's eyes revealed an unwavering conviction. Chapter 15, Drilling a Well. Seeing her gloomy expression, recalling the suffering experienced by the people of Isis, Yun Xiao instantly realized. You wait a moment, we have high-powered flashlights here, I will go and buy you a few, so that you do not need to fear the darkness when drilling wells at night. Yun Xiao said, and then hurriedly ran out. Not long, he circled around and came back. In his hands there was a whole 10 high-powered flashlights. Ni Miaoyin nodded solemnly, her tone firm. I will definitely bear this in mind, you can rest assured. As soon as the words fell, Ni Miaoyin turned around and left again. Phew. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, took a long breath, looking at the cell phone that is like running water constantly brushed out the bank card deduction prompt information. His face instantly became like a bitter melon. General Bitter. Fortunately at this time, Ni Miaoyin went and returned. When she returned, her hands more than 2 bags. That bag contains things that are self-evident, full of gold ingots. I will probably be extremely busy this period of time, so Ni Miaoyin handed over the bags to Yun Xiao, and then said with affectionate eyes. Yun Xiao hadn't heard what Ni Miaoyin said, and was just full of worry as she admonished, right? I almost forgot to tell you, although these devices are good, but there is also a certain risk. Your side of the medical conditions are not advanced enough, in the use of the time, must be careful and prudent. I understand. Ni Miaoyin left such a sentence, and her figure disappeared again. After Ni Miaoyin left, Yun Xiao came to the storage room. The treasury was emptied, which was originally a good thing. However, moving all the items in the warehouse back to the supermarket was really a physical job. Even though Yun Xiao was in good physical condition, this kind of tossing back and forth, it was inevitable to feel tired. One after another, vegetables, medicines, barrels of mineral water, rice, noodles, grain and oil, as well as some of the necessary food in the grain and oil supermarket were transported over, and the warehouse was soon piled up to the brim again. Looking at these items, Yun Xiao couldn't help but frown. At this time, if someone could come and give him a hand, how good it would be. Unfortunately, there were some things that could only be accomplished by him alone. After all, Yun Xiao didn't want the secret of his grain supermarket being able to pass through the ancient and modern world to be leaked out by others. Fretting was fretting, but the job still needed to be done. However, just as Yun Xiao was about to borrow a trailer to facilitate the transportation of food, an extremely mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Unlocking the first step to help the water source of Isis, the system rewards the transportation of supplies without physical strength. What kind of voice is this? Who is speaking? Yun Xiao's body jolted, almost thinking that he was hallucinating. Alas! It would be nice if these things could be neatly arranged on their own. Yun Xiao did not pay any attention to the strange voice, but just pouted his lips, shook his head and muttered. As Yun Xiao's words fell, a magical scene occurred. Those goods that had just been delivered and appeared to be disorganized, all of a sudden rose up in the air and were automatically yarded neatly. Yun Xiao was immediately stunned. What exactly is this situation? Wait. What exactly did the voice that just rang in his ears say? System rewards? Can't it be that he has struck lucky? With a change of heart, Yun Xiao secretly thought, it would be nice if these things could be automatically delivered to the supermarket. The result is not surprising. After Yun Xiao's thoughts flashed, the goods automatically flew to the entrance of the supermarket. Yun Xiao scratched his head. Had he known that the operation was so simple, he should have just opened the door of the supermarket. He looked around and saw that no one was around, and was secretly glad in his heart. Otherwise, he would have been misunderstood. He trotted back to the supermarket, still feeling in his heart that something seemed to be missing. Since he now had the system, did that mean that there was no need for Ni Miaoyin to personally come to the store? He could transport these items there on his own? A movement of conviction in his heart, send it over to Isis. It so happened that because Yun Xiao hadn't opened the supermarket door before, those goods were piled up in front of the supermarket at the moment. The next second, Yun Xiao almost wept with joy. Those items had indeed disappeared into thin air before his eyes. Snap! Yun Xiao excitedly clapped his hands and exulted. In the future, with this thing, it would be much too convenient to transport the supplies. Even though Yun Xiao did not understand what the hell that so-called system was at all. But as long as it could facilitate the transportation of supplies to Yun Xiao, this was a heavenly good. After Ni Miaoyin returned from the grain and oil supermarket, she summoned all the generals of the Isis kingdom and began to work on the placement and use of the solar energy equipment. Your Majesty! Another god has sent us something. While everyone was busy, they only saw Feng Ruo jogging all the way here, waving towards everyone as he ran, his face overflowing with joy and relief. Eh? Mi Miaoing slightly froze for a moment, then nodded and said, I see, quickly distribute these items to the people. Nuwa. Fong Nuwa answered. The entire palace was a busy scene, everyone was excited. Some people couldn't wait to see what kind of magical thing electricity was. Some people were full of anticipation to know if the bright lights that His Majesty had mentioned would really become a reality. Of course, more people were eagerly looking forward to the early drilling of wells, so that the people of the Kingdom of Isis could carry out drilling operations. As long as there was well water, they would be able to resume cultivating their land. Once the land is cultivated, they will no longer need to suffer from hunger and cold. After Yuan Shao arranged everything on his side, he suddenly felt that this storehouse seemed a bit redundant. If all the goods he purchased in the future could be delivered through the system, then when the delivery people came in the future, Yuan Shao would only need to ask them to deliver the goods to the door. But Yuan Shao thought about it left and right, and ultimately felt that this matter was not feasible. Why is that? Mainly because he was worried that it would cause unnecessary suspicion. Forget it, it's better to find a way to help Ni Miaoing get the goods first. Just when he thought of this, the van delivering the drugs stopped at the door of the warehouse, and two people came down from the delivery truck and quickly piled the empty warehouse full of drugs. After Yuan Shao settled the final payment with the manufacturer, he watched those people leave and then used the system to deliver all the drugs to Mi Miaoing. After that, he began to make phone calls non-stop, constantly stocking up on goods. After finishing all of this, Yuan Shao was really exhausted and didn't want to move a single bit, so he ordered a takeaway online at random. After having dinner, Yuan Shao then laid down in the corner of the grain and oil supermarket, ready to rest. Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao had just laid out the quilt and was about to close the store door and sleep, when a familiar voice abruptly sounded. Ni Miaoing walked in with large strides. Yuan Shao, out of the water. Ni Miaoing said with excitement. Quickly tell me in detail? Hearing that there was such a good thing, Yuan Shao naturally couldn't wait to learn the details. Mi Miaoing also did not shy away, her tone was still full of determination. At first, the well water we drilled was filled with sediment, but as the depth of the drilling continued to increase, the well water that was originally mixed with sediment gradually became clear. How deep did you drill? Yuan Shao stared wide-eyed and asked eagerly. About 40 feet. Ni Miaoing replied. Mi Miaoing knew very well in her heart that as long as there was a well, they would be able to excavate a second, third, and even more water sources. With the water source, they would soon be able to resume farming. Good times were coming for the people of Isis. All of this was due to Yuan Shao. If it wasn't for Yuan Shao, there were some things that they wouldn't have dared to imagine. I'm afraid that the people of Isis would either die of thirst or starvation. Chapter 16, Waste? Thank you for saving my life. Ni Miaoing said and was about to kneel down on one knee. As the queen of the Yuan dynasty Isis kingdom, she knew the deep meaning of this kneeling. However, for the sake of thousands of people, for the sake of her family and country, in Mi Miaoing's heart, this kneeling was a necessary act of gratitude. These days, Yuan Shao had been busy importing goods for the sake of the kingdom of Isis, moving goods himself at times, and was constantly on guard for fear that his secret would be detected. At this moment, hearing Mi Miaoing say that water had already come out of the drilled wells on their side, Yuan Shao's eyes couldn't help but turn slightly red. At first, when Yuan shouted these things, he always felt as if he was playing the red alert game from when he was a child, just a game of helping to build. However, he had never expected that he would be able to save the core area of a country with his own strength. That was tens of thousands of living lives. Hearing this sincere thank you from Mi Miaoing, Yuan Shao hurriedly reached out to help her up. He understood that the road ahead was still long, and the responsibility they shouldered was still heavy, so it could be said that they had a long way to go. We will also drill wells one after another in the future. Ni Miaoing said. Yuan Shao nodded solemnly. By the way, now that I have the ability to directly help you transport supplies, if you have any needs in the future, use the walkie-talkie I gave you to contact me. Good. Ni Miaoing answered. You haven't dined at night yet, right? Yuan Shao asked. Ni Miaoing was slightly stunned, then nodded. Indeed, after returning from Yuan Zhao's place, she was busy gathering her generals to study the matter of solar power generation, and then couldn't wait to organize people to drill a well. After achieving success, she then rushed non-stop to report to Yuan Shao. Up until this moment, she really had not eaten any rice. Yuan Shao smiled slightly, then took out his cell phone and ordered takeout on an app. The night was deepening and the moon was like water. The two sat opposite each other, savoring the hot pot together. Mi Miaoing tasted hot pot for the first time in her life, and was once again so excited that she burst into tears. The two of them talked for a long time until midnight, when Miaoying got up and returned. She held a glittering crown, looked at Yunxiao with affection and said, "This is the crown left to me by my father. I have always regarded it as a treasure and did not want to wear it. You have put in a lot of effort for the people of Isis, and I am gifting it to you. This. If you don't accept it, how can I feel at ease?" Yunxiao wanted to refuse, but just as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Miaoying. Thinking about it carefully, she realized that it made sense. Once upon a time, Yunxiao had also begged others, and when he gave them a gift and they refused to accept it, it made him feel very uncomfortable in his heart. So, in order to not make Miaoying's heart feel bad, Yunxiao nodded with a smile on his face. Subsequently, he placed the crown in an extremely safe place. After Miaoying left, Yunxiao fell soundly asleep. This sleep, he slept extraordinarily peacefully. In his dream, he saw that the people of Isis were well fed and clothed, and all the women of Isis were driving a Bugatti and wearing bikinis. It was a spectacular scene. And in the middle of those women was standing him and Miaoying. Waking up early in the morning, Yunxiao methodically cleaned the grain and oil supermarket as usual. After everything was ready, Yunxiao casually ate a bowl of instant noodles, picked up his cell phone and was about to call Su Fenghua. However, just at the moment he picked up his cell phone, his mind suddenly changed. Many people in Jiangqing knew that Su Fenghua was the owner of the antique store, so it was fine for him to come once or twice in a while, but if he came too many times, it would definitely cause suspicion in others. What's more, every time Su Fenghua came, he would bring his uncle Su Maosheng, who was a celebrity in the antique world of Jiangqing. No way. It was not safe to do so. Thinking of this, Yunxiao carefully took out the crown and sped towards the antique store on a small electric donkey. When Yunxiao arrived at the antique store, Su Fenghua was leisurely sitting in the store sipping tea. Seeing Yunxiao walk into the store, Su Fenghua looked quite surprised and got up to shake hands with Yunxiao and said, "Yunxiao, you are the first guest in my store today. I am going to close the store door and do not want to be disturbed by anyone." Yunxiao nodded his head in understanding. Afterwards, Yunxiao took out the crown that Miaoying had given him. When Su Fenghua saw the crown, his eyes instantly glazed over. He hurriedly turned all the lights in the antique store to their brightest, then slowly sat down. "This is a crown from the Yuan dynasty?" Su Fenghua asked Yunxiao. Yunxiao nodded, "Indeed. You just wrapped it in your arms and brought it here?" Su Fenghua said incredulously, "If you accidentally touch off the jewelry on the crown, the value of the crown will be greatly reduced." Then, Su Fenghua's eyes looking at the crown obviously changed slightly. After he took a magnifying glass and scrutinized the crown, his whole body was stunned. The crown of the Yuan dynasty blended the roughness of the Mongols with the finesse of the Han Chinese, highlighting the unique aesthetic style of the Yuan dynasty. This design is inspired by the perfect combination of grassland culture and Han royal traditions by the skilled craftsmen of the Yuan dynasty. At first glance, it makes a strong visual impact. The main color of the crown is gold, symbolizing the power and divine dignity of the royal family. The crown is inlaid with gems of various colors. The outer layer is a tiny ruby wrapped with turquoise, and the rest of the crown is made up of natural pearls everywhere. On the top of the crown, there is a golden eagle with wings spreading, as if to symbolize bravery and freedom. The edges are decorated with delicate dragon and cloud patterns, representing the sanctity of royalty and the sacrilege of royal power. This crown is well preserved, as if brand new. People who know the business can see its value at a glance. Su Fenghua brought a tray, put on white gloves, carefully placed the crown in the tray. Mouth is constantly chattering, "Such a valuable item, how can you carry in your arms and bring it here? What if it breaks? Fortunately, the crown is well made, otherwise it will definitely be spoiled by you." Said half a day, Yunxiao did not talk. Su Fenghua only then raised his head, looked seriously at Yunxiao and said, "Yunxiao, can I give you a suggestion?" "You say." Yunxiao laughed. "In the future, for such a valuable item, can you cherish it more? I always feel that this thing is a waste in your hands." Su Fenghua said half jokingly. Since the two had added WeChat to each other, their relationship had become a little more familiar than before. And Su Fenghua's words were clearly spoken from the bottom of his heart in a joking tone. When Feng saw such a valuable crown being pulled out of Yunxiao's arms, his heart was dripping blood. Yunxiao nodded with hindsight, okay, I will definitely pay attention in the future." In fact, Yunxiao was also puzzled. He was already very careful. If it wasn't for the cherishing and caution, he wouldn't have carried it in his arms. Su Fenghua glanced at Yunxiao, then shook his head helplessly. Thinking that Yunxiao shouldn't hold a grudge because of this one sentence, he probably wouldn't take it to heart. He held the tray with both hands, and after carefully studying it with a high magnifying glass, his expression became unusually serious. Chapter 17. Do you know what this is? Yun Xiao, do you know what this is? Su Fenghua asked softly. This is a crown, perhaps an object of an ancient female emperor who had not yet ascended to the throne. Yun Xiao leisurely said. In Yun Xiao's eyes, antiques are similar. For him, it is naturally the crown that was worn when he ascended the throne is more precious. This crown is certainly rare. Yun Xiao is also well aware of this, but Mi Miaoyin once said that she could not even wear it. This also means that, in Yun Xiao's opinion, this thing is not in the world. Unexisting things, few people know, no one knows, and how can it be worth a lot of money? Helpless, Hu let Yun Xiao as an unapologetic big straight man. Su Fenghua nodded slightly and said, this is a crown from the Yuan dynasty. It seems that this gem set style has fetched the highest price of at least this much in domestic auctions. Looking at Su Fenghua stretching out 2 fingers, Yun Xiao tentatively asked, 20,000? More than 20 million. Su Fenghua aggravated his tone and said. More than 20 million? Yun Xiao could not help but suck in a breath of cool air, his face full of disbelief. In his heart, he wondered, if this thing was sold by him, if he was found out in the future, would he get into trouble? His heart abruptly tightened, and what he was thinking was written on his face. Seeing this, Su Fenghua hurriedly asked Yun Xiao, are you alright? Yun Xiao's face suddenly changed and said bluntly, is this thing considered a national treasure level antique? Don't be misunderstood at that time and get involved in something bad. Su Fenghua's eyes slightly turned, then laughed happily. Rest assured, this is your family heirloom. Selling is not a crime, but this thing in the future you do not give others to see, so as not to cause trouble. Yun Xiao then took a long breath and sighed. So I will be relieved, just now really scared me to death. Afterwards, Su Fenghua meticulously recounted for Yun Xiao the social background and historical origins of the Yuan dynasty, as well as the complicated production process of the crown. After speaking, Su Fenghua said to Yun Xiao, this crown is a rare treasure, you must cherish. He knew that Yun Xiao would not be able to give out such a valuable thing so easily. So, he helped Yun Xiao to find a few exquisite small boxes, so that Yun Xiao specifically used to hold the crown, properly treasured. Don't just carry it around in your arms anymore. After Yun Xiao put the crown away, he asked Su Fenghua, by the way, the kind of gold ingots from before, are you still acquiring them? Oops. It's so hot outside. Su Fenghua was about to open her mouth when a delicate voice came from outside. The two looked up, only to see a beautiful figure slinking to come. The woman was dressed in a red delicate dress, and as she walked towards Yun Xiao and Su Fenghua, she was as radiant as a movie star at the forefront of fashion. The person was Su Lily, Su Fenghua's daughter. When Su Lily saw Yun Xiao present, her figure was slightly stunned, and then saw the gold ingots that Yun Xiao brought, and was so surprised that she was dumbfounded, saying, wow. Yun Xiao, you're really something. Yun Xiao just smiled and did not say anything. This thing is extremely rare in the market. Immediately after that, Su Lily noticed the box in the hands of Yun Xiao, asked with a smile, what is this thing inside? No, nothing. Yun Xiao had no intention of selling the crown, coupled with the previous instructions of Su Fenghua, so he was vague. But who knows that girls' hands and feet are extremely nimble, grabbed the box at once, and opened it by hand. My goodness, this is simply too stunning, right? Su Lily widened her beautiful eyes, her eyeballs seemed to be falling out. He. Immediately afterward, Su Lily turned her head to look at Yun Xiao and said, are you going to make a move? Yun Xiao smiled bitterly, looked at Su Fenghua and said, I have no intention of selling, just bringing it over to let boss Su take a look. At this time, Su Fenghua had already paid Yun Xiao according to the price of the gold ingots. 3 cloth bags of gold ingots, Yun Xiao sold a total of more than 3 million. When Yun Xiao left, Su Lily looked at him with straight eyes. Not because of any other reason, but mainly because that crown was just too beautiful, just what she wanted. Thank you, boss Su, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Yun Xiao nodded slightly towards Su Fenghua in a gesture, and then took large strides towards the outside. Who expected? Su Lily hurriedly followed behind Yun Xiao and asked, how are you going to go back? Yun Xiao is a little shy, riding a battery car. The corner of Su Lily's mouth twitched slightly and said, you're carrying such an expensive crown, but you want to ride a battery car back? This is not good, it is too unsafe. Let's do it this way, I will send you. Yun Xiao slightly froze, then with apologetic eyes looked at Su Fenghua, saw that he had been smiling, then said to Su Lily, okay, I've caused you trouble. Yun Xiao followed Su Lily towards the outside, when his cell phone suddenly rang. Su Lily picked up her cell phone and looked at it, but it was a WeChat sent to her by her father. The message was roughly, "I know what's on your mind, you must be looking at that crown, but people don't intend to sell it. I don't object if you want to send Yun Xiao back, but you have to get along well with Yun Xiao, don't offend him, remember." Su Lily simply replied, "I know." Then they drove all the way towards the grain and oil supermarket. When Yun Xiao returned to the grain and oil supermarket, he saw the boss of the hair salon across the street walk over. The female owner of the hair salon, Yu Zhiqiu, twisted her waist like a water snake and walked towards Yun Xiao with a smile on her face. Yun Xiao was startled by Yu Zhiqiu's appearance, mainly because she was wearing gaudy red lips and looked like a character in a horror movie. It was a bit scary. "Sister." The corners of Yun Xiao's mouth twitched slightly, but he still politely nodded towards Yu Zhiqiu. "Who is that girl who sent you back just now?" Yu Zhiqiu squeezed her eyebrows and asked in a mysterious tone. "Oh, no one, a friend." Yun Xiao waved his hand and said. "A friend?" Yu Zhiqiu said with a smile, "Not your girlfriend?" Yun Xiao weekdays operating grain and oil supermarkets rarely have time to go out. Yu Zhiqiu thought he must have met on the internet. Yu Zhiqiu heard a lot of people meet online and then go directly to the room. She thinks that young people nowadays are really open. Yun Xiao obviously does not know what Yu Zhiqiu thought in her heart, but he still scratched his head and said, "Not a girlfriend, she is an open antique store, before and friends together to stroll the antique market when seen twice." This can be good, Yun Xiao. This explanation, Yu Zhiqiu really want to distort. Oh. Yun Xiao hands still hold a crown, so do not want to and Yu Zhiqiu too much talk, but in the Yun Xiao turned toward the grain and oil supermarket to go, behind the Yu Zhiqiu's voice once again rang. "Yun Xiao, we are neighbors, there are some things that I do not really know whether to say," Yu Zhiqiu said with a pinched accent. Yun Xiao turned around and said, "I don't know if I should say anything." Yun Xiao turned around and said with a surprised face, "It's okay, sis, just say what you have to say." Yu Zhiqiu recently saw Yun Xiao from time to time into the goods. He also rented a warehouse near the grain and oil supermarket. Into the goods car after car to pull back, but just did not see how good the business of Yun Xiao grain and oil supermarket. Thinking about it, Yu Zhiqiu always feel that this matter is somewhat strange. In short, she was worried that Yun Xiao had done something unseemly. Chapter 18: The Righteous Among Men. Yun Xiao, I know that you didn't find the right major after you graduated from college, which is why you opened this grain and oil supermarket. But the right way of life is the vicissitudes of life. You cannot go astray, Yu Zhiqiu said seriously. During this period of time, Yu Zhiqiu always felt that Yun Xiao was somewhat abnormal. He shipped in so many goods, but the business of the grain and oil supermarket was not much better. This could only mean one thing: the goods that Yun Xiao had brought in must have been quietly transported away in the middle of the night. What kind of business needs to be so careful? Cover up? It must be some unseemly business. In addition, Yun Xiao has been going out from time to time lately, and when he comes back, he brings back a lot of delicious food. Today, he went out for a while, but there was a brightly dressed woman who took the initiative to drive him back. This big morning was sent back by a woman, hands still holding something. Thinking of these, Yu Zhiqiu more and more feel that this matter is very strange. The business of Yun Xiao's store is not hot, and he rarely sees customers on weekdays, so where do the goods that he buys every day go? So many goods, daily only see the goods in but not see the shipment. Think about it, is frightening. There is no back door to Yun Xiao's grain and oil supermarket. If those goods are not transported in the middle of the night, where can they go? Sister, I understand, don't worry. Yun Xiao cried and laughed, said towards Yu Zhiqiu and then quickly stepped towards the grain and oil supermarket. After returning to the supermarket, Yun Xiao was deeply disturbed. In the long run, things will definitely be noticed, and he also hides many antiques. After thinking about it, Yun Xiao will be loaded with the box of the crown, stuffed into a rice bag in the corner. By what safe? What to get a separate warehouse? That is simply no silver 300 taels here. Putting it randomly, outsiders would have no way of noticing it. Hey! After everything was arranged, Yun Xiao began to make phone calls to purchase goods. Ni Niaoyin's side definitely needed more supplies. So much so that even Yun Xiao himself wasn't sure just how much he could buy to fulfill her needs. However, he would do his best and help her as much as he could. Who let Ni Niaoyin be the real big customer of Yun Xiao? Phew! After a busy day, Yun Xiao was finally able to take a long breath and leaned back in his chair and stretched out a big waist. At this time, Yun Xiao's cell phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, Yun Xiao originally thought it was a call from a manufacturer. Unexpectedly, it was Su Lily. Boss Su, good. Pressing the answer button, Yun Xiao said politely. The cell phone came Su Lily like an oriole bird. Pleasant laughter. Yun Xiao, I just thought about it, now you are also considered to have a value of people, you always bring valuables, so it is not very appropriate. So I suggest that you go and acquire a car. Yun Xiao frowned, he seldom goes out on weekdays, what's the point of buying a car? However, on second thought, in this day and age, who wouldn't know how to drive a car if they were Yun Xiao's age? After repeated deliberation, he felt that having a car to go out would indeed be much more convenient. So Yun Xiao nodded his head and responded, good. Su Lily's tone with excitement, then what brand of car do you like? Is it domestic or foreign? What are the requirements in terms of price point? Yun Xiao slightly pondered, I can do both. Well, I have a friend as the manager of the Force store, you can go over to see, need I come to pick you up? Su Lily said. Good, thank you. Yun Xiao smiled. You are welcome. When Su Lily reappeared, she looked at Yun Xiao's eyes obviously changed. It seemed that she was trying her best to hide the flash of surprise under her eyes. In today's society, many boys began to drift after having some wealth. Either they frantically buy luxury goods or bring their girls around to show them off. But compared to these people, Yun Xiao was simply a clear stream. Even now has become a multi-millionaire boss, he is still sticking to a grain and oil supermarket, people extremely low-key, never publicized. After receiving Yun Xiao, Su Lily took the initiative to invite Yun Xiao to dinner. Yun Xiao did not refuse, after all, in the future there are many things need to ask her and her father Su Fenghua. Just let Yun Xiao unexpected is, after the meal is actually Su Lily check out. A big man, how can let a woman break the bank? So Yun Xiao scratched his head in embarrassment and said, I'll treat you next time. Good ah. Su Lily had her hands on her cheeks, a pair of eyes flashing with longing and anticipation, gazing at Yun Xiao. In Su Lily's introduction, Yun Xiao finally succeeded in the Force store to buy a high-end version of bid. After all the formalities, Yun Xiao sat in the car and said to Su Lily, I'm busy recently, you drive your own car back, I'll go first, thank you for today, I'll find a time to invite you to dinner some other day. Dropping his sentence, Yun Xiao kicked the gas and drove away. Su Lily looked at the car and the dust raised by the rear end of the car, beeping, full of bad taste, muttered, used up and left me behind, what kind of person is this? However, after Su Lily muttered these words, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yun Xiao was now worth a lot of money. To be able to gain his trust and have a good relationship with him, to Su Lily, she was already satisfied. Did she still expect Yun Xiao to be grateful to her? Yun Xiao drove his newly bought car and was secretly grateful in his heart. Fortunately, he had taken a driving license before, otherwise even if he had money now, he would not be able to drive a car given to him. On the way back to the grain and oil supermarket, Yun Xiao was overwhelmed with emotions. If a month ago, he would never have imagined in his daydreams that he would one day be able to drive a car back to the supermarket. Now, everything has really changed drastically, it seems that all things are developing in the most beautiful direction. Back to the grain and oil supermarket, the first thing Yun Xiao did was to open the computer, access to information. As for what to consult, naturally, it is related to buying and selling. Yun Xiao was not what he used to be and was already rich. His thoughts of wanting to help Ni Miaoyin had also shifted. Previously, he had always thought of buying goods from others, so that a large portion of the profits would be made by the middleman. If he could do some things himself, would the result be very different? After searching hard on the internet for a long time, Yun Xiao finally had a flash of light and thought of a wonderful way. Snapped his fingers. Yun Xiao decided to contract a piece of land and start a farm. This way he could raise some poultry and livestock like chickens, ducks, geese, and dogs on the farm. Chickens, ducks, and geese were able to lay eggs, so that would allow Ni Miaoyin to eat eggs as soon as possible, as well as these meats. As for the dogs, they were naturally used to guard the home. Then he could also plant some corn on the farm. Corn could be eaten by the people of Isis, and the corn stalks they could also use to burn the fire. Two birds with one stone, why not? While this was happening, the door of the supermarket was pushed open from outside, and the person who walked in was none other than Ni Miaoyin. I brought a meal made in the palace for you to try. Ni Miaoyin carried an antique food box in her hand and placed it in front of Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao was actually not hungry, but facing Ni Miaoyin, he still ghostly said, okay, I'll go wash my hands. Chapter 19, Battlefield? When the two of them were eating together, for some reason, Yun Xiao always had a little bit of uneasiness in his heart. They were both silent, just slowly using their chopsticks to bring food into their mouths. We have successfully drilled several wells of water, and at this rate, we will soon be able to resume cultivating the land. In the end, it was me Meowing who took the lead to break the slightly awkward silence and said softly, "Everyone is saying that it's because of you." Yun Xiao smiled faintly and waved his hand, saying, "This is not the work of me alone, but the result of everyone's concerted efforts." Mi Meowing raised her eyes and gazed at Yun Xiao, her gaze containing a smile. "Right. This is the joint effort of all of us. I have purchased some farming tools for you, and they will be delivered early tomorrow morning. If the weather is suitable on your side, if you want to resume plowing the land, you can do so at any time," Yun Xiao said with a smile. Yun Xiao smiled and said. Mi Meowing smiled sweetly along with it. "Oh, right." At this time, Yun Xiao seemed to suddenly remember something and said to Mi Meowing, "I'm going to rent a piece of land here and use it to breed some chickens, ducks, and geese so that you can bring back the eggs they lay. When the time comes, you can also plant some corn on the land. In this way, your side will no longer suffer from hunger, and the corn stalks can also be used to burn fires, so the people can also suffer less." Corn? What Yun Xiao said, Mi Meowing didn't seem to care too much about it. Instead, it was this novel word that instantly aroused her curiosity. "I've never heard of such a thing as corn. What is corn? Could it be rice made from jade?" Put. The rice that Yun Xiao had just sent into his mouth almost sprayed it all out. "The sweet corn that I gave you last time, did you not eat it?" The two of them looked at each other in disbelief and were both silent. Mi Meowing's face was filled with guilt. The drought in Isis was severe. The sweet corn Yun Xiao sent her had already been distributed to Feng Ruo and Lu Xian, so how could she spare to eat it herself? Had she known this, she really should have tasted that sweet corn. "I am sorry, Meowing said to Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao's body was slightly stunned. He had never dreamt that Her Majesty, the Queen of the Isis Kingdom of the Yuan dynasty, would actually apologize to him. Cough. Yun Xiao clenched his empty fist and coughed lightly twice, and said somewhat awkwardly, "It's okay, it can't be blamed on you, there's no food over there, so it's only right that you share your sweet corn with others." Sweet corn is actually a kind of corn, just the varieties are different. In our country, there are many varieties of corn alone, but the most common corn in farming is perfect for you to grow. This is because corn is the most productive crop on dry land. If you pick the corn before it is ripe, it can then be made into sweet corn. I compared it to the drier lands on our side and it should be able to be grown on your side. As Yun Xiao patiently explained, he suddenly realized that Mi Meowing's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Those bright eyes were like the bright stars in the sky, and crystal-like, as if they were two watery grapes, extraordinarily charming. "Your country is so happy, no wonder everyone can have enough food and clothing, you are really great. If the people of our country can also be clothed and fed, I would have no regrets in this life." Mi Meowing was overwhelmed with emotion. Looking at Mi Meowing's appearance, for some reason, Yun Xiao's heart suddenly surged with a burst of heartache. After all, it was indeed difficult for modern people to imagine the plight that people were in during that era. Yun Xiao nodded and said, "In fact, you don't have to put your expectations so low. Under our joint efforts, everything you expect can eventually be realized. The Dragon Kingdom is a large country with food reserves. Even if there is no harvest for 5 years, the people of the Dragon Kingdom will not starve to death. This is because there are specialized food reserves all over the Dragon Kingdom to ensure that the people are protected from starvation." As Yun Xiao spoke eloquently, Mi Meowing's gaze stayed on him and was difficult to move away. She showed a strong curiosity about the Dragon Kingdom. Unfortunately, her scope of activities was limited to this supermarket, otherwise she really wanted to go to the great world of the Dragon Kingdom to have a good tour and get to know it well. Looking at Yun Xiao, Mi Meowing floated her thoughts. It was as if she could see the colorful world of the Dragon Kingdom from Yun Xiao's eyes. It must be incomparably wonderful and full of many unknowns. Yun Xiao spoke for a long time, and finally felt that even if he was a university student in the Dragon Kingdom, he would not be able to introduce the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom to Mi Meowing. So he simply took out his cell phone and searched for many pictures on it, introducing them one by one to Mi Meowing. "There are videos in here. If you want to learn about any aspect of the Dragon Kingdom, you can tell me and I'll help you search. You can also ask me when you encounter problems with planting. Our Dragon Country's network is very powerful, and there are many knowledge in it that even I don't know," Yun Xiao said. Saying that, Yun Xiao searched in his cell phone for the precautions of planting corn. "This is all the precautions of planting corn. You can take a look at it, and later I will help you look up the relevant information of other crops in the Dragon Kingdom. If there is something you don't understand, you can ask me, and I will help you inquire further if I don't understand." Good. Mi Meowing took the phone and looked at it carefully. Half an hour later, Mi Miaoyin said with a face full of surprise, I see, Isis country is currently the most suitable for growing corn, and if the water supply becomes more abundant in the future, then we can also try growing rice. Yun Xiao nodded, right, the walkie-talkie I gave you last time, can you use it on your side? In fact, Yun Xiao also left a walkie-talkie on his side. He hoped to be able to hear Mi Miaoyin's voice over there so that it would be easier for them to communicate with each other. Who knows, after Yun Xiao tuned the channel to be consistent, he never received Mi Miaoyin's speech. So he wanted to confirm it. Mi Miaoyin's gaze flickered, then she slightly frowned and said with some loss, can't use it. Oh. Yun Xiao was naturally somewhat disappointed. But thinking about it carefully, how could a modern walkie-talkie be used in the Yuan dynasty? One's own brain must be confused. But it can be used between us. Mi Miaoyin blinked her big eyes and said to Yun Xiao, I also really want to contact you, but I tried many times as you said and it didn't work. Yun Xiao said in surprise, you can use it between you? To be able to use walkie-talkies across time and space, this is really something new and something to be celebrated. Right. Mi Miaoyin nodded her head solemnly. In the future, going into battle, having a walkie-talkie would be much more convenient. Going to the battlefield? Yun Xiao froze. He truly didn't want Mi Miaoyin to lead troops into battle. He didn't want to imagine the tragic scenes of blood flowing on that battlefield. Don't you like the Dragon Kingdom a lot? I'll tell you the reason why our Dragon Kingdom is able to prosper is because we honor peace. Yun Xiao continued. Yun Xiao really couldn't understand why Mi Miaoyin was always associated with fighting, nor could he understand her determination to avenge her parents. In Yun Xiao's opinion, there was no enmity in this world that could not be resolved. Why must we meet in arms? Chapter 20 Your Merit. Mi Miaoyin did not respond to Yun Xiao's words, but only pursed her lips slightly, smiled slightly, and said, I will leave first, and I will come back to pick up the farming tools first thing in the morning after they are delivered. Good. Yun Xiao nodded his head and replied. Mi Miaoyin smiled and nodded towards Yun Xiao before striding out. The next day, Mi Miaoyin came to pick up the farming tools on time. Fortunately, the farming tools had already been delivered. She then disappeared like a ghost. Isis country. Mi Miaoyin had Feng Ruo number the farming tools one by one. The people received them in order, and after distributing them, she led General Lu Xian and the others in a vast procession towards the outskirts of the city. Outside the city of Isis, Mi Miaoyin assigned the tasks properly. Lu Xian carried a drum. As everyone was preparing to resume farming, he struck it hard, as if celebrating. Listening to the exciting sound of the drum, everyone's faces were filled with joyful smiles. 5 years. They hadn't plowed for 5 whole years. This moment was more than exciting, it could be called celebrating with the heavens. The drumming stopped, and Mi Miaoyin let out a resounding chant, plowing. 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 The generals and the people spoke in unison, and the momentum was like a rainbow. Since ancient times, as people, they have wanted for nothing. Their only wish is to have enough food and clothing and live in peace and contentment. Mi Miaoyin and Lu Xian and other generals were responsible for fetching water. Feng Ruo helped distribute the seeds. Everyone mustered up all their courage and pulled out all the stops, just to be able to plow the land properly and have a full meal in the future. After helping to transport the water, Mi Miaoyin also picked up a hoe and put on the people's straw hats, standing under the hot sun and starting to labor. Mi Miaoyin was, after all, the queen of the Isis kingdom. She came from an honorable background, and in the kingdom of Isis, she has been admired by 10,000 people since her birth. However, at this time, as an empress of a generation, she even picked up a hoe just like the people. Seeing this scene, many of the people, as well as the generals and the palace maids, all wept. While shedding tears, they labored. Everyone did their best. The queen's status was so honorable, even she was working hard for the people. What reason did they have not to work hard to cultivate? If Her Majesty could do it, they could certainly do it as well. Not only should they do it, they should do it better. Otherwise, they would be failing Her Majesty's hard work. Under Mi Miaoyin's leadership, everyone's enthusiasm was high, and even though the sun was scorching, they didn't feel the slightest bit tired. They became more and more energized to work. These plowed fields that had been deserted 5 years ago, in Mi Miaoyin's opinion, it would take at least a day to finish sowing all the seeds. However, what Mi Miaoyin never expected was that due to the enthusiasm of the people, they finished sowing in less than half a day. Mi Miaoyin led the people to sow the seeds on her side. Feng Ruo, on the other hand, went to other places and urged the people there to speed up the cultivation. When Meowing's side finished and rushed to the next location, that side could plow the land directly. If there was enough water, it would only be a matter of time before they harvested the corn. All the people of Isis, as long as they were not displaced by the plague, participated. The resumption of farming was a national sensation. With the help of more people, Meowing and the others finished sowing in just one night. The entire country of Isis was filled with laughter, and then the people wept with joy and hugged each other. At midnight, Meowing walked into the supermarket in a dusty manner. During this period of time, Yun Xiao had made a lot of money, so he packed up the compartment above the supermarket to use as a bedroom. He had just laid down when he heard someone walk in outside. As far as Yun Xiao knew, it was unlikely that someone would come to buy food this late in the evening, so the person who came must be Meowing. He got up from the compartment and quickly climbed down the ladder. Just as he came down, he saw that Meowing's body was covered in dirt. Even so, it did not affect her beautiful face and innate temperament at all. "What are you?" Yun Xiao asked towards Meowing. Meowing's eyes were red and she said to Yun Xiao word by word, "We will soon have food." As soon as Yun Xiao heard this, he understood that Meowing must have been laboring with the people all night long. So he said to Meowing, "Hard work." "No. This is all thanks to you, Yun Xiao, really thank you very much." Meowing's tone was very excited. Yun Xiao had never seen her like this in all the time he had known her. Yun Xiao was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say for a long time. After a while, Yun Xiao said with a red face, "The medicines have all been shipped, you will be able to see it when you go out later." Meowing calmed down a little and nodded towards Yun Xiao. "When the matter of the plague is resolved, I will be able to lead my troops to war again." Yun Xiao really didn't understand why Meowing always mentioned the matter of fighting wars lately. It was really speechless. "Thank you." Meowing looked at Yun Xiao and thanked him once again, then threw Yun Xiao 2 cloth bags before striding out. Yun Xiao looked at the 2 heavy cloth bags in his hands and couldn't help but cry and laugh. Luckily, the medicines were delivered in the afternoon, or else Meowing had run here in the middle of the night. Could it be just to tell him that they had resumed farming? When Meowing returned with the medicines, the sky had already turned fish belly white. The entire palace was quiet. Walking out from the palace, Meowing saw quite a few plague-stricken stragglers huddled at the corner of the city, shivering. They were already sick and naturally did not have any ability to protect themselves from the cold. The reason they were willing to huddle outside the imperial city was to wait for the palace to distribute medicine. At this moment, even with the harsh conditions, they were still drowsy. Some people rubbed their eyes in a daze and then woke up the people around them. All of the stragglers who were suffering from the plague and waiting for the palace to distribute medicines looked at Meowing with bated breath. They did not get up to kneel. No words were spoken. All of them looked at Meowing with a pair of dull eyes. There seemed to be dryness in those eyes. There was no longing, no thoughts, no emotions whatsoever. In order to get the medicines distributed by the palace, in order to survive, they didn't care if they didn't have enough to eat, if they used the sky as a quilt or the ground as a mat. All of this was obviously already taken for granted for the stragglers. In front of life and death, they had already become numb. Looking at these subjects of the Isis kingdom in front of her, Meowing's heart sank violently. If their country could be half as developed as the dragon country. No. If their country was half as developed as the dragon kingdom, no. If it could catch up to 100,000th of the dragon kingdom, the people wouldn't have to suffer so much. Ever since her father passed the throne to her, she had always treated her people diligently, eager to force the splendor of the Isis kingdom. She took a deep breath and held back the tears that were welling up under her eyes, then said towards the stragglers, "You guys line up, I'll distribute medicines to you right now, and you'll be fine in no time." Chapter 21, At Your Majesty's Disposal. The exiles didn't know whether they would recover or not, but they understood Her Majesty's words. It probably meant that she wanted to save their lives. With medicine, there was hope for survival. In this world, when faced with life and death, no one wanted to really die. Without the slightest hesitation, all of them used their last ounce of strength to stand in line with pale, breathless faces. Of course, there were also some who could no longer stand, sitting in the same place full of expectation. Not long after, some people received their medication and swallowed all the medication they were given without drinking any water. Soon, the stragglers huddled in the corners of the palace were all given the medicine, and they swallowed it raw with a look of ignorance and novelty. They didn't really know what the drug was, they just felt that it wasn't quite the same as anything they had seen before. However, since His Majesty said that it could save their lives, they were naturally willing to try it. After taking the medicine for about half an hour, many of the stragglers felt that their symptoms such as nausea, headache, and fever were relieved to varying degrees. This showed that His Majesty had not lied. These things called medicines could really save their lives. When they set out from their homes to come to the palace, they were determined to die. But to their surprise, not only did they not die, but they also had people from the palace specially bringing them food every day. And now there were medicines that gave them hope to live. All of this was given to them by Her Majesty, the Queen of Isis. Everyone looked at Minyawin, and with heavy steps, they knelt down one after another at a certain distance from her. This kneeling contained their respect, admiration, gratitude, worship, and many other complex emotions towards Her Majesty the Queen. "Thank you for Your Majesty's saving grace. Our family's lives will be Your Majesty's in the future, at Your Majesty's disposal." Minyawin looked at these poor stragglers and said, "Go home, get well and plow well." Yes. In the following time, all the people of Isis devoted themselves to farming. They would never use only 3 parts of their strength if they had 10 parts of it, and they were all very energetic. Soon all the cultivated land was sown with seeds. When the people poured water from the deep wells into the plowed fields, they were all very excited. Everyone's face wore a look of expectation, hoping that the planted seeds would quickly take root and sprout. 1 month later, when Minyawin came to the field again, it was already lush and green. Many of the people were so excited to see this scene that they could hardly contain their tears. Green crops. They hadn't seen such a sight in 5 whole years. Although they didn't know what kind of crop it was, looking at this lush green, everyone deeply understood that they were not far from the harvest season. Unfortunately, things in the world are always a mixed blessing. Minyawin and the girls were finally looking forward to the harvest season, yet they were worried that these crops would be taken away. For 5 whole years, they had finally waited for this day. So everyone was worried in their hearts. After all, in this era of military chaos and starvation, what if someone took advantage of the ripening of the corn to come and rob it, disrupting the order of the palace's distribution? According to Yun Shao, these corn would mature in another month or so. If they were to cultivate the kind of sweet corn he was talking about, then it would only take half a month. It was good that there was still some time left. Minyawin hoped that she could research a plan as soon as possible during this period of time to ensure that all of this corn would mature properly and could be distributed to the people accurately. After all, it wasn't just humans. There must have been quite a few animals that had survived with great difficulty in these 5 years. If those animals were to come out of their nests, I'm afraid it would be another unavoidable disaster for the people. Those animals were terrifying. They had been starving for so long, their hunger for food was definitely beyond human imagination. For the sake of food, they are even willing to give their lives. And they had long resisted humans. After Minyawin took everything away, Yun Shao definitely had to restock. But right after he made many calls in succession, a sound of footsteps came from the entrance of the grain and oil supermarket. Strange. His place was in a remote location and had always had few guests. Could it be that there are guests at the door today? Yun Shao, why don't you give me a call? A conspiratorial, grumbling voice came, and Yun Shao's body was slightly stunned. What the hell? How dare the visitor use this tone of voice to talk to him? Could it be that he owed someone? Looking in the direction of the voice, Yun Shao saw a woman in a black tracksuit walking towards him. This woman's looks were not outstanding, and with this tight black sportswear, as well as her conspiratorial tone and condescending stance, her first impression was particularly offensive. She walked like she was. Women always have to be more gentle, like this kind of bratty woman is not Yun Shao's favorite type. First of all, I'm really busy, I don't have time to call you. Secondly, I don't seem to have any obligation to call you, there is no intersection between us, don't interfere in my life. Yun Shao slightly raised his eyebrows, not angry, but directly retorted back. Liang Shui instantly breaks defense. Yun Shao, don't think you're great now that you have a few stinking dollars. I can agree to go on a blind date with you, that's the family's intention. Don't think I can't live without you. I'm going to go. How can this person be like this? She took the initiative to look for a blind date with Yun Shao, and begged her grandfather to force her to do it, and now she is actually brazenly hitting a rake? Moreover, Liang Shui said that the blind date was arranged by her family. What does this mean? Is she threatening him? I know that I can live without you, so what are you doing here? Yun Shao looked at Liang Shui and didn't back down in the slightest. Chapter 22 The Brash Liang Shui. The two just met and the swords were drawn. Liang Shui was infuriated. You. She glared fiercely at Yun Shao, as if her eyes were eager to eat Yun Shao alive. For Liang Shui's eyes, Yun Shao didn't care. There are all kinds of birds in a big forest. He was still doing what he should be doing. If Liang Shui doesn't mind getting tired, feel free to glare at her, feel free to curse her. Anyway, Yun Xiao only treats her as air. A few moments, Yun Xiao estimated that Liang Shui is also tired of glaring, and only then coldly looked at her and said, "If you are not here to buy food and oil, then you can go." With that, Yun Xiao walked towards the entrance of the supermarket and directly opened the door of the supermarket, obviously wanting to throw Liang Shui out. "Yun Xiao, you're so out of line. Believe it or not, I will tell your grandfather about this?" Liang Shui yelled, looking like she wanted to fight with Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao turned around to avoid Liang Shui and said with a disgusted face, "You sprayed spittle on my face." "Who knows?" Liang Shui not relent and said, "What are you running for? I can still eat you, ah?" It is true that she could not do anything to Yun Xiao. But she is trying to empty Yun Xiao's pockets. Yun Xiao is not stupid, how could he not see it? But then again, how did Liang Shui know that he had money now? Could it be that she knows something? On second thought, Yun Xiao thought so. Now that he had changed his car, the grocery supermarket was frequently stocking up. As long as Liang Shui paid a little attention, she would definitely know. The noise of the two of them attracted Yu Zhiqiu from the hair salon across the street. "Yun Xiao, why are you arguing with the customers if you're not watching the store properly?" Yu Zhiqiu had a confused look on her face as she walked towards Yun Xiao. It's just that she seems to be hiding something in her eyes when she's persuading. This brat. He's good. Yesterday, a beautiful woman in a luxury car gave him a ride, and today, he's a different person? Yu Zhiqiu think than Yun Xiao older, and then we are all businessmen, peace and prosperity, what can not talk about it? Besides, the door to do business with peace, why quarrel? Who knows that Liang Shui simply do not understand the good intentions of others, raised his chin toward the Yu Zhiqiu cursed, "Who the hell are you ah, none of your business away from us, less meddling in the business may also be able to live a few more years." Yu Zhiqiu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. No matter what, in front of a little girl like Liang Shui she is also an elder, can't be said so by a little girl, right? I advise you to live your own life and mind your own business. You. How could you? Yu Zhiqiu was so angry by Liang Shui that her face reddened. She stretched out a hand to cover her chest and said, "It's true that she was born without a mother to teach her, no wonder Yun Xiao is so good-tempered that she can argue with you." Row. I'm nosy, right? Then you guys continue. I have nothing to do with anything that happens. I don't care if Yun Xiao beats you to death. You bitch, what are you talking about? Yun Xiao is my fiancé, what do you know? You don't know shit, you can't even understand things, you're so indiscriminate. Were you squeezed by a door when you were born? You, little girl, try cursing me again? Yu Zhiqiu stretched out a finger and pointed at Liang Shui. At this time, some people came around to watch. Everyone looked at Liang Shui with complicated eyes. There was teasing, contempt, and even contempt. It seemed like they were all waiting to see Liang Shui's joke. Seeing that the situation was not good, Liang Shui looked around and was left with no place to go. Yun Xiao was about to go forward and theorize, when a voice suddenly came from the crowd. Yun Xiao gazed through the crowd and looked in the direction of the voice. Su Lily was wearing a pure white little fragrance dress today, and when she stepped out from the crowd, her entire person looked clear and elegant, with a special temperament. She walked towards Yun Xiao with a smile and a friendly attitude. Look! Yun Xiao is your fiancé? Yu Zhiqiu let out a cold laugh. This is the person's fiancé. Seeing Su Lily just now in Yun Xiao, Yu Zhiqiu teeth and claws of Liang Shui instantly changed to look. Originally, Yun Xiao also wanted to do some comparison between Su Lily and Liang Shui. I did not expect Liang Shui actually changed face in a second, cheeky to come to the front of Yun Xiao, and then looked at Su Lily said, "Yun Xiao, who is this lady ah, how have I not seen before?" Hearing Liang Shui say this, Yun Xiao's heart was stunned for a while. Is he familiar with Liang Shui? This woman is also too able to pretend, right? Also, who is this pretending to? Is she intentionally sidelining Su Lily? Listening to Liang Shui's words, Yun Xiao for a moment truly felt that goosebumps are going to fall off. This person wants hypocrisy to such a point, it is really incorrigible ah. Hello? Su Lily generously stretched out her hand and shook hands with Liang Shui. My name is Su Lily, my father is Su Fenghua. Su Fenghua? Why does this name seem to have heard before? It sounds familiar. Liang Shui muttered a sentence, then as if thinking of something, wide-eyed towards Su Lily asked, Your father is not on TV? Su Lily nodded with a faint smile, yes, my father is an antique dealer. Oh, I know, it's that antique world's most famous Su Fenghua. I've seen him on TV. Liang Shue's eyes were full of admiration, then with a fawning face, she said, TSK, I really didn't expect that Boss Su's daughter is so beautiful. Your name is Su Lily? Liang Shui then said, then continued, may I ask how Miss Su knows Yun Xiao? Liang Shui's tone sounded casual, but when she looked at Yun Xiao, she glared fiercely at him. At this moment, Yun Xiao had two big heads. Even if Yun Xiao was straight, he knew that Su Lily definitely had a crush on him. It was only because of Su Fenghua's sake that he deliberately kept his distance from her. Now these two women ran into each other, once it caused unnecessary trouble. How was he going to explain it to Grandpa later? There seemed to be something in her eyes. Chapter 23, Palace Cooking. Seeing Su Lily dare to look at Yun Xiao with that adoring look in front of so many people, Liang Shui was instantly furious. In her opinion, Su Lily was clearly seducing, and it was a blatant and undisguised seduction. No way. She must not let the two of them continue to develop, or else wouldn't Su Lily ride over her head? Next second. Once she thought about the relationship between the two, she simply dared not think any further. Her mind raced. Miss Su, why do you have time to come and see Yun Xiao? Liang Shui said with a leathery smile. Oh. It just so happens that a new luxury storefront has opened over here, and everything in it is imported from abroad, and they are all high-end brands, so I came over to take a look and just happened to be passing by. Su Lily said. Really? As soon as Liang Shui heard that there is a tax-free luxury storefront nearby, her eyes instantly lit up. I like buying luxury goods the most, I just don't know if the price is expensive over there. If you want to go, I can certainly tell you the location. Su Lily seemed to have completely failed to see through Liang Shui's persona, and still said with a smile on her face. Seeing Su Lily say that she can tell her the address, Liang Shui smiled even more happily. Really? I knew Miss Su was a great benefactor, you were so nice. Su Lily nodded, then her eyes looked at Yun Xiao and said, Yun Xiao, let's go over there first and take a look, then I'll tell Miss Liang the address later. When Liang Shui heard this, her entire body instantly froze. The feeling of embarrassment made her wish to find a crack in the ground to drill into. She lowered her head, her hands gripping the lapels of her coat, twisting and turning. She originally wanted to bring Yun Xiao over, and in the meantime, let him buy her luxury goods. Who knew that there would be a Chang bite in the middle of the road? And this face hit, she had no power to fight back. As Yun Xiao's words fell, the lost expression on Su Lily's face flickered. She really didn't understand why Yun Xiao would refuse. They could obviously be the best partners, but... In fact, Yun Xiao was not repulsed by Su Lily, it was just that he currently had no intention of finding a girlfriend. Besides, Yun Xiao was very clear about his original family situation. In case he got too close to Su Lily and her family disagreed, causing unnecessary misunderstandings or trouble, it would be better for them to be ordinary friends and kill all possibilities in the cradle. Turning his head towards the supermarket, Yun Xiao inadvertently saw Liang Shui clasping her hands, the bright red nail deeply embedded in the flesh of the other hand. However, when Su Lily looked at her, she was all smiles and pretended as if nothing had happened. Since Yun Xiao has something to do, then you're with me? Su Lily said to Liang Shui. Liang Shui's eyes twinkled as she thanked Boss Su. Such a good opportunity, she didn't want to miss it. With Su Lily, not only would she have face, she might even get a discount. Boss Su, my name is Liang Shui, nice to meet you. Liang Shui smiled hypocritically at Su Lily. On the surface it looked like she was trying to take advantage of the situation, but in reality Liang Shui had her own calculations. If she could get together with Su Lily and turn around and tell her more about Yun Xiao, although it was fake, it was enough to make Su Lily's heart grow fonder. Especially since the family had already arranged matters related to Yun Xiao's engagement to her. Then, Liang Shui familiarly took Su Lily's arm. Sister Lily, let's go then. Yun Xiao looked at the back of the two women leaving and let out a long breath. Yun Xiao, who messed with you? Just then, another woman's voice came. I don't know why, after being so messed up by Su Lily and Liang Shui, Yun Xiao's heart now trembles when he hears a woman's voice. Hearing Mi Miaoyin's inquiry, Yun Xiao's hanging heart fell to the ground. He pushed open the window of the grain and oil supermarket, and the two of them walked in one after the other. Is something wrong? Mi Miaoyin said worriedly. Yun Xiao shook his head and said, nothing, it's just that my family has arranged a marriage for me. Isn't that a good thing? Mi Miaoyin thought that she had caused trouble for Yun Xiao, and the hand-wringing she had just experienced calmed down in a flash. You don't understand, I don't have that mind at all. Yun Xiao said with a face full of helplessness. Saying that, Yun Xiao opened his cell phone and let Mi Miaoying take a look at the photos in his phone. These are all prepared for you. Besides food, there are also some medicines as well as things for farming. I have ordered a lot of goods online, just waiting for you to bring these back, lest there is no place to put them for delivery later. Listening to Yun Xiao's arrangements, a trace of heartache flashed under Mi Miaoying's eyes. Yun Xiao had done so much, all for the sake of Isis and her. Thinking that although she was the queen of the Isis country, she had limited abilities, without Yun Xiao, the entire Isis country would still not know what would become of it. Let's have a meal together. Thinking of this, Mi Miaoying smiled towards Yun Xiao and said. The world of the Dragon Kingdom Mi Miaoying didn't understand, and she couldn't help with Yun Xiao's matters. However, Mi Miaoying knew that when a person was in a bad mood, eating something delicious could ease it. Once upon a time when her father was around, she often used this method to relieve stress. When it came to eating, Yun Xiao was a complete foodie. You can eat whatever you want, there are many cuisines in the Dragon Kingdom. Hot pot, barbecue, seafood, burgers, pizza. Yun Xiao said a lot of food in a row, almost all the food that can be ordered on a certain group. What do you want to eat? If you want to try them all, I can order a little bit of them one by one. Thank you. Mi Miaoying gratefully looked at Yun Xiao and said, this way, if it's convenient, you can buy some ingredients, I'll bring them back to let you also taste the palace chef's handiwork. Yun Xiao said, I'll bring it back to let you taste the chef's skills in the palace. Yun Xiao's eyes widened when he heard that he could taste the palace chef's handiwork. You wait for me for a moment. With that, Yun Xiao quickly ran towards the outside. Mi Miaoying did not ask him what he was going for, but if nothing else, he must have gone to prepare the ingredients. Sure enough. In less than 10 minutes, Yun Xiao trotted back with 2 large plastic bags. The plastic bags were filled with all kinds of ingredients such as vegetables and meat. In fact, Yun Xiao would have liked to order some food online. But for so many years he ate and lived in the store, those outside food he has long been tired of eating. Now that he heard Mi Miaoying say that he could taste the palace chef's handiwork, he naturally couldn't wait. These are for us, those are for the chef in the palace, we can't let them serve us for nothing. Yun Xiao smiled and scratched his head. Yun Xiao smiled and scratched his head and said. Mi Miaoying looked at Yun Xiao and smiled, took the plastic bag in his hand and walked towards the outside. Chapter 24 Hongmen Banquet. In the hair salon across the street. Yu Zhiqiu saw that Yun Xiao had gone out early in the morning after saying goodbye to the 2 women, and had bought quite a few dishes back in this short while, and had gone out every now and then, and didn't know what he was doing. She sighed helplessly, shook her head and muttered, these young people nowadays, always running out to do business, can this business still be done? Then she thought, Yun Xiao has been always buying goods lately, and he even replaced his new car, where exactly did all this money come from? After lunch, Mi Miaoying asked Yun Xiao with a smile, you just left so quickly, are not afraid that I will take everything away? Yun Xiao waved his hand and said, he. The things I bought are for you, so you can take them away if you want to. Even if all of them are taken away, after all, together with his grain and oil supermarket is not worth a gold ingot. Hearing Yun Xiao say this, Mi Miaoying was relieved. It turns out that she still has weight in Yun Xiao's heart, after all, he has to rely on this grain and oil supermarket to make ends meet. After Mi Miaoying left, Yun Xiao was ready to brush the video for a while and then have a good night's sleep. But just at this moment, the door of the grocery supermarket was pushed open from outside. The person who came in was none other than Liang Shui, and she was accompanied by an old woman. This woman had a lot of similarities with Liang Shui's looks, and if Yun Xiao judged correctly, it should be Liang Shui's mother. Yun Xiao looked at Liang Shui and the woman beside her with a surprised face and asked, you guys are looking for me for something? Lu Shufan stepped forward and was about to pull Yun Xiao, who took 2 steps back to avoid it. Lu Shufan's hand paused for a moment, had to say with a smile on his face, Yun Xiao is not a good deal to invite us to dinner. Well, how Liang Shui did not invite you Hearing Lu Shufan's words, Yun Xiao instantly understood. It turns out that they want to come to the door to force the marriage. Seeing Yun Xiao sneered, Lu Shufan thoughtlessly continued, I came here today just to ask you, how could a person promise someone else's things but cannot do it? Besides, your grandfather has already agreed to this matter, in the future we are a family, why should we reject people outside of 1,000 miles? I don't deny that our Liang Shui has a little temper. But women, coaxing on the line, after all, my daughter is also very good. In the face of this situation, Yun Xiao had no choice but to Lu Shufan and Liang Shui said, sorry, my grandfather's idea cannot fully represent me, I do not have the idea of dating now. Who knows, this mother and daughter are quite similar. Before you did not also promised us to apologize, to eat a meal with us? I see that both families are quite good, this matter will take the opportunity of this meal to settle it. Yun Xiao was at a loss. What is this all about? It hasn't even gotten any better yet, so you're getting engaged and asking for a dowry? These two are worthy of being mother and daughter, they are really like one another. Even their way of thinking is different from normal people. I'm sorry, dinner and apologies are fine, but let's forget about the engagement. Yun Xiao said bluntly. Lu Shufan smiled awkwardly. Young man, you are still too young. Marriage is all about parents' orders and matchmakers' words, it's been like this since ancient times. Since your grandfather has already given his word, what's the use of refusing? Yun Xiao thought for a moment and said, okay. Bring grandpa with you when you eat. Yun Xiao really can't figure out how grandpa is so confused. If only he could bring grandpa with him at dinner, so that he could see their mother and daughter's faces. Wouldn't that make grandpa less difficult for him? Seeing Yun Xiao agreed, Lu Shufeng cheekily, pulling Liang Shui's hand on Yun Xiao's hand, choose a day is not as good as bumping into a day, then now. Yun Xiao was speechless for a while, and in the end, he could only laugh dryly and say, okay. Out of the door, Yun Xiao wanted to call his grandfather, who knew that Lu Shufeng preempted him. Yun Xiao is grandfather, we are now going to pick you up, let's have a meal together. Yes, yes. Just go to the Jiangcheng Hotel. Yun Xiao, this child filial piety, naturally will not treat you poorly. Listening to these rambling words in his ears, Yun Xiao became even more helpless. Recently, I really do not know what happened, either encountered strange things, or get rich, or go peach blossom luck. Forget it. Isn't it just eating? Just eat. Jiangcheng Hotel, Yun Xiao assisted his grandfather, and Lu Shufan, Liang Shui, two people into the private room. At this time, there were already quite a few people sitting in the private room. These people were obviously Liang Shui's family members. A man stood up with great surprise, enthusiastically said to Yun Xiao, come on, sit next to me. Yun Xiao took a look at the man, the age of about more than 50 years old, the bridge of the nose with a pair of gold glasses, it seems to be sitting in the office. From his enthusiasm for Yun Xiao, I think this person should be Liang Shui's father. After assisting his grandfather to sit down, Yun Xiao instantly understood. It turns out that grandpa is not confused, but Liang Shui's family has a background. For a person from an ordinary family like Yun Xiao, to be able to marry someone with a family background like Liang Shui's would be a blessing in disguise. Speaking of which, Jiangcheng is good everywhere. It's just that the city is a bit small. As long as Yun Xiao goes out, he might be able to meet his former teachers and classmates, and his friends all know each other when they talk to each other. As a big man who has to rely on a woman's family background to eat, Yun Xiao doesn't want to be said to be a little white boy. In an instant, Yun Xiao's face became extremely ugly and he got up and wanted to leave. But just as Yun Xiao was about to get up, he was pulled back by his grandfather. Grandpa came to Yun Xiao's ear and said, little brat, you give me to sit down, even if you do not like this marriage, you also give me to finish this meal before leaving. Looking at his grandfather, Yun Xiao cried and laughed. He was so big, but still had to be disciplined by his grandfather. And still be disciplined to obey the kind of. Yun Xiao tugged on his grandfather's sleeve, whispered, grandfather, this family is really not suitable for us. I don't care, you first sit down and give me a good meal. Grandpa scolded. Helpless. Okay. Eat then eat. Let me introduce you all, this is Yun Xiao, old Uncle Yun's grandson. Liang Shui's dad, Liang Su, said to everyone. My dad is from the planning bureau. Liang Shui looked at her dad with eyes full of admiration and raised her chin towards Yun Xiao and said. Only then did Yun Xiao look at Liang Su. Liang Su nodded slightly towards Yun Xiao with the kind of smile on his face that he had been in a high position for a long time. Liang Su continued to introduce, Yun Xiao, this is the great aunt, second aunt, third aunt, fifth aunt, great uncle, second uncle, third uncle and grandpa. With all the introductions, Yun Xiao's head got big. Chapter 25, Going Back on Your Word? Liang Su also took a closer look at Yun Xiao at this time. According to reasoning, a person from a family like Yun Xiao's wouldn't even be able to get into his eyes. However, after hearing that Yun Xiao was able to earn a lot of money just by opening a grain and oil supermarket, he also wanted to take lessons and wondered what Yun Xiao had in store for him. Of course, these are only one aspect. Yun Xiao grew up with both parents dead, and there is only his elderly grandfather by his side, and in the future, if his grandfather is not. Yun Xiao, right? Liang Su stretched out his hand towards Yun Xiao and said with a smile, my family Liang Shui has fallen in love with you, or else she wouldn't have rushed to call you out so late. Our family Liang Shui grew up spoiled, you have to let her more. Liang Shui has a formal job, Working in the planning bureau, stable work, this point you do not have to worry. You see, if there is no problem, this marriage will be finalized. Yun Xiao was slightly stunned. Things seemed to be completely out of his expectation. After thinking for a long time, Yun Xiao still got up and bowed respectfully towards Liang Su, then said without losing his manners, "Hello uncle, whether Liang Shui is pampered, has princess disease or a lady's temper, it has nothing to do with me at all. I came here today mainly to apologize for the last blind date. As for the engagement, my career is still on the upswing, so I don't have any plans for the time being." Yun Xiao. What do you mean? When Lu Shufan heard this, she immediately became angry. Are you trying to reject our good intentions? We got all the relatives of our family here, isn't it just to make you feel at ease? We've shown our sincerity, how can you go back on your word? How can you go back on your word? Yun Xiao was so angry by Lu Shufan that she laughed out. When did I promise this marriage? Are you guys wrong? They clearly want to find all the relatives to rub the rice, clearly want to take advantage of, actually still put words so righteous, really incorrigible. Yun Xiao is not a fool. He already knew exactly what kind of people Liang Shui's family was. The matter has come to this point, it seems that there is no need to eat this meal. Yun Xiao was ready to get up and leave when his words fell, but as soon as he moved, he heard the sound of his grandfather pretending to cough. Having no choice but to take a deep breath, Yun Xiao could only hold his breath and sit back in his original position. Yun Xiao, you also calm down. This matter was promised by your grandfather. Liang Su saw that Yun Xiao's temper was not small, and quickly rounded up the situation. Liang Su, seeing that Yun Xiao's temper is not small, hurriedly rounded up the situation and said. Yun Xiao raised his eyes to meet Liang Su and said, "Since you also said that this was promised by my grandfather, then my grandfather can't fully represent me. How can a marriage matter be child's play? Is everything a laughing matter? What era is it now, still talking about matchmaking? It's ridiculous. You child, when will you let me stop worrying?" At this time, Yun Yong said with a somewhat uncontrollable face. The engagement matter came to an end for the time being. After all, Yun Xiao had already made his words clear, so Liang Shui's family didn't mention it again. Instead, it was Lu Shufan who kept giving Liang Shui glances, and Liang Shui acted reluctantly, but pretended to be smiling. Looking at Liang Su's inconsistent and hypocritical appearance, Yun Xiao only felt a wave of revulsion. If he were to spend his life with such a person, he probably wouldn't want to go home for the rest of his life. Well, at this time began to serve food, Liang Shui's father, Liang Su, still put on a lofty posture, said toward everyone, come, all do not freeze, quickly eat." Yun Xiao just picked up his chopsticks, and a piece of Sichuan white meat was placed on the plate. The meat was Liang Shui who helped Yun Xiao to clip it. Yun Xiao, don't be angry, it was all a misunderstanding before. Yun Xiao took the chopsticks and instantly lost his appetite. He really wanted to ignore it, get up and slam the door and leave. But when he thought of his grandfather's worry for himself, now leaving is not the same as not giving face to his grandfather? So reluctantly, Yun Xiao just frowned slightly and did not get up directly. Liang Shui did not know what Yun Xiao heart, still toward Yun Xiao said, "Alright, things in the past, do not get entangled, eat vegetables." Said, Liang Shui again to Yun Xiao clipped the fish. This time, Yun Xiao was completely dumbfounded. He usually eats indeed very muddled, basically casually deal with. But there was one thing, Yun Xiao didn't eat fatty meat or fish. Not eating fatty meat is mainly because Yun Xiao once ate meat and oil mixed with rice when he was a child to eat vomit, since then Yun Xiao's stomach is not adapted to fat meat, eat it will vomit. Another point, he does not eat fish. Mainly because of fish allergy, all body uncomfortable. What's wrong? Liang Shui asked towards Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao slightly raised his eyebrows and put down his chopsticks with a helpless face. I'm sorry, I don't eat fatty meat or fish. Oh. Liang Shui nodded and took her chopsticks and sent all the fatty meat and fish from Yun Xiao's plate to her mouth. Yun Xiao. It seems that they really aren't from the same world. Yun Xiao really didn't want to stay for a second. At this moment, he really wanted a savior to appear that could take him away. Or instantly turn into a little baby and let grandpa carry him away. Unable to do so, full of helplessness and boredom, Yun Xiao could only take out his cell phone and casually look through it. He didn't have any interest in the food anyway, so he naturally had to find something to do. When he picked up his cell phone, Yun Xiao saw a WeChat message from Su Lily. Yun Xiao, where are you? Yun Xiao was feeling helpless because there was no way to get out. At this moment, the message from Su Lily was like a savior for Yun Xiao. So Yun Xiao quickly replied, Jiancheng Hotel. Su Lily, I went to the luxury store today to buy some things, some I saw that your supermarket can be used, so I also bought some by the way. Why don't I send it to you? Yun Xiao, there is something to say when we meet, can you do me a favor first when you come? Su Lily, how to help? Yun Xiao, my grandfather arranged a blind date for me, you find a way to take me away on the line. Su Lily, cluck, this is simple, when you cooperate with me. Yun Xiao, okay. Looking at the cell phone screen, Yun Xiao helplessly gave a bitter smile. This Su Lily is a bit interesting. Why did she think of buying him luxury goods for a good reason? I'm afraid that buying luxury goods is fake, wanting to see him is real, right? Alas. I really don't know what makes me so attractive. Is it all because of money? At this moment, everyone at the dinner table looked at Yun Xiao with unhappy eyes. Unable to do anything, Yun Xiao had to raise his eyes to Liang Shui and said, Liang Shui, thank you for your kindness, but we are not familiar with each other, you don't know what I like to eat, I don't have an appetite right now, if I want to eat I can do it myself. Just like this, the meal continued in awkwardness and stalemate. Yun Yong glared at Yun Xiao from time to time. There is a warning in his eyes, meaning to tell Yun Xiao, even if you don't like Liang Shui, don't show it so obviously, and just gradually move away from it in the future. But Yun Xiao has always been straight to the point, how can he have the heart to fight with Liang Shui and the others? Well, at this time, the door of the private room from the outside was pushed open. The person who walked in was Su Lily. Yun Xiao, why don't you return my messages? I've been looking for you, come with me. Chapter 26 Pretending to be a girlfriend. Where to? Yun Xiao had an awkward face and didn't react at all. And at this moment, because of Su Lily's arrival, all eyes were focused on her alone. Sorry, I've been looking for my boyfriend for a long time, but he hasn't replied, my father has something to discuss with him. Su Lily said politely to the people in the private room. Then, Su Lily nodded slightly towards the people in the private room and pulled Yun Xiao to go outside. Boom! Who would have thought that Su Lily's words would shock the entire people in the private room? Yun Xiao actually had a girlfriend? Moreover, this woman had a beautiful look, a first-class body, and was definitely a dragon amongst men from the way she dressed. Yun Xiao? Open a grain and oil supermarket and still find such a rich and beautiful girlfriend? Girlfriend? Liang Shui was stunned, aren't you friends who just met? At this time, Yun Xiao also reacted, quickly got up and pulled Su Lily's arm and said, yes. Before we were indeed ordinary friends, but the family arranged a blind date, which prompted us to establish a relationship. Liang Shui. Liang Shui dad. Liang Shui mom. The words of Yun Xiao just fell, even Grandpa Yun Yong was shocked. This little brat, really fake? Why didn't you tell me earlier if you had a girlfriend? What's going on here? Slap. Liang Su's face sank and he slapped the table hard. Old Uncle Yun, you said that Yun Xiao didn't have a girlfriend before we arranged a blind date and accepted the apology, now what's going on here? Are you playing with us? Forget it. Since people don't have sincerity, we'll just leave. A toad like this, we Liang Shui can't even look at it. At this time, someone from the Liang family stopped Liang Su and said. Liang Su glared fiercely at Yun Xiao, his teeth clacking. What did you say? Since you look down on our Yun Xiao, don't contact us in the future. Yun Yong fiercely got up and angrily rebuked towards Liang Su. In this world, no one could bully his grandson. Other than him, no one could say a word against his grandson. Otherwise, Yun Yong would never let the other party go even if he gave up his old life. Seeing his grandfather's attitude make a 180-degree turn, Yun Xiao pulled Su Lily and walked out. Yun Xiao, don't you go, the meal is still not finished. Behind him came Liang Shui's voice, but Yun Xiao turned a deaf ear. After coming out of the Jiangcheng hotel, Yun Xiao let go of Su Lily's arm, smiled, and said gratefully, thank you. Su Lily smiled bitterly, you are welcome, I thought you were kidnapped, things got so serious. The two looked at each other and laughed. You haven't eaten yet, right? Why don't I treat you to dinner? Su Lily said. Yun Xiao laughed and patted his chest and said, how can a big man like me let you please? Besides, last time I still owe you once, this time I please. Good. Su Lily laughed and said, why don't we find a bar restaurant? Good. I still went to school when I went to the bar, a long time have not been. Yun Xiao said. The bar restaurant is surrounded by neon lights, the atmosphere is particularly good. Many couples gathered here in twos and threes. Yun Xiao looked at the menu, then put the menu on the desktop, pushed it to Su Lily and said, I'll treat you, you order. Okay. Yun Xiao's jaw dropped. Pretending to be a girlfriend is fine, but you can't get addicted to it. Su Lily ignored Yun Xiao's shock and instead said with a smile, I think your grandfather is very good. Aha! That indeed. Yun Xiao said. Since childhood, no matter what Yun Xiao did, his grandfather would support him unconditionally. For example, he opened this grain and oil supermarket, the beginning of the grandfather to give the first startup capital. Otherwise, where is Yun Xiao today? Looking at Yun Xiao face certainty, Su Lily hands resting on her cheeks, said to Yun Xiao, seriously, if you want to find a girlfriend, can you consider me first? Yun Xiao slightly froze, swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After quickly organizing the language in his head, Yun Xiao opened his mouth and said, Boss Su, don't joke, we are a relationship of interest, it is better not to involve feelings. Su Lily looked at Yun Xiao, seemed a little lost in thought, did not directly answer Yun Xiao's words, but impulsively said, if you are with me, I can let my father double the price of your antiques. Yun Xiao. That means Su Fengwo doubled his money more? But this is not the key. The key is how did Su Lily fall in love with him? This niece doesn't look like a love brain either. Not waiting for Yun Xiao to speak, a voice came from far and near, Lily, why are you here? Following the direction of the voice, Yun Xiao and Su Lily looked over at the same time. A man wearing a light blue suit, with half of a pink square scarf showing from the suit's lapel, and high-end gold glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, walked towards Yun Xiao and Su Lily in large strides. Brother, why are you here? Su Lily said with surprise in her beautiful eyes. I have a friend who asked me to come over for dinner, and I didn't expect to meet you here. Su Minglang said. Oh. Su Lily nodded, this is Yun Xiao, my father's partner. Su Lily introduced Yun Xiao again, this is my brother, my uncle Su Maoxing's son. Oh. Yun Xiao nodded and looked at Su Minglang, smiled and said, hello. Su Maoxing Yun Xiao has also seen, although he is a big name in the antique world, but he is very affable and low-key, how come his son gives such a flamboyant first impression? Yun Xiao got up and took the initiative to reach out and shake hands with Su Minglang, hello, I am Yun Xiao. As expected, Su Minglang is just like the kind of person Yun Xiao looks at, his eyes were full of contempt when he stretched out his hand, and he just touched Yun Xiao's hand in a slapdash manner and put it back. My friends over there are all experts in the antique world, do you want to go over? I will introduce you to a few friends to know? Su Minglang said in a light tone. No need, we can simply have a meal. Su Lily smiled and said, brother, why don't you join us? In fact, Su Lily, this sentence is just modest, did not expect Su Minglang actually really sat down. And, the first thing he did after he sat down was to look at Yun Xiao with a scrutinizing and contemptuous gaze. Chapter 27 Is There Still Medicine? Su Lily had always been a bachelor. For so many years, Su Minglang alone knew of a few of her suitors. But Su Lily couldn't see anyone, and all of them politely refused or rejected. At this time, Su Minglang's scrutinizing gaze fell on Yun Xiao. He really didn't see what was so great about this kid that he could win his sister's heart. Once upon a time, Su Minglang had always felt that Su Lily's failure to fall in love must be because her vision was too high. But now it seems, this kid is not good. I didn't think that his cousin Su Lily was actually this kind of taste. We are all adults, even if Su Minglang sees some clues, but he is not stupid enough to say all the words in his heart. So, Su Minglang deliberately changed the topic and said, Lily, what kind of delicious food did you order? Su Lily lightly smiled and said, nothing, I just ordered a little seafood. Speaking, Su Lily pushed the menu to Su Minglang in front, brother, what you want to eat you point. Su Lily pushed the menu in front of Su Minglang, brother, what do you want to eat? Su Minglang stretched his legs and snapped his fingers at the waiter, adding an abalone braised pork. Vomit. Hearing Su Minglang's words, Yun Xiao almost directly vomited. He hated fat meat the most, and he didn't expect that after a change of scenery, he would run into another one who wanted to eat fat meat. Seemingly catching something in Yun Xiao's eyes, Su Minglang hooked the corner of his mouth into a contemptuous smile and said, what, haven't you ever eaten abalone? Vomit. Is really disgusting. Small abalone is only a few dollars a piece, Yun Xiao even if he has not eaten high-end abalone, but small abalone always eaten. My sister and I used to go to the United States, the black abalone there is very fresh, especially on the cruise ship, salvaged abalone can be sliced directly, compared to Japan's sushi, the flavor is even better. Su Minglang continued, Yun Xiao, have you ever been to the United States? If you have the opportunity, you must go to see, the scenery over there is very special, a lot of human history, in our country is simply not felt. By the way, our antique association will hold regular free trips, if you are interested, you can go together. I have a lot of friends who are studying in the United States, so it's good to have friends to take care of you when you get there. Su Minglang's words were clearly cynical. Su Lily quickly frowned and stopped. Brother, what are you talking about? Su Lily's words carried a warning, seemingly reminding him never to offend Yun Xiao. After all, when she was keeping in touch with Yun Xiao, even her father was always reminding her. Although Su Lily could also understand why Su Minglang looked down on Yun Xiao, the problem was that Su Minglang didn't understand Yun Xiao at all and didn't know his strength. At this time, the waiter walked over with the dishes. The surrounding music sounded and the atmosphere seemed to have been baked to the extreme. Looking at the wide array of seafood dishes, Yun Xiao sat there and did not move. Instead, it was Su Lily who was the first to see Yun Xiao's mind and asked, Yun Xiao, these are what I ordered especially for you, the ingredients here are very fresh, do you want to try? Yun Xiao slightly raised his eyebrows and said, no, you eat well. This meal Yun Xiao was supposed to invite Su Lily, as long as she was happy. Watching Su Lily eat some seafood and staple food, Yun Xiao directly called the waiter to scan the code to transfer money, and then very gentlemanly got up and said towards Su Lily and Su Minglang, you guys take your time to eat, I'm a little bit of a businessman, I'll go back first. Yun Xiao, promise to treat me to dinner, how come you have to leave before I finish eating? Su Lily tried to stay. Yun Xiao smiled and said, grain and oil supermarket closed the door, I do not feel confident, go back to see, worried about a guest to come. Cough cough cough. Yun Xiao's words elicited a light cough from Su Minglang. It was obvious that he despised Yun Xiao from the bottom of his heart. After all, at first, although he felt that Yun Xiao's taste was poor, he should at least be a boss with $1 million of annual income. Unexpectedly, when Yun Xiao opened his mouth, he was actually the owner of a grain and oil supermarket. After a light cough, Su Minglang even held his face red. That we, Lily, have been spoiled since childhood and can't suffer at all. I was also pampered as a child, and I was also spoiled by my grandfather. I know there's a big gap between the rich and the poor in this society, so many rich people look down on the poor. Unfortunately, some rich people seem to have forgotten. Their fathers also came from poor days. Also, I am more patriotic and not too used to living abroad, so I don't go anywhere, even if I have money I spend it at home. Of course, these are personal habits, not a reason for anyone to be contemptuous. After Yun Xiao put down this sentence, he turned around and left. Su Minglang stood in place for a long time, but did not return to his senses. In his circle of friends, no one would even talk to him like this. What kind of attitude is this? What kind of tone? Not convinced. I looked at Su Lily. Su Minglang was embarrassed, and I didn't expect him to be upset. Yun Xiao's words, seemingly light and fluffy, but they give a sense of oppression that is dumbfounding. Just looking at the personal temperament, Yun Xiao is indeed a good choice. That face is also very handsome, but unfortunately small family, this kind of person is difficult to reach the hall of elegance, cannot support the stage, and we are not even in the same world. Brother, look at you. Su Lily coldly looked at Su Minglang and said. Bullying, but I really don't see what talent this kid has. Su Minglang does not mind what Su Lily look at him with what eyes, but shrugged his shoulders and continued to say, people with people are to be divided into levels, such a person is indeed very low, our circle he simply cannot melt into. No common hobbies, common language, short-term rely on love, long? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Su Minglang patted Su Lily's shoulder and said, let's go, I'll introduce you to a few high-end friends. From the bar out, Yun Xiao drove straight back to the grain and oil supermarket. He used a ladder to climb to the partition sleeper couch, tilted his head to look at the ceiling, and only felt funny. Originally everything was fine, how did things turn out like this all of a sudden? A blind date? Alas, compared to the minds of young people nowadays, this was a long time ago. Creak. The door of the supermarket was pushed open from the outside, and Mi Miaoing said in an excited tone, Yun Xiao, there's a harvest. Eh? Yun Xiao was slightly stunned, and only then did he react, so it was Mi Miaoing who had come. Yun Xiao was slightly stunned, and it was only then that he reacted. In the future, the people of Isis will no longer need to go hungry. Yun Xiao said excitedly. Getting up and arriving in front of Mi Miaoing, Yun Xiao realized that her face was flushed. Then, Mi Miaoing just stood straight in front of Yun Xiao and collapsed. Luckily, Yun Xiao was quick on his feet and held her up in one go. Mi Miaoing's appearance looked like she was about to pass out, but she still had her consciousness and reasoning, and said towards Yun Xiao, do I have the plague, is there any medicine left? Chapter 28 Little brat, Grandpa has only one request for you. Looking at Mi Miaoing in his arms, Yun Xiao touched her hot forehead, his voice trembled, you wait, I will buy medicine for you now. Saying that, Yun Xiao carefully helped Mi Miaoyin to the cot where he originally slept, and quickly walked towards the outside. Running to the drugstore, Yun Xiao bought a box of anti-inflammatory medicine, antipyretic medicine, cold and flu medicine and fire remover. It was thought that during this period of time, Mi Miaoyin must have been overworked for the matter of planting corn, coupled with an urgent fire. With these medicines, without any surprises, she should be able to get well soon. Alas! Inexplicably, Yun Xiao sighed as he ran back to the supermarket. It was a pity that Mi Miaoyin's range of motion could only be inside the grain and oil supermarket. If only she could go out, Yun Xiao could take her to the hospital. In her condition, a shot in the hospital would probably make her better. However, this is obviously not possible. After returning to the grain and oil supermarket, Yun Xiao hurriedly boiled some hot water, rinsed the fever-reducing medicine, and then kept changing the bowl, pouring it around to make the water warmer, before holding Mi Miaoyin and feeding it to her. Because Mi Miaoyin is after all a person from the Yuan dynasty, so when buying medicines, Yun Xiao tried to buy proprietary medicines as much as possible so as to avoid Mi Miaoyin's body from rejecting Western medicines. After giving her the medicine, Yun Xiao then found a hot towel and placed it on Mi Miaoyin's forehead, hoping to make her fever go down quickly in this way. At the moment, Mi Miaoyin's face was burnt like a big apple, looking very desirable. But Yun Xiao obviously did not have the time to appreciate it. Because Mi Miaoyin couldn't be given fluids, Yun Xiao had to bring in another high level of white wine. Pouring the white wine in a bowl, using a lighter to light it up, when the high-level white wine was slightly hotter, while the wine was hot, dip his hand in it and apply it to Mi Miaoyin's forehead, palms, and feet. This method is called physical therapy. When Yun Xiao was very young, once he had a fever, grandpa often used this method to reduce his fever. This method can promote sweating and is also very effective, only it is best to apply the burned hot wine to the patient's palms and feet. After all, the two people are different from men and women. Such a large scale, even in modern times, is not allowed, not to mention that Mi Miaoyin is an ancient empress. There was no way, because of some worldly concepts, Yun Xiao had to give up. But even though Yun Xiao repeatedly helped Mi Miaoyin to reduce her fever with burning hot wine, her condition never improved. An hour later, Mi Miaoyin's condition became more and more serious, her eyes were lax and she directly passed out. Looking at such Mi Miaoyin, Yun Xiao felt a pang of heartache. Her eyes were instantly filled with tears, and crystal tears dripped down on Mi Miaoyin. For the sake of the people of Isis, she did not know how many nights she had not slept properly. People in extreme exhaustion, labor, and worry would naturally cause a high fever that would not go away. Her situation was dangerous. If she couldn't find a way to reduce her fever in time, she would probably injure her internal organs. There was no other way. Yun Xiao had to give Mi Miaoyin the medicine again. As a senior student of a modern college, Yun Xiao naturally knew that this kind of medicine could not be taken more than once, but Mi Miaoyin was really burning badly. In the heat of the moment, even someone like Yun Xiao, who has always been rational, was in disarray. Sitting beside Mi Miaoyin, Yun Xiao helped her physically lower her temperature over and over again. Obviously, this time naturally included the palms of the hands, the hearts of the feet, the front chest, and the back. To be honest, it was the first time that Yun Xiao had grown up and was in such close contact with a woman. I didn't expect it to actually be in this situation. The hotness that was within reach made Yun Xiao completely unmindful of anything else, just concentrating on trying to help Mi Miaoyin cool down. For a whole night, Yun Xiao stayed by Mi Miaoyin's side like this, constantly helping her cool down, touching her hair from time to time, and sticking her forehead from time to time. Then he helped Mi Miaoyin cover the quilt and wrapped her body, hoping that she would sweat as soon as possible and her fever would go down as soon as possible. At this time, Yun Xiao's cell phone kept ringing. Yun Xiao picked up his cell phone and looked at the caller ID. The call he did not answer. The call was from Su Lily. Yun Xiao knew that she must have something she wanted to explain to him. But he really didn't want to hear anything now. He couldn't listen to anything, and he only hoped that Mi Miaoyin would get well soon. Time passed by second by second. Yun Xiao looked at the time. It is already midnight, 12 o'clock. At this time, Yun Xiao's cell phone WeChat tone rang again. Once again picked up the phone, looked at the WeChat message, or Su Lily. She confessed in WeChat, "Yun Xiao, I really like you, I want to do your girlfriend can?" Yun Xiao held the cell phone, enough to ponder for a good half a day. To say, Su Lily is certainly a good woman. Whether it is the family background or looks and body, are absolutely first class. But I don't know why, Su Lily and Yun Xiao's heart, it is just a relationship of interest. Perhaps, it is the wrong time for them to know each other. If Yun Xiao could have known Su Lily earlier, maybe they could still make progress. But right now, Yun Xiao really didn't have that mind. They were not people from the same world. Even if they did get together, they would ultimately be disliked by others, and in the end, they wouldn't be able to end up in a good place. Thinking about all this, Yunxiao felt that there were some things that should be said properly. So Yunxiao took a deep breath and directly replied to Su Lily with a WeChat message. Su Lily, you are a good girl, but we are not even in the same world, you should have a better home. Between us to simply be partners, this is quite good. Some things are like this. Right now the relationship between Yunxiao and Su Lily is very delicate, but if they really take another step out and make other choices, in the end, they may not even be friends. Instead of ending up unhappy, it is better to stop here. Su Lily, Yunxiao, I really like you, give me a chance, okay? Yunxiao, drink less wine and go home early to rest. Su Lily is replying to the message. Yunxiao's cell phone came in a bunch of WeChat messages. Open a look, all the messages from Liang Shui. Specifically what things did not say. In short, the attitude is resolute, demanding that Yunxiao and Su Lily cut off relations, and then take the initiative to give her an apology. Seeing such a request, Yunxiao let out a cold laugh, simply irrational and boring. He simply did not reply and continued to help Miaoyin physically cool down. Until the day dawned, Yunxiao received a call from his grandfather. Yunxiao, Grandpa is sorry, Grandpa already knows that the Liang family are not good things, you have grown up, in the future there are some things that you make up your own mind, Grandpa will not interfere with you and will still fully support you. Yun Yong sincerely apologized to Yunxiao. Grandpa, I know. Yunxiao laughed. Little brat, Grandpa has only one request for you, and that is that I hope to see you start a family in Grandpa's lifetime. Yun Yang said. Chapter 29 Playing the Gong. Grandpa, you can rest assured that I will try my best. Yunxiao gave a bitter smile and hung up the phone. After staying up until dawn, Yunxiao was also a little sleepy. He snuggled up next to Miaoyin and fell asleep. When Yunxiao opened his eyes again, a magnified face came into his eyes. The fever is gone? Yunxiao asked Miaoyin. Miaoyin nodded, then frowned slightly and asked Yunxiao, you slept with me last night? Ah. Yunxiao's eyes widened and his heart drummed. Miaoyin was, after all, the queen of Isis. Was it not quite appropriate for him to sleep beside her? Miaoyin wouldn't pick up her sword and cut him down, right? Or maybe she'll just do something cruel and castrate him? That last night you had a fever, I bought medicine for you and then gave you a physical cooling. Yunxiao said here and violently covered his mouth, almost saying what he shouldn't have said. Miaoyin's cheeks were scarlet, so physical cooling requires taking off my clothes, right? No, I was going to find you a doctor, but you couldn't get out at all. Nowadays, medical treatment all requires registration of identification, and you don't have medical insurance, how can I tell the doctor? Yunxiao panicked and explained. Seeing Yunxiao like this, Miaoyin hurriedly said, I don't mean to blame you, but if you want to take off my clothes, shouldn't you go through my consent? On account of the fact that you have saved my life, I have no way to repay you. If you are willing, I can use my body to do the same. In return for your life? Are you kidding? Yunxiao is just worried that Miaoyin has burnt her organs. What is she doing? Is she trying to rely on him? If he were to stay with her. Thinking about this, Yunxiao involuntarily shivered. He spread his hands and explained, that you mustn't think wrongly, I really don't have any improper thoughts about you, I just very purely and simply want to help you get rid of your fever. That seems to feel that what he said was a bit pre-verbal. Yunxiao organized his language again and said to Miaoyin, well, how should I explain it to you to be good? As you know, I am a very kind person, I will help anyone I meet, not because of you, or not just because of you. Of course, there's another possibility, even if it's because of you, it's because you're just a big customer of mine, there's really nothing else in mind, really. Oh, and I should tell you, there's no distinction between men and women, between doctors and patients here. It's just between doctor and patient, without so many worries. After saying these words, Yunxiao only felt a cold sweat on his forehead. Words, he definitely said them, but whether Miaoyin could understand them or not, that was her business. Although it was hard to be wronged, right now Yunxiao really had no better way. Explicitly, implicitly, everything that should have been said had been said, and everything that should have been explained had been explained. What else did Miaoyin want him to do? But right at this moment, Miaoyin's originally shy and rosy face suddenly changed. There is no distinction between male and female, between doctors and patients? Then how many women have you helped to lower the temperature? How many women have you helped to lower the temperature? When Yunxiao heard this, he almost cried. Miaoyin's words clearly had something in them. But Yunxiao swore to God that he had really only helped Miaoyin alone. The corner of his mouth pulled out a bitter arc, and he stretched out 3 fingers to assure, I swear, there's only one of you, really. Ugh. Why does he need to explain? In our place, hospitals and transportation are very convenient. If you casually help other women to physically cool down, people will report to the officials, and when the officials come, they will arrest me, and then similar to your side of the severe torture. Yun Xiao smiled bitterly. The first time I saw him, he was in the middle of the night. After saying these words, Yun Xiao instantly regretted it. He really hated to severely slap himself twice. What is the point of explaining this? Isn't this getting darker and darker? 1 second. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Mi Miaoying stared at Yun Xiao for a full dozen seconds before the expression on her face eased slightly. Your drink has wet my clothes, are there any that I can change into? Yun Xiao was slightly stunned. He was a big man, where did he get women's clothes? However, he looked at Mi Miaoying's figure. It seems that his clothes Mi Miaoying can also wear. Only my clothes can? Yun Xiao carefully asked Mi Miaoying. Alas! Think about it. Mi Miaoying was, after all, the queen of Isis, and she had made a trip to the grain and oil supermarket and went back to have her clothes stained with alcohol. If he was Mi Miaoying's henchman, he would definitely misunderstand it as well. Snap. Yun Xiao slapped his head. It seems that there are some things that are still well thought out by Mi Miaoying. He came to the sleeping couch where he slept and found a set of casual clothes that he thought looked more handsome in from a huge leather case. This is. Mi Miaoying was a little puzzled. She had never seen such clothes before, and it seemed like she had never seen Yun Xiao wear them either. This is my undershirt and big pants. When Yun Xiao finished this sentence, he really wanted to find a crack in the ground. Hearing Yun Xiao's words, Mi Miaoying's face swished red. After all, having a beautiful-looking woman wearing her own tank top and big pants, it did seem a bit inappropriate. But he did not have much clothing here. Every season, Yun Xiao had to go back to his grandfather's place first to get some temporary change of clothes. Right now, he only had this much here, and there were no other clothes if he wanted them. Moreover, this set is indeed casual clothes. Miaoying looked at Yun Xiao and revealed a helpless smile, then still took the clothes and went to the storehouse. When he came out of the storehouse, Yun Xiao felt funny when he looked at Mi Miaoying's appearance. It was almost like a handyman. The black undershirt looked big on her, and the big pants worn by Mi Miaoying were just like a gong player. Yun Xiao was embarrassed. If you don't think it's appropriate, I'll go out and buy you a skirt now. Mi Miaoying nodded. Yun Xiao picked up his cell phone and looked at the time. At this time of the day, many shopping malls and individual stores were not yet open. Snap. At the critical moment, Yun Xiao thought of another person. Yu Zhiqiu from the hair salon across from him. Generally speaking, hair salons open late. But Yu Zhiqiu was different because most of her customers were the surrounding neighbors, so she always opened her store very early. Come to think of it, Yu Zhiqiu was fatter than Mi Miaoying, but her clothes Mi Miaoying should be able to wear. Chapter 30 Jade Pendant. Sure enough, when Yun Xiao looked through the glass window towards the outside, he saw that Yu Zhiqiu's hair salon was already open. While running back from Yu Zhiqiu's hair salon, Yun Xiao stopped by to buy some more vegetables and beef. Mi Miaoying had been too overworked during this period of time, so it seemed that if he didn't have much to do for a while, it was better for him not to go out, and taking good care of this big patron was the top priority. Handing over the clothes to Mi Miaoying, Yun Xiao heatedly smiled and said towards Mi Miaoying, you change clothes first, I'm going to prepare meals for you, just so you can also taste my handiwork. Yun Xiao said, you change clothes first, I will go prepare a meal for you, just so you can taste my handiwork. Mi Miaoying laughed. An hour later, Yun Xiao had already served all the meals on the table. What Yun Xiao did not expect was that Mi Miaoying actually had a big appetite and drank a lot of seafood porridge and pig's foot soup. Yun Xiao glanced at Mi Miaoying and saw that her eyes were still a little red. His eyes showed his heartache and asked Mi Miaoying, are you feeling better now? Is there anywhere else that is uncomfortable? Mi Miaoying glanced at Yun Xiao and smiled, I'm fine. You still don't want to be overworked, after all, you are the empress, there are many things that you don't need to do personally. Yun Xiao said. Fine. I will listen to you. Mi Miaoying laughed. It had to be said that Mi Miaoying's smile was very innocent and frank. This smile was like Zhou Xiang, and Yun Xiao was instantly dumbfounded at the sight of it. Every time he saw Mi Miaoying, she was either in a hurry or high and mighty, and although she was nice to Yun Xiao, there was always a special aura about her. Perhaps, that was unique to royalty. That kind of feeling, although it was also charming, it rejected people, making people fearful and not daring to get too close to her. But this moment is not. Mi Miaoyin seems to have put down all the mustiness in her heart and is more open to Yun Xiao. That. Finished eating, Yun Xiao cleaned up the dishes, came to Mi Miaoyin in front of said, "A moment, you definitely still have to sweat, only then will not rebound. Do I still want to help you physically cool down?" Mi Miaoyin's beautiful eyes flowed. "If you think it is necessary." What does it mean? Acquiescence? Yun Xiao did not know why, but his heart felt like a small hand was tickling, and began to silently and secretly celebrate in his heart. Reaching out and touching Mi Miaoyin's forehead, looking at her whitened lips, Yun Xiao is still inexplicably heartbroken. "The matter of food has been resolved. In the future, your people will not starve again. You do not have to worry, so overworked hurt the body." Mi Miaoyin lowered her eyes. "No. I'm worried about the grain being robbed." "Who robbed the grain?" Yun Xiao asked. He really couldn't understand. Isn't it just corn? It's not like it's gold, silver or treasure. There are people who rob these things too. Mi Miaoyin, however, nodded and said, "Yes. For one thing, I'm worried about the barbarians coming to rob the grain, and secondly, I'm also worried about being eroded by birds and beasts." This Yun Xiao looked at Mi Miaoyin and for a moment really didn't know what to say. Once upon a time, Yun Xiao thought that people from the royal family were always high and mighty. But he didn't realize that they were worried about the country and the people, and that they worked all day long. This is simply not a job that ordinary people can do. This way, you rest for a while. After drinking the medicine, I will help you check on the internet to see if there is a way to deal with barbarians and birds and beasts. Yun Xiao seriously said. "Thank you. For so many years, ISIS has been infested by barbarians, and they attack our country from time to time. I have always hoped that ISIS can rise, so that I can avenge my father and mother, and also seek justice for the people of ISIS." With Mi Miaoyin's explanation, Yun Xiao seemed to understand quite a few things about the royal family. It turns out that apart from the dreadful internal battles, the royal family actually has external enemies to beware of. "Don't worry, I will definitely try my best to help you find a way." Yun Xiao looked at Mi Miaoyin and comforted her. Rubbing. "Who knows?" Mi Miaoyin fiercely stood up and said with a solemn face towards Yun Xiao, "No. I have to go back." "Ah? You all..." Inside those eyes, there was a deep dependence and attachment. She knew that as long as Yun Xiao was around, the people of their ISIS country would never go hungry again. She was grateful to Yun Xiao. She also appreciated Yun Xiao's help in healing. "But if you go back, what if you get a fever later?" Yun Xiao asked. Mi Miaoyin let out a cold laugh. "Don't worry, the medicine you brought me before, Feng Ruo must still have it there." "But what if you are in danger?" Yun Xiao continued to ask. "Won't." Mi Miaoyin waved her hand and said, "There is General Lu Xin, no one dares to get close to me." Taking a deep breath, Yun Xiao nodded his head in understanding. He was not Mi Miaoyin and could not understand what was going on over there, much less empathize with it. Most importantly, there was no way for him to help Mi Miaoyin make a decision. After all, she was the queen of ISIS. Mi Miaoyin seemed to think of something, then said, "Before I came yesterday, I found a pair of jade pendants in my father's palace, so I will bring them over to reward you with a piece in 2 days." This Yun Xiao's jaw dropped. If he understood correctly, isn't the jade pendant thing an ancient love token? He took Mi Miaoyin's jade pendant, which is a bit inappropriate, right? "You've helped the people of ISIS so much and saved me, so I always have to show my gratitude." Mi Miaoyin spoke with a smile in the corner of her eyes and her eyebrows. Yun Xiao awkwardly scratched his head and he laughed. "Good." Neither of the two said anything, but the smiles that looked at each other seemed to contain another unspoken meaning. Hearing Yun Xiao's words, Mi Miaoyin was instantly in a good mood. Back then, her father personally explained that this jade pendant was her love token. In the future, if she met a man of her choice, she would present the jade pendant to him, which was considered a generous gift from the royal family. Taking Mi Miaoyin's jade pendant was tantamount to being her royal husband. Her man can only physically cool her alone, and can definitely not physically cool other women anymore. Yun Xiao naturally didn't know what Mi Miaoyin was thinking in her heart, and was only immersed in how much the jade pendant could actually be worth. If he doesn't go to Su Fenghua, through Su Lily, will he get to know more people in the antique world? Wouldn't the price of the jade pendant then go up exponentially? Chapter 31, The Barbarians Have Come to Rob the Grain. Next, Yun Xiao helped Mi Miaoyin to boil hot water, and like before, used a small spoon to carefully warm the rinsed medicine before handing it to Mi Miaoyin. After that, Yun Xiao gave Mi Miaoyin a new physical cooling. Only then did he put the antipyretic patch on Mi Miaoyin's forehead. Mi Miaoyin was very resistant and pulled the fever patch off with one hand. "This thing cannot be worn." "Why?" Yun Xiao asked in surprise. As an adult, anyone knows the kind of pain of having a fever. Not to mention the aches and pains all over the body. When the fever doesn't go down, it seems like even the bones are being burned to a crisp. In Ni Miao Yin's case, it could recur at any time. Once it recurs, the fever will be even worse. It's fine, I will remember to drink the medicine when I go back. Ni Miao Yin smiled towards Yun Xiao and said. That's fine. Yun Xiao said and handed a box of anti-inflammatory Chinese medicine to Ni Miao Yin. This kind of medicine is better than Western medicine, it doesn't hurt the body and has a quick effect. Ni Miao Yin will definitely recover quickly. Thank you. Ni Miao Yin smiled. Looking at Ni Miao Yin, Yun Xiao suddenly felt that all of her good behavior was feigned, and she would only show this expression when she was willing to accept it. On the contrary, she would not hesitate to reject it. Ni Miao Yin looked around at the grain and then at the warehouse, a pleased expression on her face. With this, the people of Isis would never starve to death again. But there was a point where the people did not lack food, and she would have no excuse to come here often. After all, there are a lot of people. Looking at Ni Miao Yin's somewhat lost expression, Yun Xiao hemmed and hawed and said, Is it that you can't let me go? It's okay, anyway, my store has always been there. You want me or have things to discuss with me, at any time. Good. Ni Miao Yin nodded. Right, I turn back to help you buy some pesticides, fertilizers and so on. In short, everything is wrapped up in me. Yun Xiao laughed. Yun Xiao laughed and said. Yun Xiao said, then took out his cell phone and browsed online. Ni Miao Yin stood beside Yun Xiao, surprisingly quiet. A few moments later, Yun Xiao raised his eyes toward Ni Miao Yin. He giggled. Last time I sent you a walkie-talkie, did you use it? Ni Miao Yin showed embarrassment. It works over there, but for the time being, it's only being used between Fang Ruo and I. In the future, it might be handed over to Lu Xin. When she said the last sentence, Ni Miao Yin had a very grave expression on her face. Obviously, what she had in mind was definitely the barbarians. Once the barbarians came to invade, then the walkie-talkie would be the most important contact tool between her and Lu Xin. Ni Miao Yin's words Yun Xiao didn't care. Instead he looked at his cell phone and smiled towards Ni Miao Yin. There are many ways if the food wants to not be invaded by birds and beasts. The simplest is to set up a protective net. I will help you buy some iron wire. Ni Miao Yin listened to Yun Xiao's words. The whole person was dumbfounded, nodded in a daze. Well, it can be solved. Then you send someone to keep an eye on the neighborhood, so that if there is a breeze you will find it first. In the future there is an opportunity, I will help you get some roses and other seeds, just plant some around. Yun Xiao then said. Ni Miao Yin's eyes were filled with admiration inside and nodded heavily towards Yun Xiao. When the corn matures, try to harvest it as early as possible so that it will basically be fine. Yun Xiao laughed. Ni Miao Yin also looked at Yun Xiao and smiled. The things inside her eyes were a little hard for Yun Xiao to see. It seemed like it wasn't just admiration and envy, but also a little something else. As for what exactly it was, Yun Xiao no longer wanted to figure it out. He is a modernized construction, a real college student. Well. Good, I'll remember. Ni Miao Yin said this and walked towards the outside. Yun Xiao picked up his phone after Ni Miao Yin left and started ordering seeds, pesticides, fertilizers, and barbed wire on an app. But he didn't realize that after Ni Miao Yin walked out of the grain and oil supermarket, something really happened over there. It seems that her worries were not unnecessary. But who had leaked out the matter of the Isis country's harvest? There must be spies. Clenching her fists, once she caught the barbarian spy, Ni Miao Yin would definitely chop off that person's head with her own hands and hang it on top of the city wall as a warning to others. After Su Lily's side separated from Yun Xiao, her heart was very unfavorable. After Su Lily was pulled away by Su Minglang last night, although the nightlife had just begun, she drank until dawn. Where is Yun Xiao? Why could she always think of this man? Su Lily felt as if she was sick, and very sick, as if she couldn't leave Yun Xiao for a moment. The inside of her head was always thinking about Yun Xiao. What was he doing? Had he eaten? Why did he reject her? If she told her parents all the words in her heart, then would they agree to her being with Yun Xiao? Would they support her idea? And naturally, Su Minglang didn't get any better. Although Su Fenghua and Su Maosheng didn't know what Su Lily had in her heart for Yun Xiao, the fact that Su Minglang had offended Yun Xiao was a big deal that the entire Su family knew about. As big names in the antique world, whether it was Su Maosheng or Su Fenghua, none of them would allow their family members to harm Yun Xiao. After all, Yun Xiao was very important to them. As a result, Su Minglang was slammed by the entire Su family and was even counted out by his father, Su Maosheng. In the end, Su Minglang had to bow his head and had to make a promise to his family that he would never do anything to hurt Jin Xiao in the future. Some people, some things in this world are like this. They are not what they seem. After making a guarantee to the entire Su family, Su Minglang clearly resented Yun Xiao. Chapter 32 Harvesting Corn. First of all, in Su Minglang's heart, it seemed as if someone like Yun Xiao was not worthy of Su Lily at all. He was simply not on the same level as them. Secondly, it was true that Yun Xiao had good things in his hands, but where exactly he got these things from, no one knew, and it was impossible to say. Maybe he was a fraud. Plus, for a woman like her cousin Su Lily, I'm afraid that she was the only one who would reject others. It was unlikely that anyone would be willing to reject Su Lily. So in Su Minglang's opinion, Yun Xiao was just dangling Su Lily, wanting to reject her, definitely a master of feelings. Now Su Lily is really interested in Yun Xiao, and this Yun Xiao tactics are brilliant, but also tossed Su Lily into this. Thinking about it. No way. He must think of a way to make Yun Xiao reveal his fox tail. And after experiencing so many things, Su Lily also made up her mind. She was going to pursue Yun Xiao. No matter what, she had to chase Yun Xiao to her hand. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Even if she was just crazy, she would never give up easily. Thus, there was the previous scene of Su Lily sending a message to Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, was taking care of this seriously ill Miaoyin. It couldn't be helped who let Su Minglang offend Yun Xiao, so the whole family of the Su family began to discuss going to Yun Xiao to make amends and apologize. In short, no matter what method, must salvage the relationship with Yun Xiao. After discussing for a while, Su Maoxing decided that he personally took Su Lily to Yun Xiao's grain and oil supermarket. On the road, Su Lily drove a brand new black Mercedes, all the way in the Tangled. Will Yun Xiao forgive her? Will he still be angry with her? It was all her fault. If only she hadn't taken Yun Xiao to that restaurant. If she didn't meet Su Minglang, then wouldn't everything be different? Su Maoxing looked at Su Lily's absent-minded and preoccupied appearance and couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "Lily, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say you were going to apologize to Yun Xiao? Why are you so absent-minded?" Su Lily did not speak. Su Maoxing then said, "Uncle Noe, Lily is a good girl, but a good girl only smile, happy to be beautiful. You look like this was Yun Xiao. See how to apologize?" Su Lily did not directly answer Su Maoxing's words. While turning his head to look at Su Maoxing said, "Uncle, you say my parents so many years are pursuing what?" Hearing Su Lily's words, Su Maoxing instantly had the illusion of thinking about life and realizing it. What are they pursuing? Naturally, it was the pursuit of being superior, the pursuit of a better life. The pursuit of fame, money, and status. Pursuing to become a human being. The pursuit of the waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward the waves of the past, and the pursuit of their daughters being able to surpass them. This goal should be the vision of parents all over the world. I don't know how many people in this world have exhausted all their efforts for the sake of their children's ability to excel. For the sake of this goal, they put their best foot forward and tend to do so. They turn their studies and marriages into springboards for leaping over the Dragon Gate. Just like the cycle of the years, it is thought-provoking. Not to mention that Su Fenghua gave so much for Su Lily, but isn't it the same for Su Maoxing himself? In order for Su Minglang to be superior, to be able to excel, he went out of his way to send Su Minglang out of the country early so that he could receive higher education abroad. For what? It's still not a superior person. It's still not for him to be born with a sense of superiority, to become a man of the world. Some things are just so contrary to what one wishes for. Su Minglang doesn't seem to understand his hard work at all. He spends every day with some male buddies. Even his hairstyle is flamboyant, not at all the way Su Maoxing likes it, and even less the way Su Maoxing would like to see it. Being famous was famous. But the entire antique world, Su Minglang is mixed with the infamous. As long as the name is mentioned, everyone will smile and say, "Su Minglang, ah, that is a son of a man." With such a famous young master, if it wasn't for Su Maoxing having some skills and some status in the industry, he wouldn't have thought about it. Su Lily didn't realize that her one sentence caused Su Maoxing to think so much. She just wants to know where her future will go. She just wanted to know if her fate would be the same as others. Not even having the ability to make her own decisions about her own marriage? Yun Xiao naturally didn't know about all of this, and after ordering some seeds, pesticides, fertilizers and such from Miaoyin online, he locked the door and headed outside. He was going to order wire for Miaoyin. This is something that can be bought online, but Yun Xiao is worried that what he buys online doesn't match the real thing, and instead of bothering to return it back and forth, he should go to the nearby commodity market and buy some sturdy ones. Who let in the eyes of Yun Xiao? Even the ancient birds and beasts are not the same as the modern ones, maybe they will be more fierce than the modern ones. When Su Maosheng and Su Lily arrived at the Yun Xiao grocery supermarket, Yun Xiao happened to be away. Su Lily was puzzled. Every time she went out with Yun Xiao was in a hurry to go back to the store, as if he was worried about delaying the store's business. Where would he go at this time? Su Lily and Su Maosheng looked at each other. Su Maosheng spread his hands, a helpless face. In the end, the two people had to return the same way, to come back on another day. Yun Xiao bought the wire and put it in the warehouse before returning to the supermarket. Sitting inside the supermarket, looking at the traces left behind by Mi Miaoyin, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. I heard that the barbarians might come to rob the grain, and I don't know what's going on over there. Has Mi Miaoyin's fever gone down? When will she come back? After Mi Miaoyin went back, she heard that the barbarians had brought a small detachment and robbed the corn they had just harvested. Things were strange and fishy. The matter of planting corn, Mi Miaoyin had long ago told everyone not to tell anyone. Putting aside the matter of the barbarians for a moment, at this moment, Mi Miaoyin only wanted to know who the person who betrayed the Isis country and sold out the people was. With her eyes red beyond measure, Mi Miaoyin asked towards Feng Ruo, how much did they rob? About 3 pieces of land. Feng Ruo cried. Lu Xian also nodded along. They knew that His Majesty had personally gone down to the land for these grains. They knew that His Majesty was overworked and had a high fever for these grains. They knew what these grains represented. It was His Majesty's heart and soul, the people's hope. It's just. Mi Miaoyin waved her arm and said, leave 10 plots of land, and for the rest, inform the people to harvest the corn. No. Promise. Her Majesty's words were naturally true. As soon as Mi Miaoyin's words fell, Lu Xian and Feng Ruo answered. The barbarian squad had robbed 3 of their plots of land, and although it was abominable, the more important thing right now was to harvest the corn in advance. Although the corn could still have a period of growth. But before Yun Xiao could send the wire, she had to make that choice. Chapter 33: The Barbarian Squad. When the news of the early harvest was spread by Lu Xian and Feng Ruo, the people of the entire country of Isis were all abuzz. The whole country was celebrating, and all the people who were able to come to the imperial city were lined up in a long line that was so long ago that they couldn't see the end of the line. The expression on everyone's face was different. Some people were dead calm, while others were joyful. The people were very simple. They couldn't understand the royal family's pain, they didn't understand why they had to harvest in advance. They only knew that from now on they would never have to go hungry again. They were saved. The harvest began. Mi Miaoyin had Lu Xian lead the other generals, each organizing a small team and heading towards the cornfields in all directions. There was strength in numbers. With everyone in the entire Isis country working together, they quickly harvested tons of corn. Mi Miaoyin had Lu Xian send people to store all of this corn in the royal granary, and she ordered down that it would be distributed on time, so that every household would be prepared and protected, so that this corn would not cause unnecessary conflicts and scrambling. After Feng Ruo had done all this, she walked towards the wall inside the palace. Suddenly, Feng Ruo saw some beans in the corner of the wall. She didn't know what they were, had never seen them before, and didn't understand what His Majesty had brought them back for. Lu Xian, do you know what this is? Feng Ruo blinked her big confused eyes and asked towards Lu Xian. Lu Xian brought it and tasted it, and said with a bitter face, I don't know. After thinking for a moment, he tasted it again in his mouth and then said towards Feng Ruo questioningly, this can't be what His Majesty brought back to feed the horses, right? Feed the horses? How does it taste? Feng Ruo asked suspiciously. Not bad, you taste it. Lu Xian signaled Feng Ruo. Encouraged by Lu Xian's eyes, Feng Ruo finally picked up a bean and put it in her mouth to chew. The flavor wasn't very heavy. A bit like soybeans. Slightly bitter. What the hell is this? Feng Ruo looked at Lu Xian and said. Only then did Lu Xian look at the introduction on top of the bag, which clearly said, seed. Lu Xian was instantly overjoyed. Ha, Feng Ruo, this is seed. We will not only have corn in the future. Feng Ruo couldn't wait to open the bag to take a look and said in shock, aha. Lu Xian nodded his head. There was still some corn left, and the gods were still sending food over. Together with these seeds, they no longer need to fear the barbarians. The emperor doesn't starve his soldiers. As long as they were well fed and warmly clothed, they had hope of defeating the barbarians. Both men were happy and ordered their guards to guard carefully. At this time, Mi Myoin walked over and asked towards Feng Ruo, "Feng Ruo, is the walkie-talkie I gave you last time still there?" Feng Ruo said. Feng Ruo said, hurriedly pulling out the walkie-talkie from his waist and handing it to Mi Myoin. Looking at His Majesty taking out the walkie-talkie again, both Feng Ruo and Lu Xian's expressions were tinged with puzzlement. Ever since His Majesty brought this thing back, he either had Lu Xian or Feng Ruo carry it. From time to time, it conversed with His Majesty. In the beginning, everyone thought it was new and rare. But as time went on, even Feng Ruo felt that this thing didn't seem to have much use. After all, food was the only thing the people really cared about was eating. Looking at Feng Ruo and Lu Xian's puzzled and slack expression, Mi Myoin said affably, "Lu Xian, you send a few more guards to the field with walkie-talkies, play them around the clock non-stop, and ask people to make some scarecrows or something like that, so that once you encounter a foreign enemy invasion, you will report back to me at the first opportunity." Hearing Mi Myoin's words, General Lu Xian's expression went from puzzled to shocked, then he laughed out loud, slammed his head and muttered, "Your Majesty is wise. Such a good solution, why didn't they think of it?" It was obvious that they already had the tools to contact each other. But they were guarding the convenience, but they didn't know how to use it. Lu Xian knelt down on one knee and spoke towards Mi Myoin, then waved his hand towards the small row of guards behind him and quickly ran towards the remaining ground. Feng Ruo's side also saluted Mi Myoin and said, "Your Majesty, I will take the palace maids to make scarecrows." "Good." Mi Myoin nodded and said. Following the order, everyone quickly got busy again. After Lu Xian and Feng Ruo left, Mi Myoin gently held up the wall. At this moment, she only felt dizzy and weak, as if she might pass out at any moment. However, she couldn't fall. For the sake of the people of the Isis country, she would rather die on the battlefield against the barbarians than resolutely not allow herself to be taken down by the disease. Under the successive big actions, although the people of the Isis country were exhausted, their faces were still joyful. The kind of joy that emanated from the bottom of one's heart could definitely lift one's spirits. After harvesting all of the grain, all of the people of the Isis country knelt on the ground and bowed down in the direction of the palace and the sky. In their eyes, all of these things were all rewarded by the gods. Without the gods, they might have been starved to death or tortured to death by the plague. All of this was all thanks to the gods. After kneeling, the people talked and laughed about what they wanted to do most in the future. Some said they wanted to thank the gods. Some said they wanted to serve the country. Others said they wanted to be good people for generations and wanted their children and grandchildren to remember this moment forever. However, the most popular opinion was to seek revenge on the barbarians. The barbarians had been bullying the Isis country for 100 years, and now that they had turned over a new leaf, they would never allow such a thing to happen again. Once upon a time, they were just living. But in the future, they lived for the sake of the gods, for the sake of His Majesty, and for the sake of all the people of the Isis country. When Mi Myoin stiffly returned to the palace, her entire body looked weak. She found some medicine that Jin Shao had brought her and drank some. Then she called the other generals to discuss the matter of building weapons. The country of Isis had food, water, and medicine, and these were already indisputable facts. If there really was a spy within the Isis country, this matter would definitely reach the ears of the barbarians. According to the dealings Mi Myoin had had with the barbarians over the years, it was unlikely that the barbarians would stop easily. Maybe they just sent a small detachment to check the situation first. If they really grabbed the food, then the large force would soon attack the city. Although Mi Myoin also knew that the cost of doing so was very high, for the sake of the people of the Isis country, she would not hesitate to pay even if she bled more than she should. Chapter 34, Your Majesty's Wisdom. With determination in her eyes, the corners of Mi Myoin's mouth rose slightly. At this moment, it was as if she had already seen the battlefield of the beacon fire, seeing every inch of the land of the kingdom of Isis colored by crimson blood. And she was leading the generals, charging forward without fear or favor. Their gazes were like torches, and their hearts burned with anger at the fact that the Isis country had been ridden over and humiliated by barbarians for 100 years, as well as the abject sincerity of their loyalty to the Isis country. The sounds of killing and shouting were constant beside them. In the midst of the dust, their steps did not hesitate in the slightest, nor were they gripped by the fear of death. Without any distractions, they went forward. Forward and backward. Some generals fell, and some behind them rushed forward again. With their flesh and blood, they defended their dignity, resisted plunder, and killed those barbarians without leaving a single piece of armor. With their spirit, they composed a magnificent battle song. After the plague, less than 200,000 people were left in the whole country of Isis. The fact that there was food, medicine, and water in the city might have been leaked out, or else the barbarians wouldn't have sent a small detachment. Miaoying dragged her heavy and tired body and watched her eyes blur after the generals left. She paced back and forth in the palace. Knowing that their majesty was upset, the guards and palace maids dismissed everyone and went to find Feng Ruo to return. It was late at night. All the capable craftsmen of the kingdom of Isis were in place. The palace was piled high with coal. A roaring fire burned up in the palace, and the rolling heat wave was even more overwhelming. The old blacksmiths were bare-chested, their bronze-colored chests bared, and sweat flowed down their foreheads and backs like running water. Among the coals, the flames were like angry dragons, constantly churning and roaring, burning all the coals inside to a reddish color. Click, 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 click. A clear sound of pounding resounded in the sharp gazes of the blacksmiths, ringing in their ears. Their gazes were so focused on the iron that had been softened above them. Near the dawn of the day, the thick iron tongs quickly clamped out the red-hot iron block, and all of them, their expressions incomparably solemn, raised the hammers in their hands. The clanking, crisp sound echoed long and endlessly over the entire palace, like a stirring war song. When each hammer fell, sparks flew around it. The sparks looked like they were interpreting the exquisite skill and the metamorphosis of steel in the furnace. After careful crafting, the iron in your hand finally becomes the shape of a weapon. In this heated building process, a weapon was gradually taking shape. That originally cold piece of iron was like it had been given an indomitable soul under the blazing fire and heavy hammer. They all began to be impatient to go to the battlefield of the golden sword and iron horse. Wanting to maximize their role in the hands of the generals. Issue a conscription order, but anyone who is willing to join the army will be rewarded with double the amount of food and medicine. Miaoying's voice is stern and unquestionable. Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is wise. As Miaoying's words fell, all the generals, palace maids, along with those blacksmiths all fell to their knees and shouted in unison. With His Majesty's decree, many people would surely be willing to join the army. With the people energized, those blacksmiths would also work harder. The weapons they wanted to build would also be completed faster. When the generals received their orders and went out, they saw Zhao Yuliang and Haizi, who were always hiding in the shadows to cause trouble for Miaoying, as well as inciting the people to get His Majesty to give medicine. Seeing them being sneaky, the generals took them down in an instant. Lu Xian searched Zhao Yuliang's body and found a note with barbarian writing. After some severe torture, Zhao Yuliang and Haizi actually bit their tongues and killed themselves. Lu Xian found an official from the Isis country who would translate the note, and the note even said, "There is food, water, and medicine in the Isis country's palace. Quickly attack the city. Zhao Yuliang and Haizi are only asking for white rice." Yun Zhao's side has been thinking about Miaoying since she left. I don't know if she is feeling better. Is she worried about the food, or is she worried about the barbarians? Wanting to prevent an attack on the city was naturally not a difficult task. Yun Zhao found a pen and paper and copied Sun Tzu's Art of War step by step in traditional Chinese characters, then translated it in simple words. After doing all this, Yun Zhao was still uneasy. In addition to helping Miaoying customize more food and medicine, he began browsing the internet for bulletproof vests and the like. However, thermal weapons were something that was banned in the Dragon Kingdom, and bulletproof vests and the like were not easy to buy. On the contrary, gold silk soft armor could be bought. However, it also had to be acquired from antique dealers, and the price was so ridiculously high that ordinary people could not even imagine it. After thinking for a long time, Yun Zhao was really out of ideas. For Miaoying, he couldn't go abroad, could he? But the key is, even if he went abroad, bought these things, how to bring them back? How can he explain if he was seen by the customs? Faced with a series of difficult questions, Yun Zhao could not find an answer for a while. So, he picked up a rag and cleaned the entire grain and oil supermarket along with the storehouse, using this way to decompress, and by the way, move his brain to think about what to do about this matter. Miaoying opened the granary and prepared to distribute food to the generals and the people. The moment she opened the granary, everyone was dumbfounded. They thought that the granary would have been empty after so long of distribution from the palace. Who knew that the grain given by the gods during this period of time was enough to satiate all the people of the Isis kingdom for several days? The moment they saw the grain, everyone's hanging hearts all fell. The gods! They were really powerful. With the gods, they were not afraid of anything. How long will the food last? Miaoying said towards Lu Xian. Luxan said, "Your Majesty, 300,000 caddies of rice and 10,000 caddies of flour. If these grains are only distributed to the guards and generals, it is enough to eat for a month, and if distributed to the people of the whole country of Isis, it is enough to eat for 7 days." When the surrounding guards and court ladies heard this, they were all overjoyed. So much food? If it were a month ago, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. After experiencing the days of starvation, as long as they had food, it was fine. How could anyone dare to eat to death and eat until they were full? Looking at these rice and noodles, everyone felt incomparably happy, as if this was a godlike day. Chapter 35. Can you do me a favor? Thinking about this, everyone gathered enough courage. This was great. Let's see if the barbarians would dare to bully them in the future. The day to build up their strength and take revenge was coming. Distributing only to the generals, can this food last for a month? Ni Miaoin asked. Yes, Your Majesty. Luxan replied. Not enough. Far from enough. The barbarians had already bullied them for too long, and if they went to attack the barbarians now, to take the blame, I'm afraid that they would even have to abandon the imperial city. But if the barbarians came to attack the city and wanted to drive them out, it would be relatively quite simple. The good thing was that they could already sow their own seeds now. With more precautions, self-sufficiency is not a problem. Wanting to feed 200,000 people, relying only on Yun Zhao's help to the Isis country was far from enough. However, it was good that she still had the chance to go to the grain and oil supermarket again, and she could still ask Yun Zhao to help buy more food. There is no need to worry. Back when I let. Think of Yun Zhao. The corners of Mi Miaoin's mouth curled up slightly, and then smiled in obedience to the people's statement, I can also ask the gods to give more grain. Really? Great. Then we have to hurry up and prepare a bigger warehouse before we can do that. The surrounding generals were excited. With this grain, no more people would starve to death in Isis. Without starving people, coupled with the improvement of the water source, even the plague in Isis is much less. Thinking of the starvation and suffering that the Isis country once suffered, and then looking at the thriving Isis country now, Ni Miaoin's eyes were filled with emotion. It was also possible to ask the gods to give more food. These words were like setting off 1,000 waves on an otherwise calm lake. All of them, while excited, stared with eyes full of exhilaration, as if an intense light had instantly dispelled the haze of 5 whole years of starvation. The joy in their hearts was like a volcano about to erupt and could not be contained. Their faces glowed with excitement. Food. For everyone up and down the land of Isis, it was a top priority that deserved attention and exhilaration. If the gods could still give food in a steady stream, they would be even more convinced that the Isis country would one day be able to rise, to quickly overcome the barbarians and move towards a glorious path of prosperity. Looking at the generals who were so excited that they had tears in their eyes, Ni Miaoin waved her arm and passed down the order that the people who were over the age of service should voluntarily participate in the construction of the city walls to defend against foreign enemies. No. Nuwa. After ordering, Ni Miaoin began to calculate in her heart. The barbarians' small detachment alone had a few thousand people. If a large force really came to attack the city, then how many people would there be in total? According to so many years of Mi Miaoin's understanding of the barbarians, they have so many people in a small detachment, so if a large group kills over, then at least tens of thousands of people will be needed. Of course, this was still Mi Miaoin's conservative estimate. There might be more than 100,000 people in total, or even hundreds of thousands. While the Isis country only had 200,000 people, even if all of them were involved, it would still be a power disparity and a drop in the bucket. Under these circumstances, it was simply much harder, almost impossible, for them to quickly turn around and win the battle. Time was running out. It was a good thing that they had intercepted the spies' letters. However, the small detachment that the barbarians had robbed of the grain was afraid that they had already returned to the barbarians by this time. As long as they reported back, the barbarians would likely send out troops overnight. What should we do? What should we do? At this tense moment, if we don't think of a solution quickly, as soon as the barbarian desolate army arrives, we might be able to capture the imperial city within a day. Thinking about it, Ni Miaoin paced back and forth inside the palace. At this moment, her eyes suddenly glowed with light and her eyes unconsciously looked towards the walls of the palace. Last time when she came back from Yun Zhao, didn't Yun Zhao say that he had a way? But that day, she was in a hurry to come back first to check the situation, so she didn't have time to listen. If she went over it this time, would Yun Zhao come up with a suitable solution? Right now, Ni Miaoin was completely out of countermeasures. Although she already knew that Yun Zhao was just an ordinary person in modern times, but they had advanced technology there, so maybe Yun Xiao really did have a good way to drive away the barbarians. Thinking of this, Ni Miaoyin quickly walked towards the wall. Yun Xiao's side had already helped Mi Miaoyin prepare the wire. Of course, not only that, but also the farm that Yun Xiao had recently prepared was also in place. Everything was on track and he couldn't wait to tell Mi Miaoyin about it. Swish! Just at this moment, the door of the grain and oil supermarket was pushed open from outside. The person who walked in was Dusty, and it was none other than Mi Miaoyin. I have good news for you. Can you do me a favor? Both of them opened their mouths at the same time, then looked at each other and smiled. You first. You first. Both of them spoke at the same time again. Afterwards, it was still Mi Miaoyin who was the first to speak. Yun Xiao, the barbarian squad really snatched our food, although it was only a small portion, but once the barbarians know that there is food, medicinal herbs, and water within the city, their large force will probably kill them very soon. There is a disparity in strength between our two sides. The 200,000 people of ISIS, excluding the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, and some that are recovering their strength, there are at most 180,000 people that can go to war. Do you have a good plan? Yun Xiao listened carefully to Mi Miaoyin's words, and then handed the pre-written note to Mi Miaoyin's hand. This is what I found on the internet for you. It is all about the art of war. You go back and study it carefully, and learn by example. I believe that with the ingenuity of the people of ISIS, we will definitely be able to defeat the barbarians. Yun Xiao passes a firm look to Mi Miaoyin. Thank you. Yun Xiao. Mi Miaoyin glanced at the note written by Yun Xiao's hand. As a royal descendant, she was able to comprehend the essence of the art of war at a glance. Afterwards, her grateful gaze fell on Yun Xiao and asked, "What did you want to tell me just now?" Yun Xiao laughed. "I wanted to tell you that I've rented a farm and raised some chickens, ducks and geese over there, so in the future you'll be able to eat good chicken, duck and goose eggs directly over there." Thank you. Mi Miaoyin said, "Then I'll go back with the grain first." Mi Miaoyin's appearance instantly reminded Yun Xiao of her nervous appearance when he first met her. With a faint smile, Yun Xiao said, "Wait a minute. HM?" Mi Miaoyin was puzzled. "I'll buy something for you and you bring it back together," Yun Xiao said and quickly ran towards the outside. What did he go to buy? Naturally, he went to buy chili noodles. Why would he go buy chili noodles? Yun Xiao remembered that he once watched a new version of a movie called Mu Guiying. For the time being, he definitely couldn't help Mi Miaoyin buy hot weapons. He had no choice but to come up with this solution. As long as the wind was in the right direction, letting the people of the ISIS country put on masks, eye masks or gas masks or something like that, at that time, even if 10 million barbarians came, they wouldn't be able to withstand these things. But there was a prerequisite for this, and that was that he must have enough chili noodles to make it work. Chapter 36, Yun Xiao's eyes moisten. Yun Xiao ran through all the nearby supermarkets, including the chain supermarkets, and almost bought up all the chili noodles. But even so, Yun Xiao still felt that it was not enough. In order to make sure, Yun Xiao had to make a call to the supplier. "Hey, I want all the chili noodles in the city. I need to hurry. I pay double the price." "Good Lu." The supplier promised very quickly. Of course, Yun Xiao naturally do not know. Before this, there is a big boss just ordered the whole city of chili noodles. His purpose was to inflate the price. But who knew that before this was accomplished, it was known by the Price Bureau. So the big boss, who wanted to inflate the price, was taken away by the Price Bureau. The supplier is crying, worrying about so many chili noodles cannot raise the price, or descend. At this time, Yun Xiao came to the phone. So, he couldn't wait to bite the bullet. This method is good, it is. A little bit not martial. However, for the sake of the people of the ISIS country, Mi Miaoyin couldn't care less. As long as they can drive away the barbarians, it's fine. Hopefully, in the near future, the country will rise, and then the country will go to the barbarians to denounce is not too late. After all, it is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Don't worry, I can basically help you with everything you need. Yun Xiao naturally did not know what Mi Miaoyin was thinking in her heart, but from her eyes Yun Xiao still captured some of her thoughts. Don't laugh. We can win is the key, we are doing it for the people, why should we care about what method we use? Yun Xiao said as he gave Mi Miaoyin a bite of braised fish. Not waiting for Mi Miaoyin to speak, Yun Xiao continued, I will now help you order some helmets, gas masks, masks and disinfectant drops and other things on the internet, and they will arrive tomorrow at the latest by same city courier. These things can definitely be used by the people of ISIS. As for the disinfectant potion, that was Yun Xiao's worry that someone would accidentally get hot eyes. Oh, right. Yun Xiao thought about it and said with a start, there is also anti-wolf spray. Anti-wolf spray? We are fighting with barbarians, not wolves. Mi Miaoing thought that Yun Xiao was joking and said with some displeasure. This is on fire, how does Yun Xiao still have time to joke here? Not. The more Yun Xiao talks, the more energized he gets. Solar energy is all installed, right? Mi Miaoing looked at the way Yun Xiao was getting more and more energized, and for a moment she actually lost some concentration, nodded and said, well, it's installed. Well, I'll turn around and get you some more LED lights so that the people's homes can be brightly lit. After saying this, Yun Xiao immediately pulled the topic back. That electric stick I mentioned, you can take it back and use it as your swords. It is best to use it before using your swords. This one in the Dragon Kingdom is usually just something that can only be used by the government offices on your side, but a small amount of electricity can temporarily numb a certain part of someone's body. For example, it can make the other person's muscles or head or limbs lose their mobility. If the barbarians bully you, you can use the electric stick to attack their head, neck, heart and other vital parts. Yun Xiao said excitedly, then took out his cell phone and started ordering online. Yun Xiao looked at it. The price of an ordinary electric baton is usually between $10 and $100. ISIS was facing a life and death situation, those too cheap would definitely not work. Then, let's buy the $100 ones. One electric baton costs $100, 200,000 batons is $20 million. I'm sure the bosses there will go crazy with the $20 million. Thank you, sincerely. I won't let you down, I will lead the people to finish off the barbarians. Mi Miaoing said with determination and gratitude in her eyes. At this time, Mi Miaoing suddenly thought of something and continued towards Yun Xiao, but I just had the craftsman forge swords last night. Oh. Yun Xiao stretched out a finger and said excitedly, right, I bought you a cell phone with video and photo functions, it would be nice if you could take a photo or video of the situation on your side and show it to me. Mi Miaoing took out her cell phone and said with some disappointment, I've been very busy going back, so I don't have time to record. Yun Xiao took Mi Miaoing's cell phone and looked at it. Then he happily slapped his thighs and laughed. What are you laughing at? Mi Miaoing thought that Yun Xiao was laughing at her stupidity, but Yun Xiao's next words made Mi Miaoing overjoyed. It turned out that Yun Xiao had bought Mi Miaoing a cell phone that Mi Miaoing had never bothered to use. It was like a token of love, and Mi Miaoing had been carrying it around with her. But recently, because she was too busy, she accidentally touched the record button, so that the situation over there, as well as wherever Mi Miaoing had been, had all been recorded. Even the words she said to Yun Xiao at this moment were all recorded. The picture was not very clear and was in a trance. However, Yun Xiao could still see the yellow sand flying up in the sky and the harsh environment of the ISIS country. Of course, there was also Fang Ruo and Lu Xian who were following Mi Miaoing at all times. In the beginning, Yun Xiao still felt novelty when he watched these videos that were accidentally recorded by Mi Miaoing. But gradually, Yun Xiao's eyes moistened. He saw that the generals over there were still wearing cloth shoes, and some of the people were naked, without even a decent piece of clothing, and the ribs on their bodies were even more clearly visible, and their bones were skinny and thin. I really did not expect that the conditions on your side are so bad. Yun Xiao said with a choked voice, don't worry, the equipment you need is all wrapped up in me, I have 10,000 ways to beat the crap out of those barbarians who are bullying you. Chapter 37 This sword is too precious. You must have spent a lot of money buying weapons for us, right? Mi Miaoing suddenly looked at Yun Xiao and asked. Aha! Yun Xiao nodded, I did spend a lot, but I still have the gold ingots you gave me, tomorrow I'm going to sell some of them for some money. When I turn around, I will give all the people of your ISIS country a new set of equipment. In addition to these equipments, Yun Xiao was also going to purchase some more bricks, cement, steel, etc. for Mi Miaoing inside. This way, they would be able to build strong, solid kingdoms that were truly their own and would never be fished by barbarians. Listening to Yun Xiao's words, Mi Miaoing was grateful in her heart. She then directly removed her sword and handed it to Yun Xiao with both hands, saying gratefully, this is something I carry with me, so if you don't mind, take it and pawn it. Yun Xiao was slightly stunned, no need, there are still quite a few gold ingots you gave me, I'll sell some of them to help you prepare for these things. In a peaceful country like the Dragon Kingdom, these things are indeed very cheap. If we are talking about helping all the people of the ISIS country to change their equipment altogether, or helping them to finish off the barbarians with 9 out of 10, the only difficulty is that the number of people is indeed a bit too many, and it's just hard to get them all together in one go. Yun Xiao, thank you. Looking at Yun Xiao's serious appearance, the corners of Mi Miaoing's mouth rose as she said gratefully towards Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao smiled and waved his hand and said, "It's fine, you're welcome." Then Mi Miaoing blushed and handed a jade pendant to Yun Xiao. "This is a pair of jade pendants given to me by my father, and I kept one." This Yun Xiao was slightly stunned, and ultimately chose to accept Mi Miaoing's goodwill. "Then I am flattered, thank you." Yun Xiao used to be a poor man. Even if he had a bit of money now, the expenses on the ISIS side were rather large. Who knows if he would still become poor in the future. At that time, he had also given gifts to others in order to find a job. So Yun Xiao knew exactly what it was like to be rejected. "You can also keep this saber. I've already had someone recast the saber," Mi Miaoing said, stuffing the saber into Yun Xiao's hand, and walked straight towards the outside. Of course, along with her departure, all the things she had bought also disappeared. Looking at Mi Miaoing's back, Yun Xiao shook his head with a bitter smile. People. Sometimes it's just luck. When money comes to you, you can't even hide from it. But if you go looking for money, then it's hard. Returning from his thoughts, Yun Xiao began to think, to go and sell all these gold ingots. But who to look for? He had just rejected Su Lily, so he thought that Su Fenghua might not think much of him now. If he went past them and went directly to Su Maoshan, it didn't seem too appropriate. Thinking for a moment, Yun Xiao still took out his cell phone and dialed a call out to Su Lily. They can't be a couple, but after all, there is still a relationship of interest. "I still have some gold ingots in my hand, ready to go out. Do you have time?" Yun Xiao said. Hearing Yun Xiao's words, Su Lily on the other end of the cell phone acted obviously surprised. "Have time." Yesterday, she and Su Maoxing together to find Yun Xiao, is ready to apologize to Yun Xiao. Today received a phone call from Yun Xiao. She is naturally overjoyed. "Good. I will come to you," Yun Xiao said. "No, I can go over there." Su Lily thought about it. "Let's do it this way. I will go over to you with my father." "I'll go with my father to find you," Yun Xiao said. About half an hour later, Su Lily brought Su Fenghua and the two of them appeared together in Yun Xiao's grain and oil supermarket. Yun Xiao greeted the two of them and sat down. Su Fenghua smiled and said, "Yun Xiao, you call us here, surely you have something good to show us, right?" Originally, Su Fenghua wanted to apologize for Su Lily, but at the moment it seems that Yun Xiao didn't put it on his mind at all. This gold ingot is something used by the Yuan dynasty royal family, and there is a record in the wild history above, or the previous price, 50,000 apiece. Su Fenghua immediately opened his mouth. "Good. Yun Xiao is not nagging. A gold ingot is 50,000, 100 gold ingots is 5 million. After thinking about it, together with what he had earned earlier, if he wanted to help all the people of Isis to change their equipment, it still seemed to be too much. Yun Xiao originally wanted to sell the crowns in his hand first. However, when he thought of the sword and jade pendant that Mi Miaoing had just given her, maybe these two things could be worth some money. Thus, Yun Xiao smiled towards Su Fenghua and said, "Wait a moment." With that, Yun Xiao casually took out a sword from the empty rice bag behind him. Seeing this sword, Su Fenghua and Su Lily were instantly dumbfounded, all shocked by the scene before them. Compared to those gold ingots, this Yuan dynasty sword was definitely worth a lot of money. But Yun Xiao actually took out the valuable sword from the empty rice bag? If it were anyone else, they would treasure it. Yun Xiao's attitude towards antiques is also too casual, right? Of course, what really shocked Su Fenghua and Su Lily was more than that. Compared to the gold ingot, Yun Xiao's sword was obviously more shocking to them. Su Fenghua looked solemn and stretched out his trembling hands, tears streaming down his face as he received the sword in Yun Xiao's hand. This sword could be said to be one of the most collectible swords Su Fenghua had ever seen as an antique dealer. The sword's body shone with a cold light, as if it had condensed the glory of the past and the blood of countless craftsmen. The texture of the forging was as delicate as flowing water, simple and natural. The body of the sword is engraved with traditional characters and mysterious symbols, and the blade is adorned with delicate and unique decorations, highlighting its extraordinary status. The material of the sword's hilt was warm and moist like jade. If Su Fenghua's guess was correct, the owner of this sword should be a woman. Moreover, this woman's identity definitely had a very important position in the royal family during the Yuan dynasty period. Overall, the craftsmanship of this sword was very exquisite, and it was tough yet light in the hand. Looking at this sword, it seemed to have experienced the long river of history and was very collectible. Su Fenghua wanted to know where Yun Xiao had gotten this sword from. However, the words that reached his mouth were eventually swallowed alive. This sword was too precious. After a long time, Su Fenghua said with a touching but also crying tone in his voice. Chapter 38 Helmet and Electric Baton. Not waiting for Yun Xiao to speak, Su Fenghua continued. Historically, the imperial sword used by Kublai Lai was recognized by all the people in the antique world as the most valuable sword in the world, and it was worth a lot of money because it was inlaid with 49 coral and turquoise stones, the scabbard was made of Tibetan silver, and there were also 6 large chunks of Hutyan jade. In addition, the extremely rare golden sword is also considered the most valuable because its blade is made of gold and the sheath is inlaid with precious stones, symbolizing honor and luxury, and is worth a lot of money. This sword of yours seems to be no less than Genghis Khan's great sword, both in terms of material and craftsmanship, and carries a historical and cultural significance that I'm afraid would be difficult to define if evaluated according to the market price. In that case, if little brother is willing to offer it, how about I offer $200 million? Ah! Yun Xiao's jaw dropped. Wasn't it just a sword? It's actually worth $200 million? Besides, isn't 200 million a bit high? I am willing. Yun Xiao swallowed his saliva and said. Originally, Yun Xiao wanted to leave the sword behind, but he had to do so in order to change the equipment for all the people of Isis. Su Fenghua was not a nagging person, and when he saw that Yun Xiao was willing to make the offer, he directly took out his cell phone and transferred the money to Yun Xiao. This sword, enough for him to show off in the antique world for the rest of his life. That in fact, I have another thing, honestly do not intend to bid, just want to ask Boss Su to help look at. Yun Xiao hemmed and hawed and pulled out a jade pendant and handed it to Su Fenghua. Looking at the jade pendant in his hand, Su Fenghua felt like he was going crazy. The jade pendant was like a bright moon, emitting a soft and introverted luster, its body was crystalline without the slightest impurity, as if it had gathered the aura of heaven and earth. Its shape was exquisite and superb, engraved with the pattern of a dragon. Patterns look very dynamic, even above the dragon scales are distinct, the dragon's beard gives the impression that it is dancing with the wind, as if the next moment to break through the clouds, lifelike. Gently touch with your hand, the material is very delicate, like a baby's skin, slightly cool from the fingertips, like carrying a long history and the story of the years. Holding the jade pendant up and shining it under the light, the jade pendant suddenly showed changes of light and shadow, staring at that jade pendant seemed to bring people to different situations. This is simply a rare treasure of time in the world, which carries the unique flavor of ancient times, making people linger and be mesmerized. Su Fenghua praised it repeatedly. If I were to offer it, how much would this jade pendant be worth approximately? Yun Xiao asked towards Su Fenghua with a curious face. Su Fenghua shook his head, this I cannot say, if you get to the auction, it may be worth a lot of money. Su Fenghua's words were understood by Yun Xiao. It probably meant that this piece of jade pendant was worth a lot of money, so much that even Yun Xiao did not dare to imagine. It was very likely that this piece of jade pendant could make Yun Xiao rich, and he wouldn't even be able to spend it all in a few lifetimes. However, Mimi Miaoyin had said that it was a gift from her father, so for a while, Yun Xiao did not intend to make a move if it wasn't a special situation. After sending Su Fenghua and Su Lily away, Yun Xiao was still secretly happy in his heart. Now he already had $200 million in his hand. Wanting to change equipment for all the people of Isis all over, it didn't seem to be a difficult task. Moreover, after doing this, he would still be able to make a huge profit. After Yun Xiao did this, he began to purchase helmets, boots, shoes, armor, and equipment such as electric batons throughout the city and even the internet. Of course, the most common thing was the chili noodles. After that, he continued to contact incoming merchants to acquire food and oil and other essential things for Isis. Everything was all ready. Yun Xiao then began to hold his cell phone in anticipation of the goods coming in quickly. The first thing that came was the chili noodles sent by the supplier, which was a large car. Although a lot, but these are really a drop in the bucket for the country of Isis. Good thing Yun Xiao and the network customized a lot. Sitting in the store with nothing to do, Yun Xiao thought about what else was almost there. Snap. A moment later, Yun Xiao's eyes flooded with light. It seems there is still a walkie-talkie missing. In the past, Mi Miaoyin often said that if there was a war over there, the walkie-talkies could come in handy on top of the battlefield. Thinking of this, Yun Xiao immediately started ordering online again. That's it, want high quality, want good quality, want the right price. Taking his cell phone and flipping around, Yun Xiao searched for a long time. In this way, the time was gradually late. Lying inside the partition on the second floor, all Yun Xiao thought about was Mi Miaoyin. The food over there is definitely enough for the time being. Have the barbarians come to attack the city? Do they have a way to confront them for the time being? Has her fever gone down? Will she be in danger? 2 days later. The items that Cloudy ordered online began to arrive one after another. The entire inside of the grocery supermarket was piled high with food. Inside the storehouse were the equipment that Yun Xiao had prepared for the generals of ISIS as well as the people. Looking at these items, Yun Xiao frowned slightly and could not help but start to have trouble again. With so many things, sooner or later, it would arouse suspicion. It definitely wouldn't work if he couldn't come up with a method as soon as possible. What method could be used to get in touch with Mi Miaoyin? Thinking left and right, Yun Xiao decided to draw a pattern at the entrance of the supermarket and try to see if Mi Miaoyin's side could see it. Thinking of this, Yun Xiao quickly walked towards the outside. Who knows? A delicate cry came and startled Yun Xiao. It turned out that Mi Miaoyin was anxious to see if the equipment had arrived, so she thought to come over a few more times to see. But just after coming over, she collided with Yun Xiao. Emma! You finally came, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yun Xiao wiped the cold sweat from his face and stepped backward. I was afraid that you were in a hurry, so I came over to take a look. Mi Miaoyin said. Is there any movement on the barbarian side? Yun Xiao asked. Mi Miaoyin shook her head, not on our side. But what are the helmets and electric batons? There is also a round as if transparent tube with a small dot on top. This is what is it? Chapter 39 Mysterious Friends. Your Majesty, what is this? Lu Xian asked Mi Miaoyin with a confused face. This is called a helmet, it is worn like this. Mi Miaoyin said, picking up a helmet and putting it on her head, so that when you guys are wearing heavy armor, even if you are attacked by the enemy, you won't be hurt in the vitals, it's kind of a protection. Mi Miaoyin explained. It was a good thing that Jin Xiao had explained it to her when she ordered these things, otherwise at this moment, Mi Miaoyin would definitely be embarrassed. What about this one? Fang Ruo picked up an electric stick and asked towards Mi Miaoyin with a puzzled face. That one, don't move yet. Mi Miaoyin said, this one is a weapon, it's equivalent to our big knives and swords, but it has a high killing power. Next, Mi Miaoyin asked Lu Xian to gather all the generals and personally demonstrated it for them. Holy shit! It's so awesome! This thing fights barbarians, come on, I can fight a pair of. After the generals learned how to use the electric stick, they were all excited. As long as this thing is switched on, whoever touches it will have bad luck. Not to mention the barbarians, even if the barbarian emperor came, they were not afraid. Of course, this was not the most crucial. The most crucial thing is that this thing is simple to operate, as long as you have hands you can use it. The ISIS country could even let even a small child above the age of 3 get started at will. With this thing, the barbarians, not to mention the army coming to attack the city, even if they went to attack the barbarians, it wouldn't be a problem. After the excitement, all the generals all cried, spontaneously falling to their knees in pilgrimage. Thank the gods! Thank the gods! We will definitely not let the gods down. The generals, who were strong and tough, all cried with red eyes one by one. In the past, they always felt that they had no place to use their strength. Even when they went into battle, they would just fight hard and take their lives. But now with this thing, they are the hegemon of the Central Plains. Where else would a country dare to bully them? The future of ISIS is promising, and it is about to rise. At this time, Fang Ruo knelt down at Mi Miaoyin's feet, pointed at the LED on the ground, and asked timidly in a small voice, Your Majesty, what is that? Is it also a weapon? Mi Miaoyin smiled, no, that's called an LED, as long as we install it properly, the whole country of ISIS will be illuminated in the future. Mi Miaoyin's aura was fully opened when she said this, her face overflowing with pride that she had never seen before. That aura seemed to be more grand than winning a battle, pouring wine into the Yangtze River and having the 3 armies drink together. All the surrounding generals slowly tilted their heads, looking at their Empress Majesty with eyes of absolute respect. Watching Lu Xian make a fool of himself, Mi Miaoyin's good-looking eyebrows slightly knitted as she ordered towards several other generals, fetch the bows. Nuwa! Nuwa! Soon, one of the generals passed the crossbow into Mi Miaoyin's hands. If the attack power of the sword was not enough, then what about the crossbow? This thing has a long range, and its attack power is much stronger than a sword. Especially the heavy crossbow, a long-range attack weapon. If this armor could really withstand the crossbow, then it would truly deserve to be invincible. Holding the crossbow in her hand, Mi Miaoyin was like a marksman, her gaze sharply fixed on the armor. Fetching the crossbow was glowing with a cold light under the reflection of the sunlight, as if it could break through the air at any time. Taking a deep breath, Mi Miaoyin's feet were firmly planted on the ground, squinting her eyes the moment she raised the crossbow and looked through the collimator. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out, and the surrounding area was quiet, as if the entire world had undergone a standstill. with only the sound of the surrounding general's steady heartbeats, as well as the heavy breathing of the guards. Everyone watched as the crossbow arrow shot out like a bolt of lightning. With a harsh sound of breaking air, it drew a perfect arc in mid-air, striking the armor with an unstoppable momentum. The powerful crossbow shot instantly shocked everyone, manifesting a powerful deterrent. Bang! There was another deafening sound. All the generals all looked in the direction of the armor. As a result, the armor remained intact. I went to. Ninyaoin was shocked. All the generals were blinded. The guards were even more stupefied. Where have they seen such awesome armor? This is simply an amulet. If they wore this armor into battle, even if the barbarians died of exhaustion, they wouldn't be able to hurt them. It's awesome. The gods are awesome. It's awesome. Ninyaoin's eyes showed her satisfaction, and she slightly tilted her head towards Lu Xian and said, "Take an inventory. How many armors are there in total?" "Nuwa," Lu Xian said. A moment later, Lu Xian said towards Ninyaoin, "Your Majesty, there are 2,000 pairs of armor." "Good, I will ask the gods to give more armor. I will ask the gods to give us more armor. With armor we will have an extra layer of protection," Ninyaoin said with a straight face. "No. No." As Ninyaoin's words fell, all the generals responded. With this equipment and indestructible armor, they would definitely be able to defend the ISIS country and would definitely be able to let the people of ISIS country live in peace. On Yun Zhao's side, after Ninyaoin left, he started to keep feeding like a machine. Then he brought an electronic calculator and counted the expenses. The money from selling the gold ingots before had all been used to buy food, and the rest of the money so far had been consumed on top of other small food items. It was this time that the sword went out, allowing Yin Xiao to earn 200 million at once. These 200 million bought boots, shoes, clothes, helmets, wire, electric rods, LEDs, etc., a total of more than 30 million. Which meant that now in Yun Zhao's hands, there was only $160 million. And then purchased some shields and such online, and also transported some red bricks, steel bars, cement. After counting, the money in Yun Zhao's hand was pretty much spent. Although these things were not very expensive when taken out individually. However, they can't help but be large in number. In Yun Zhao's eyes, it was fine even if it was a bit of hard work, even if he put his best foot forward. He wanted to keep Ninyaoin as a big client. Not to mention that the relationship between them seems to have changed subtly over time, and is more like a mysterious friend. Chapter 40. The years are long. After Ninyaoin had finished counting everything, her eyes actually moistened as she looked at the warehouse full of supplies. At this moment, her hands were trembling slightly. These things were just too important to her. 200,000 people, the weapons of so many armies, all brand new. And all of this was not something that she had asked for on her own initiative, but rather, it was help that Jin Xiao had taken the initiative to give. These were things that Ninyaoin had never seen before, and even dared not imagine. Now with these things, the kingdom of Isis would definitely be able to withstand the barbarians and stabilize the kingdom. Raising her eyes to the sky. Could there really be gods in this world? Otherwise, why would they arrange for them to meet 2 times apart? Taking a step forward, Ninyaoin knelt down on both knees and raised her voice towards the heavens, grateful to the heavens for letting me meet him. All of this is the best gift. The moment she got up, the name Yun Xiao was deeply imprinted in Ninyaoin's heart. If someone is willing to save the Isis kingdom from the fire, she will surely die by all means. In the evening, Ninyaoin was clad in her armor, hands behind her back, walking towards the outside of the palace. Outside the palace, there was no longer anyone fighting over food, nor did anyone want to fight the palace over the plague. The people on the road were sparse. The people who were originally as thin as a bone, lying outside the palace waiting to die, were also nowhere to be seen. Occasionally, one could still see a few old men who could not walk, lining up to wait for the palace to distribute food. Recently they had accumulated quite a lot of grain. Together with the corn harvested earlier, many of the people could go home and have a meal of white rice, no longer needing to go and drink kanji. Last night's notice of wanting to build a city wall and conscripting soldiers had been posted all over the streets and alleys. I don't know where some strong-aged people came from, scrambling to be the first to join the army. They knew that there was not only food but also medicine inside the palace now. As long as they could join the army, they would be able to ensure that their families were fed and warm. As time went on, more and more strong men gathered here. Ninyaoin took a rough look, and there were roughly tens of thousands of them. It was thought that the corn must have played a role. The people must have wanted to know the favor and wanted to take the heat for the ISIS country. There were still quite a few people left who did not have the will to join the army. Faced with such a situation, Ni Miaoyin did not force them. However, they did not let Ni Miaoyin down, but consciously chose to go repair the city walls to defend against foreign enemies. It took a full half-hour to walk around the imperial city. Ni Miaoyin realized that the people, who were starving and thin before, were now speaking with great courage and loud voices. With smiles hanging at the corners of their mouths, this was the look Ni Miaoyin really wanted to see. However, to put it mildly, all of this was still thanks to Yun Shao. With his help, the blood qi of everyone in the entire country of ISIS had rebounded, and even Ni Miaoyin's words were more powerful. With Yun Zhao's help, the country of ISIS finally came back to life. The few people who saw Ni Miaoyin walking towards her knelt down towards her, their piety filled with gratitude. At this time, many small children came running from nowhere. Those children held hats made of withered grass in their hands and gave them to Ni Miaoyin. Looking at these cute little children, Ni Miaoyin seemed to be even more hopeful about the future of the ISIS country. If they can have enough food, if they can restore arable land for all the people, if they can have fine equipment. She has hoped to see the day when the 6 countries around her submit and China is unified. Her heart was surging with excitement. Ni Miaoyin took the straw hat in the hands of the child, and secretly admonished herself in her heart, the years are long, she will definitely be able to. Yun Shao knows that Ni Miaoyin is fine for the time being, so he comes down to help her order all kinds of supplies needed by the ISIS. Afterwards, in order to prevent himself from ordering so many things to arouse suspicion, Yun Shao went to the mall again. After wandering around the mall for a long time, he finally chose some calicoriacini, bird's nests and other nutritional products. These things Yun Shao was naturally prepared to give to Yu Zhiqiu. After all, Yu Zhiqiu's hair salon was right across the street from Yun Zhao's store. He bought so many goods every day that if Yu Zhiqiu really felt curious, sooner or later she would find out. Sort of buying a peace of mind. As for why he was buying nutritional supplements, naturally, he wanted to give himself cover. If he bought something too expensive, it would definitely arouse Yu Zhiqiu's suspicion. Yun Shao was over here calculating how to not arouse suspicion, but he didn't know that Su Fenghua and Su Lily, who left from Yun Zhao's place, were in an extremely complicated mood. Coming out of Yun Zhao's store, Su Fenghua's gaze had been on Su Lily. He had lived most of his life and only had one daughter, Su Lily. It had to be said that his daughter was excellent and very strong. Basically, she had inherited his and his lover's strengths. On this point, it was most satisfying to Su Fenghua. However, there was an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom called, "A daughter is too big to stay in the middle." Although Su Lily had never said anything to Su Fenghua, as a person who had been there before, Su Fenghua could naturally tell that Su Lily had moved on to Yun Shao. It had to be said that Yun Shao was still a good kid. He also hoped that Su Lily would get on well with Yun Shao. However, Su Fenghua could also see that Yun Shao did not have that kind of intention towards Su Lily at all. In order to cultivate Su Lily, he had sent Su Lily to the best private school in the Dragon Kingdom since she was a child. So much so that Su Lily was generous, dignified and virtuous, with a decent demeanor. But Yun Shao was, after all, a man who opened a grain and oil supermarket, and the two of them were simply not from the same world. Moreover, Yun Shao and Su Lily simply do not have that meaning, cannot shave the head to pick a head of heat it? What's more, the pursuit of Su Lily's people are actually not a few. Why must they hang themselves on the same tree as Yun Shao? Of course, these are not the key. The key was that Yun Zhao's things were of unknown origin. Su Fenghua did like antiques and was willing to collect them, but they were things that could make him rich. If he had to hitch his daughter up because of this, he wouldn't be willing to do it. Alas! In the car, Su Fenghua sighed, thinking, no one expected, always high and mighty Su Lily, actually will look at open grain and oil supermarket Yun Shao. Dad, you usually do not come to the door to collect antiques. Su Lily seems to want to say something but still want to stop. Hearing Su Lily's words, Su Fenghua immediately laughed loudly, and did not deny, nodded and said, well. Indeed. Originally, Su Fenghua, because of his love of antiques plus the antique business, he only has time to study history and all kinds of cultural relics. After a long time, the whole person showed indifference. In addition to these two things related to things, to anything seems to be unable to interest. Plus, the Su family turned out to be very rich and wealthy. That's why Su Fenghua never had the habit of coming to the door to acquire antiques. As for the people he knew, they were basically business contacts. The so-called real friend Su Fenghua really does not have.